He was nothing more than an ordinary cleaner from Liu Chuyun's sect. Thanks to diligently farming views and likes on this video, he had awakened a top-tier cultivation system. But when he looked at his own destiny tablet, Chuyun was instantly stunned. Not only was he cursed with the ill-fated Lone Star of Heavenly Slaughter, but if he did not break through to the nascent Kai realm within a month, he would be expelled from the sect and die a miserable death upon descending the mountain. Other transmigrators all possessed domineering sacred bodies or started at the finish line, but he had nothing at all. He turned to look at Ping Tian standing beside him. He was at the 9th level of the Profound Passage, with a destiny destined for imperial ascension. Heaven, how could your luck be so red? Then suddenly he saw Ping Tian's upcoming opportunity, accidentally picking up an ancient blood vine under the Bane Order tree. If he obtained the ancient blood vine, wouldn't he ascend from the 7th level of body tempering to the nascent Kui realm? Thinking this, he grabbed his bicycle and ran off immediately. Before long, Chuyun found what he needed, and he swallowed it directly. The taste was terrible, but Chuyun felt surging spiritual energy coursing through his body. He began forming hand seals to absorb all the energy. A moment later, his eyes flashed, and his entire body felt incredibly comfortable. Having just broken through 3 realms to reach the nascent Kai realm, he should no longer fear being expelled from the sect. Suddenly, senior disciple Xiao appeared behind him. It startled Chuyun slightly, forcing him to pretend he had just happened to pass by here. His eyes abruptly narrowed. Looking at this guy's fortune tablet, it turned out he had picked up the Cold Spring Sword under the Cold Pond today. Truly a man with blessings who does not know how to enjoy them. Haha, I will clean you out. Ping Tian could not care less. To him, the weak were mere ants. If he had not promised his master not to kill, that man would have been dead long ago. Chuyun then said, the cold pond is slippery near the edge. Be careful, senior brother, lest you twist your ankle. He immediately showed off, riding his sword and leaving. Chuyun laughed gleefully. Everyone knows this guy loves cleanliness. It's time to rob him of his artifact. At the southern peak, where the cold pond was located, Chuyun jumped directly in, but the water was too cold and his body could barely withstand it. Fortunately, he found what he needed, but as soon as he touched it, he was instantly frozen. A powerful pressure struck him, causing extreme pain. He had to use all his strength to pull it out of the lake bottom. A sound rang out, and the ground shook as if it was about to shatter. In the Qianlong continent, artifacts were divided into 4 levels: mortal tools, spiritual tools, treasure tools, and magic tools, each with 3 subgrades. The entire Liulan Yun sect only had 1 high-grade magic tool, and it was only brought out by the sect master to fight during a great calamity. Even the elders in the sect mostly only used low-grade magic tools. The Cold Yuan sword in his hand was actually a low-grade magic tool. The magic tool was indeed a fine item, causing Chuyun to become endlessly excited. He could also feel a stream of cold energy that helped the spiritual energy in his body circulate better. Ecstatic, his face kept breaking into a smile. This is truly my treasure. With 2 great opportunities in just one day, he had been reborn. But the fate scroll showed something frustrating. His realm had risen to the 1st level of nascent origin, but his destiny was still a great calamity. Drowning, he would be stabbed by enemies in a month, with no place to bury his body. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. It seemed to be Hugh. He threw his weight around using his identity as an inner disciple. Yun didn't want to meddle. Continuing to seize treasures to grow stronger was the true path. At this moment, the cries for help grew louder. It was a female menial disciple being bullied by Yu-Hu and his gang. He couldn't control himself looking at her hot body. With a sick expression, he said, "Let Brother Hu give you some pleasure." Before he could finish his sentence, his pig-like face was sent flying by Chu Yun. Chu Yun appeared with a cool demeanor. "You guys have some good stuff and didn't invite me?" Yu yelled angrily. "Have you not been beaten for a few days feeling itchy? A waste dares to meddle in my business, brothers. Teach him a lesson from me." Chu Yun was not afraid, telling them to all come at him. He was in a hurry. Those words made them charge at him like madmen. He drew out his new item. Gliding gently like Yasuo, he knocked down each one. The female menial disciple then thanked him for saving her life. He kept staring at the little girl's round soul, a true pervert. He was peeking at Shi Yan's fortune panel, seeing the 3rd layer refinement realm, but with the identity of a reincarnated female emperor. He had to take the little girl as his wife for dual cultivation to advance his cultivation. Helping meant draining her dry. Shi Yan saw him staring at her intently, blushed, and asked, "Senior brother, what is it?" Chu Yan quickly closed his eyes, fumbling in the front of his robe. He took out 3 spirit origin pills and handed them to her, saying he saw her spirit was unstable and taking them would regulate her primal energy. Si Yan blushed shyly, unwilling to accept them. Chu Yun placed the spirit origin pills in her hand. "I am now at the spirit absorbing realm. These pills are no longer of much use, but for you, they can help break through in cultivation." Smooth words moved the girl. She thought to herself that she would definitely repay this kindness one day. Back with Yu-Hu's group, after running far, he asked his subordinate if they were being chased. They sat catching their breath, wondering what luck Chu Yun had stumbled upon. That sword was certainly not simple. Yu-Hu arrogantly mentioned his older brother, who was at the 3rd layer primal sea realm and could take Chu Yun's head. He swore revenge. The scene shifted Chu Yun's pavilion. Chu Yun looked around with a pale face. Why was Chu Yun's pavilion so dark with no one around? He trembled as he stepped stepped forward. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes and a cold voice sounded behind him. What are you doing? Chu-yun jumped in fright and hugged the thing in front of him, chanting scriptures. Please don't haunt me, Amitabha. He tried to squeeze the thing in his hands, finding the pillar to be soft and warm. He looked up. Get off me now. Scolded by Ping Tian, Chu-yun quickly jumped back, saying what a coincidence, the affairs hall was too big and he got lost. Ping gritted his teeth and wiped his hands, saying this was Chu-yun's pavilion, telling him to scram and not disturb his cultivation. Chu-yun smiled but inwardly cursed the clean freak, then thanked senior brother for the guidance. Before leaving, he sneakily peeked at Ping Tian's lifebound, discovering it was the blood origin ancient vine. The cold flame sword was just an appetizer. This was the main course. The next day, Chu-yun cheerfully did his exercises. After breaking through to the spirit-absorbing realm, I am officially an inner disciple. He laughed out loud while exercising, ignoring the confused looks of others, thinking about the chance to enter the scripture pavilion. An hour later, he held a blade of grass in his mouth and used his hands as binoculars to observe the surroundings. After the whole morning, what lay before him were the lifebound panels of countless other disciples. All a bunch of unlucky fools. Chu-yun pursed his lips, deciding to go find it himself. Just then, a shout rang out, "Move aside." Chu-yun looked at the man's lifebound, seeing Blazing Rock B, a martial arts family background. His eyes lit up, a profound grade high-quality mutual origin sword core, the perfect body tempering secret manual for a sword cultivator. He smiled smugly. The cooked duck had fallen into his bowl. Outside Liu Chu-yun's sect at 5 Sun Peak, Chu-yun sat on a rock circulating his energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and clenched his fist in victory. Awesome. After only 2 hours of practice, he had broken through to the third layer spirit-absorbing realm. He lifted the mutual origin sword core manual. This secret art made his body stronger and his strength higher. Chu-yun pondered, looking at the lifebound panel. The fixed death calamity and the countdown time made him worry about the enemy. Although he didn't know who the enemy was since he had the opportunity, he would just focus on raising his cultivation first. He jumped up excitedly, then got engrossed until the Twin Peaks tier lake cave heaven. But he slipped and fell flat on his face, leaving only screams. His miserable scream echoed through the forest, even as he lay sprawled on the ground. A moment later, Chu-yun held his head in pain as he got up. The Lone Star fate truly was unbearable. He rubbed his aching shoulder. Luckily, his recent fortune had strengthened his body. Chu-yun noticed the air had a thick, bloody smell. What was that smell? He turned his head to look at a nearby cave, from which the scent of blood was rising thickly. Out of curiosity, Chu-yun decided to enter the cave to investigate. As he walked, he covered his nose, the smell of blood growing stronger, and his expression gradually changed. Suddenly, his foot tripped over a human arm. What was that? Looking down, Chu-yun was shocked to see countless corpses lying around. Were they all disciples of Liu Chu-yun's sect? At that moment, a group of people appeared from deep within the cave. Liu Shuangping questioned Chu-yun, asking if he was an outer disciple on a mission. Chu-yun forced a smile and replied, "Oh, it's the supervising outer elder. This disciple accidentally fell off a cliff." Wang Shuang looked at Chu-yun suspiciously, seeing that a spirit-absorbing cultivator falling off a cliff without a scratch surely meant he was hiding something. Liu Shuangping raised a hand to stop him, saying it was unclear who among the fallen disciples had survived, and asked Chu-yun to lend a hand. As he left, he instructed Wang Shuang and the other person to go to the left side of the cave to see if anyone was alive. Chu-yun smiled and urged Wang Shuang, "Senior brother, let's go." Suddenly, Wang Shuang fell to the ground, crying out in pain, saying he had sprained his ankle and told Chu-yun to go ahead. Chu-yun smirked coldly. He had seen through Wang Shuang's scheme while that man still pretended to be in pain. "Go slowly, junior brother. Wait for me to heal my leg, and I will find you soon." Chu-yun quietly advanced deeper into the cave, certain this direction was correct. He thought to himself, "Wang Shuang, you play this petty trick, but I will not yield this opportunity." Recalling how Wang Shuang faked a sprained ankle to reveal his fate, he decided not to miss this benefactor. Suddenly, Chu-yun shouted with excitement, "Found it." He approached to check the breathing of the young man in front of him, saw he was still alive, and sure this was the benefactor. After seeing Duan Heng's fate, Chu-yun sighed, another one with a good destiny. But when he saw Duan Heng's turning point ended at Luoxia Valley, Chu-yun was startled reading about the mysterious origin embryo in the cave of Wu Yang Mountain. Cunning smile appeared on his face. Then he ruthlessly knocked Duan Heng unconscious again. "Sorry, senior brother, this treasure is mine now." Afterward, he immediately stood up and began searching around. After a moment, a dazzling light from behind a rock made Chu-yun cheer with joy. Found it. He gently lifted the stones blocking the entrance and entered the cave. Inside the small cave, there was only a stone table, a glowing stone, and a book. Chu-yun picked up the origin embryo, his eyes wide with astonishment. Can this thing channel the primordial energy of heaven and earth? He operated on the system, deciding to leave immediately, store the origin embryo, and research it at home later. A short while later, Liu Shuangping and a group of disciples came to check Duan Heng's injuries. Fortunately, he was only wounded on the head. I must take him back to the sect for treatment immediately. He ordered the disciples to stay in the cave. Liu Shuangping turned to Chu Yun, handed him a green jade token and praised his achievement this time. Take this token back to the sect to receive your reward. Chu Yun joyfully bowed to thank the elder. Finally finished, next he could go to Li Zhou Cave Heaven. The scene shifted to the Li Zhou Cave Heaven secret realm behind Liu Chuyun Sect Mountain. Chu Yun raised his cold flame sword and slashed at the waterfall. The water split in two, revealing the cave entrance. Chu Yun quickly leaped up and swiftly entered inside. After successfully breaking in, he breathed a sigh of relief. No one was guarding the back mountain today, because they were all watching the spirit stone mine. Before him stood two giant stone swords plunged deep into the ground, with inscriptions on the blades about the sword intent corridor. Chu Yun stared, wondering in his heart if this was the inheritance trial. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward. His eyes were firm and resolute. Suddenly, Chu Yun was startled to see a man wielding a sword appear. That man stood before him in a ready attack stance. When heaven does not give birth, that man slashed out a single, powerful strike. The sword energy burst forth continuously, sweeping away countless surrounding evils. Only one sword can open mountains, sever rivers. Chu Yun was astonished to recognize this was once the pinnacle sword cultivator of Liu Chuyun sect. He immediately used his cold flame sword to block the attack from that man. The man coldly commanded, "Ignorant brat, if you want to keep your life, leave immediately." Chu Yun gritted his teeth and endured. That man's power was too great. Without the chaotic origin sword altar, he could not withstand it. That man's eyes blazed red. He condensed spiritual power into two fingers, preparing a fierce attack. A massive surge of spiritual power struck directly at Chu Yun, creating a terrifying explosion. When the smoke cleared, Chu Yun was still unharmed, sitting on the ground. He immediately focused, using his cold flame sword to block the next waves of spiritual power. Unable to retreat yet difficult to stay, the thin strands of spiritual power cut across his body like blades, leaving countless small wounds. Since coming to this world, I have always been bullied. Even wildcats dare to despise me. Chu Yun clenched his teeth, tightly gripping the cold flame sword. Every night in my dreams, I longed for a chance to fight back. Now I must seize it. His face filled with determination. I want to live. He stood up and shouted. I want to become the one above all others. Chu Yun used all his strength to push back the streams of spiritual power. A blinding ray of light suddenly appeared. The mysterious man stood high above, observing Chu Yun, and let out a breath. He wondered in annoyance. Could it be that I used too much force and killed him? Thinking he finally had someone to inherit the power, he turned around helplessly. The brat's talent is not bad, but perhaps I overdid it. I must restrain myself next time. Suddenly, he was startled to see the smoke gradually dissipating. Chu Yun's figure slowly emerged, still struggling to hold on. Man laughed heartily with satisfaction. Brat, very persistent. He smiled as he observed Chu Yun. Only those with a steadfast mind can reach the peak of the sword path. Having said that, he raised his hand high and slowly vanished. I am leaving. My century-old remnant soul has finally found an inheritor. Chu Yun, exhausted, collapsed. When he woke, a voice echoed in his head, "Lucky brat, the great Xia sword art has 12 levels. Focus and you will reach the myriad methods realm." Chu Yun slowly sat up. Before him were a skeleton and two skill books on the table. The clear origin sword art was top tier, but only the first 5 levels were present. The rest was in the southern savage wasteland. The man advised not to practice both at the same time. Ignoring the advice, Chu Yun picked up both skill books and smiled. Children make choices. I take everything. 4 days later, the man anxiously asked 2 disciples if they had found Chu Yun. They replied they had searched the entire sect. At that moment, a cheerful silver goose chirped from afar. Today is an auspicious day. Chu Yun calmly turned back, leaving everyone astonished. Could this kid have suddenly become more handsome? But something felt off. That man was Liu Shuangping, the foreign affairs elder of the Liu Chuyun sect. Chu Yun, where have you been these past few days? Chu Yun cupped his hands and reported, Elder, I went down the mountain to cultivate, and am now reporting back. He waved his hand and told Chu Yun to follow, which made him curious. Alright, come with me to meet the sect master. The sect master? In the council hall, seeing Chu Yun arrive, a figure rejoiced. Junior disciple Yi. Chu Yun was surprised. Duan Heng? Senior brother Duan. Junior disciple Yi, we finally meet. Duan Heng was an inner sect disciple of the Liu Chuyun sect. I didn't get to thank you yet. Senior brother, don't worry about it. Xiandi, the sect master of the Liu Chuyun sect, stood up and asked, Are you Chu Yun? An oppressive aura radiated, forcing Chu Yun to step back under the powerful momentum. Chu Yun cupped his hands and reported with difficulty. Disciple Chu Yun pays respects to the sect master. Xiandi stopped the pressure, and Chu Yun was bewildered. Not bad, standing out among the outer sect disciples. In 3 days is the inner sect competition. Don't disappoint me. Chu Yun didn't understand, so Liu Shuangping explained. In 3 days is the big competition. The sect master has chosen you for an important task. Duan Heng recommended you. Chu Yun beamed with joy and thanked them. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, senior brother Duan. Both of them withdrew. Yes. When they left, Xiandi asked Liu Shuangping about the murder of the disciple from the Wu Yang Mountain sect and how the investigation was going. He replied that no trace had been found yet. But the Chige sect has recently mobilized many personnel, which is related. Continue the investigation. Yes. Over the water the stone was skipping far, and Chu Yun threw with all his might. His expression was serious. He had to perform well in the intersect competition. If he entered the intersect, he could access the opportunity in the tier dimension cave. 4 days he had trained the Great River Sword art to the perfect 3rd layer, the Clear Origin Sword art to the Minor Achievement 2nd layer, and his cultivation base rose to the 8th layer of marrow absorption. Training with pills in the environment was indeed correct, he smiled as he recalled. Additionally, he had found a 10,000 Blossoms sword art manual and a compass, though he didn't know how to use them. Chu Yun threw the stone with all his strength. But these things were probably not enough. The stone was now skipping far away. Suddenly something charged at Chu Yun with terrifying speed, and he turned to recognize it. A mysterious voice rang out. "Not bad. Who are you?" An old man sat on a tree, smiling as he observed. "Kid, I wasn't wrong about you." A panel appeared. Deng Pengzu. Realm, 8th layer of 10,000 methods. Vast righteous aura making him hard to approach, mortal noble. Fate controls all objects like a god, death sword immortal, though as a senior from the Liu Chu Yun sect. The system reported that the host had received a purple fate. Chu Yun had smooth sailing with a benefactor's support. The outcome just starting to improve was cut short by someone sneaking an attack, falling into an abyss and being torn to pieces. Another purple fate, a pity it was hard to escape death. Chu Yun looked at Deng Pengzu and cupped his hands. "The benefactor must be the one before me. May I ask for your guidance, senior?" Deng Pengzu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "No wonder you're the one chosen by the Guardian Origin Sword Embryo, a talent worth cultivating. I wasn't wrong." He threw out the technique manual for the 7 Mysteries sword art. Chu Yun quickly caught it. Deng Pengzu observed and commented, "I see the true Kai in you is stagnant. This fist technique and sword manual will help. Take it in practice." "Thank you, senior." Deng Pengzu waved his hand. "No need to thank me. I am in the Internal Affairs Hall. Come by when you are free. This old man enjoys chatting with young people." Chu Yun replied joyfully, "Rest assured, senior. I will come to visit you." Watching Chu Yun fade into the distance, Deng Pengzu whispered, "That young man has character. After all these years, that old man's swordsmanship finally has an inheritor." 3 days later, the intersect competition began. The atmosphere was lively, 2 people discussing. The rewards this time are generous. The first place receives a purity obstruction spirit pill and a technique of their choice. An anonymous elder will select a true disciple from the winner. Chu Yun sighed. No wonder so many people lined up to death. A hand slammed heavily onto Chu Yun's shoulder. "Hey kid!" A burly man shouted domineeringly. "Get lost. Make way for me." Chu Yun did not yield. "Go to the back of the line." He gritted his teeth in anger. "What did you say?" Before he could finish, Chu Yun punched him, sending him flying. Chu Yun cursed inwardly. "I hate line cutters the most." He slammed onto the ground, shocking everyone. "Isn't that the famous Hishu Ki?" Everyone was confused. What happened? He was taken down in one move? An outer sect newcomer is that fast. Qu Ziping Ruo King and Yi Qian happened to witness the scene, admiring. "His strength is not bad. Yi Qian, what do you think?" Hishu Ki is an idiot. He exploited a weakness. If it were me, he would lose in 2 moves. The drum for the competition sounded. The announcement began. The intersect competition was divided into 4 rounds. The first round was a melee. Disciples stood on the arena. Anyone knocked out of bounds was eliminated. The final 30 would be chosen. Chu Yun took a stance, assuming a posture that made no one approach. The announcement ended. Chu Yun thought the first round was over. Those advancing, Yi Qian, Ruo King. The first round eliminated most of the weaker disciples. My strength has been rising fast lately. Finally, I feel a bit like a time traveler. The second round was direct combat. The winners advanced to select 12 candidates. The losers were eliminated immediately. Prepare yourself. You're about to be eliminated. A person charged at Chu Yun, but he was taken down in the blink of an eye. The third round was the final decision, selecting the 6 strongest. Chu Yun stretched and sighed. "I never expected to make it to the 3rd round so easily." 2 people below whispered, "Is that Bai Zhuking?" He showed up again. This is the 8th time. Chu Yun's next opponent was Bai Zhuking. The more he loses, the more he fights. Chu Yun observed, curious. 8 failures to enter the intersect. What is going on? He looked at his appearance. Chu Yun burst into tears when he read Bai Zhuking's status. How tragic. Bai Zhuking reached the primordial sea 1st layer, covered in black veins all over his body. He was the reincarnation of the dark calamity god. Anyone who had prolonged contact with him would encounter misfortune, even a millennium of decline. However, he would later accumulate brilliant achievements. Chu Yun wept bitterly, realizing his opponent was also an unlucky wretch just like himself. Joining his hands, he prepared to step into the match, modestly praising senior brother Bai. Bai Zhuking returned the salute quickly and declared the start of the sparring match. Chu Yun thought cautiously. Although he was unlucky, his opponent's cultivation realm was not low at all. Bai Zhuking threw the dice out, a gamble that risked everything on one throw. The dice inflated and fell straight down towards Chu Yun's position. Chu Yun glanced over, then unleashed a powerful counterattack, using the immortal ring heavy strike. Chu Yun's lightning-fast strike shattered the gigantic dice. The audience marveled at his power, believing him to be the dark horse of the outer sect. Bai Zhuking sneered as he drew closer, claiming that was just an appetizer. Unfortunately, he tripped over a stone and fell off the fighting platform. Bai Zhuking wept in unwillingness, but had to accept defeat. Chu Yun was stunned by the result, exclaimed, "Wow, no way," and claimed victory. Jiandi stood on high beside a mysterious person, laughing loudly as he commented that this year's matches were more interesting than last year's. Xiandi praised Yi Qian, considering her to have great talent for her young age. The mysterious person denied this, believing Yi Qian was ambitious and arrogant, but her strength did not match. Xiandi then asked the mysterious person for their assessment of Chu Yun. Xiandi sighed, saying the path of cultivation could not be too rigid, and praised the two for having good aptitude. The mysterious person removed their veil, revealing the breathtaking beauty of Hong Xiu, and evaluated Chu Yun. Hong Xiu said it was not certain she found the brat Chu Yun quite good, especially in the third round. In the initial match 6th and 4th, Chu Yun had to face Yi Qian. Yi Qian spoke arrogantly, saying Chu Yun was lucky to have come this far. She declared his luck was over. Everyone agreed, praising Yi Qian as the strongest in the outer sect, already at the primordial sea 4th layer. Yi Qian laughed eerily, advising Chu Yun to concede to avoid losing fate. Chu Yun threw aside the cloth and stood up, replying that he had never known what luck was. Yi Qian sneered, then controlled her flying sword to perform the Yu Maiden sword art. She said, "You don't know what's good for you," and guided the flying sword towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun quickly blocked it, two streams of purple and gold power clashing fiercely. He used his own sword to halt Yi Qian's Yu Maiden sword art. Chu Yun used the 7-string sword art to repel that strike. This action caught Yi Qian completely off guard. Chu Yun gritted his teeth as he resisted, feeling the primal energy within his body suddenly stir uncontrollably. Taking advantage of Chu Yun's distraction, Yi Qian rushed forward and taunted it. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Qian quickly brought her sword down. Chu Yun closed his eyes to concentrate, preparing to unleash the 7-string sword art as an attack. He quickly opened his eyes with an extremely serious gaze. Chu Yun did not flinch, charging straight towards Yi Qian, catching everyone by surprise. Everyone wondered how a flimsy wooden sword could withstand a mid-grade spirit artifact. Chu Yun proved otherwise as he exploded with power to block the strike. Yi Qian's jaw dropped at the depth of his primordial energy. The powerful collision caused Chu Yun's wooden sword to crack and break. The sword shattered into small pieces, stunning everyone even more, unable to believe their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qian thrust her sword straight at Chu Yun. Seeing Chu Yun fall, Yi Qian only sneered coldly before retracting her sword. She arrogantly declared that making it into the top 12 was already lucky, and he should stop dreaming of entering the inner sect. The whispers only made her more complicit. Everyone thought that having fought this well was already impressive. Xiandi smugly turned to Hong Xiu, asking if this time she underestimated Yi Qian. Hong Xiu pouted, saying Xiandi's judgment was clouded. She analyzed that Chu Yun used the 7-string sword art, and his weapon was merely a simple wooden sword. Yi Qian could not seriously injure him, proving Chu Yun was hiding his true strength. Hong Xiu nodded sagely, saying that judging from Chu Yun's cheerful expression, he probably had not used even 70% of his power. Yi Qian was surprised to see Chu Yun stand up unharmed, unable to understand why he was not injured. Chu Yun scratched his head, grumbling that everything was that old man's fault. Suddenly, a voice transmission echoed in his mind, and the person coughed once. The voice praised Chu Yun for training the 7-string sword art very well in just 3 short days. That person set 2 conditions: enter the inner sect, and rank first among those entering the inner sect. Additionally, he was not to apprentice under any elder of the Liu Chuyun sect. Chu Yun was distracted and got hit. Chu Yun stood up and laughed inwardly, calculating that exposing the heritage of the nameless sword would be troublesome. He had to stake his bet on the benefactor Deng Pengzu. He apologized, originally intending to modestly take the 6th quota to enter the inner sect. Determination filled Chu Yun's eyes. This time he could no longer let Yi Qian win. Yi Qian felt apprehensive before Chu Yun's imposing manner, taunting that his sword was broken, asking what he would use to fight her. Chu Yun angered Yi Qian, saying she had talent but still relied on her family background to achieve success. Yi Qian was so furious she bit her fingertip until it bled. She roared, painted blood on her sword, and charged at Chu Yun with murderous intent. Yi Qian rushed forward quickly, her sword strike aimed directly at Chu Yun. At that moment, Chu Yun drew a strange sword. He caught Yi Qian off guard and pushed her back. She muttered, "Where did he get that sword?" looking at her own wounded hands. Yi Qian could not believe her eyes. At this time, Chu Yun's aura was like a giant, completely different from before. Chu Yun raised his sword ready to end it, said Yi Qian was too weak, then swung a powerful strike. The blow sent Yi Qian flying off the arena. Everyone's jaws dropped, unable to believe Chu Yun won in one move just days after joining the outer sect. The referee announced Round 1 Chu Yun wins, Round 2 Ziping wins, Round 3 Ruo King wins, Round 4 opponents were drawn by lot. Q Zaping drew the lot with Chu Yun's name, smiled broadly and declared forfeit because he could not win. He even winked at Chu Yun, giving goosebumps. The third round ended with Q Zaping in 4th, Ruo King in 3rd for not beating Chu Yun. Qian placed second thanks to her impressive overall strength. Chu Yun topped the rankings. The final round used a substitution format. Intersect losers would be expelled, and the winner officially joined. Yu Long, Yu Hu's senior brother, entered the arena and waved, receiving enthusiastic cheers. The crowd roared, "Go Long, Long is the best." Cheers drowned out Yu Hu's voice. He worried he was no match for Chu Yun. Yu Long confidently replied, "Rest assured, little brother, I will avenge you." Yu Hu could only helplessly think his life was over. Yu Long chose Chu Yun, declared he would use all his skills to avenge his younger brother. He said he would avenge his younger brother. Chu Yun faked fear. "Oh, I'm so scared." Yu Long was furious. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Yu Long launched an attack but was easily dodged by Chu Yun. Chu Yun easily evaded Yu Long's move. Without needing a sword, Chu Yun punched hard, breaking through Yu Long's attack. Chu Yun's punch destroyed Yu Long. Yu Long could not believe Chu Yun was this strong. Chu Yun continued his assault, heavily injuring Yu Long and sending him flying far away. He thought to himself that his life was over. As Yu Long was about to fall, Chu Yun grabbed his leg. Yu Long thought he was saved, but was suddenly slammed hard into the ground. Chu Yun threw him back and forth repeatedly, smashing him over and over. The referee quickly stopped him. "Alright, you have already knocked him unconscious." Chu Yun asked innocently, "He is not conceded yet, should I keep hitting him?" Yu Long, battered and bruised, replied, "I concede." Everyone around pitied his fate. The competition ended. 4 disciples joined the inner sect and received special rewards. Jiandi and Elder Hong Shu appeared, drawing admiration from the crowd. Hong Shu approached Chu Yun. "Do you agree to become my disciple? King Peak has many female disciples, easy to find a spouse." The disciples clamored, "King Peak only accepts female disciples." Now breaking the rule for Chu Yun, his romantic luck has arrived. Chu Yun refused. "I am very sorry. I only want to be an inner sect disciple, not a personal disciple." Qu Ziping, Yi Qian, and Ruo King were all shocked. "What? He refused?" Hong Shu could not believe her ears. Shandy indignantly said, "You do not know what is good for you." Chu Yun firmly refused. "Sect leader, I truly do not wish to become a personal disciple." Hong Shu shook her head and left. "Very well, it is rare for someone to refuse me. Quite interesting." She said to just let him be an inner sect disciple if he did not want to. Chu Yun was furious. "Who said I agreed to that old bastard?" Watching Hong Shu's retreating figure, Chu Yun thought. He refused also because he had promised not to take any elder as master, and another reason. The notification board displayed Hong Shu, Yin Yang Realm, fate of a beauty with a short lifespan nearly exhausted. The outcome of 100 years of cultivation, sitting in meditation at King Peak, recently lost a jade piece. The incident occurred at the Mountain Library building. Chu Yun cried out in grievance, "Elder, you must take responsibility for your disciple." Chu Yun tightly hugged Deng Pengzu's thigh. "You are the head of the inner sect. You got the Calamity, Evasion, Divine Pill, and can pick a technique book. What are you crying about?" Chu Yun looked at him with unwillingness, as he had just offended Elder Hong Tu of King Peak. Within the Liu Chu Yun sect, which male disciple didn't want to enter, Deng Pengzu helplessly nodded. "Alright, stop crying. I guarantee I'll help you reach the primordial sea realm within a month. This is true." He stood up and affirmed, "Since I made you reject Hong Tu, then I will teach you." Deng Pengzu turned and left, telling Chu Yun to go to the 3rd floor to choose a secret manual, and whatever he could get would depend on his luck. Chu Yun's eyes lit up. The 3rd floor held secret manuals for core disciples. This was a big hit. Half an hour later, Chu Yun was still browsing through books. Deng Pengzu sighed. It had been half an hour and he still hadn't finished. Chu Yun looked at the fist techniques, hesitant and not interested in fist or palm techniques. Body movement techniques suited him better, but there were too many types, making it hard to choose. Hearing this, Deng Pengzu was satisfied. He wasn't greedy for sword techniques. He knew to be humble to make up for his shortcomings, a talent worth cultivating. "Let me choose for you." A book flew out from the shelf. This is Void Charge Phantom Art, Steps that Raise Wind, Illusory Movement of Shadows. It is a top-grade Earth-tier body movement technique. Ordinary people find it very difficult to control and master completely. Chu Yun happily accepted it. "Rest assured, Elder, the disciple will learn it slowly." Chu Yun approached, curiously asking Deng Pengzu if he was close to Elder Hong Tu. It could be considered close. It's a matter from many years ago. "What are you scheming about, kid?" Chu Yun smiled innocently, admitting he had just offended Elder Hong Tu, wanted to make amends, and ask Elder Deng if he had any way. Deng Pengzu recalled the figure of Hong Tu. She still had a knot in her heart. She looked cold on the outside, but treated disciples well. It was just a pity the disciples' luck was not good, and they met with misfortune. Hearing Deng Pengzu speak, Chu Yun sighed. They all died? No wonder Elder Hong Tu was sensitive about the matter of disciples. Over the years, she very rarely took on disciples, because with her fate, ordinary people found it difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Chu Yun was startled, remembering Xi Yan's status panel. She was the Liu Chu Yun Patriarch. I remember not long after, Xi Yan would join the tutelage of the Liu Chu Yun Patriarch. Chu Yun scratched his chin. An idea popped into his head. If he let them meet earlier, that would be a great gift for the Liu Chu Yun Patriarch. Surely she wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. The scene shifted to Baiyi Peak, the residence of the female disciples of the Liu Chu Yun sect. In the small courtyard, a group surrounded and bullied Xi Yan, forcing her to cover their duty. "You go tomorrow." Xi Yan looked naively at Senior Sister Zhan. I've covered duties many times. If the elders find out, we'll be punished. Senior Sister Zhan laughed slyly. The elders are busy handling the intersect competition. They won't care about us. Ignoring Xi Yan, they eagerly chatted about senior brother Chu Yun topping the competition, rejecting King Peak. He was so handsome and powerful. Senior Sister Zhan looked disdainfully at Xi Yan. You dare to call senior brother Yi's name? You want to climb up and latch on. He is in existence like Swordmaster Ping Tian. Don't be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Xi Yan retorted. Senior brother Chu Yun is not shallow. He didn't become a core disciple for a reason. They laughed loudly, looking down on her. I know a lot more than you. I advise you to know your place. You'll be a handyman your whole life. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Xi Yan overjoyed. May I ask, is Xi Yan here? The two shouted simultaneously. It's senior brother Chu Yun. Chu Yun stepped into the small courtyard with a dashing expression, causing everyone to cheer. Senior Sister Zhan immediately walked over, coquettishly asking if senior brother had come for her. Chu Yun froze, asking back, who are? Then, Chu Yun smiled brightly and took Xi Yan's hand. Sorry, I came to find Xi Yan for something. I'll take her first. Senior Sister Zhan stepped out to block him. Junior Sister Qin still has a duty today. May I ask where senior brother plans to take her? Chu Yun coldly warned. Do I need to tell you where I'm taking her? This left the three struck dumb, as if by a bolt from the blue. Chu Yun forcefully pulled Xi Yan away, making it hard for her to keep up. Hey, senior brother, Xi Yan shyly said. Senior brother, let go of me. Chu Yun realized something was wrong, so he let go and apologized. Junior Sister Qin, I'm really sorry. It's fine, thank you for the help. I wonder why you came to find me. Chu Yun looked at the notification panel, indescribably happy. Xi Yan, 7th layer of the body tempering realm. Recent turning point, the Divine Phoenix bloodline just awakened, restoring imperial momentum. Fortunately still returned, obtained the Jade Horn of the Liu Chu Yun Patriarch, accepted by her as a closed-door disciple. Indeed, after that day she broke through to the saint body, and her bloodline had also awakened. Chu Yun immediately put on a sad expression, making Xi Yan nod hesitantly. Junior Sister Qin knows about me rejecting Elder Hong too. If I don't find a replacement, I'll be in big trouble. Hearing this, Xi Yan was startled and quickly refused. It probably won't work. Chu Yun put his hand on her shoulder and pleaded, consider it helping me once, even if it's not successful I will have tried. In the sect, I don't know any other female disciples. After a moment of thought, Xi Yan nodded. If I don't agree, senior brother definitely won't find anyone else. Then Elder Hong too will get angry, and your life will be over. Okay, I'll go with you. Chu Yun took out a piece of jade, instructing her to present when she met Elder Hong too. She had lost it long ago and was still searching for it. Where did senior brother get this piece of jade? Chu Yun intended to lie, but recalling the scene of the bet with Bai Zhuking, he smiled wryly. Actually, I won it from that unlucky guy. At the mountain gate of King Peak, Chu Yun shouted loudly. Inner sect disciple Chu Yun requests an audience with Elder Hong too. The shout made Xi Yan quickly stop him. Senior brother, don't make so much noise. Chu Yun continued to yell, I've come to give you a great opportunity. I guarantee you'll like it. Unexpectedly, a beam of light shot straight towards Chu Yun, but he managed to dodge. Rude child, speaking arrogantly, you stand before the elder of King Sect, Guan Wan, who allowed you to shout before King Peak. Seeing things getting complicated, Chu Yun quickly raised his hands to explain, disciple has no intention of offending King Peak. I only wish to make it up to Elder Hong too. The explanation only made her angrier. She struck a palm towards Chu Yun. Make it up. You bring a female disciple of the body tempering realm. Do you think King Peak is short of menial helpers? Watching the beam of light approach, Chu Yun muttered in his heart, have you gone mad? Indeed, old women without Dao partners are truly vicious. Just then, a sword appeared, blocking Guanwan's attack. The figure quickly stepped forward to block the elder. Chu Yun was surprised to recognize that it was senior brother Duan Heng. Guanwan was still furious and shouted, asking Duan Heng what he intended to do. Duan Heng respectfully paid his respects, saying that junior brother Shi Yi had been rude before but had now sincerely apologized, hoping the elder would give him a chance. But before he could finish his words, Duan Heng was sent flying by a single strike. Guanwan clenched her teeth and scolded, who do you think you are to dare teach me? At that moment, Hongshu appeared and immediately stopped Guanwan, telling her to seize her hand. Hongshu frowned at Chu Yun and said, if you brought an incompetent person, I will make your soul scatter and spirit disperse. Chu Yun confidently pushed Xi Yan forward, asserting that she was the most suitable person to be her disciple. Xi Yan anxiously called out to her senior brother, but Chu Yun reassured her, telling her to have faith and to bring out the jade horn. Then Xi Yan took out the jade piece, saying it was something she found at King Peak, and now wished to return it. Hongshu was enlightened, repeating the words, so it was like this. Xi and Guanwan landed in front of Xi Yan and Chu Yun. Hongshu lifted Xi Yan's chin, stared at her intently, then ordered everyone to step back. She said she had matters to discuss privately with Xi Yan. Chu Yun and Guanwan, though unaware of the situation, still replied in acknowledgement. However, Guanwan was still uneasy and immediately blocked, insisting that this female disciple was ordinary. Hongshu gently told her she was too impatient, then looked at Shi Yan tenderly, praising her aptitude. She revealed that Shi Yan was not a handmaiden but the inheritor of the ancient divine emperor bloodline. Hongshu turned to Chu Yun and asked him if there was something he wished to request. Chu Yun respectfully clasped his hands, asking that in the future, if he faced danger, she would spare his life once. Hongshu smiled, glanced at Chu Yun, and praised him for being interesting as he had seen through the inherited bloodline. Having said that, she turned away, tossed Chu Yun a golden leaf capable of reviving the dead, and told them to join King Peak. The golden leaf fell into Chu Yun's hand. Chu Yun wept tears of gratitude, complimented her on her beauty and kindness, and wished her a long life. Just then, Duan Heng returned, saying it was fortunate that Chu Yun was there, or else it would have been hard to withstand Elder Shangwen's blow. Duan Heng smiled and placed his hand on Chu Yun's shoulder, praising him for his rapid progress. Duan Heng enthusiastically led Chu Yun away, suggesting they train together to master the intersect techniques. A few days later, under the night sky, Chu Yun lay on the grass, feeling dejected that senior brother Duan had not yet arrived. Fearing something had happened, Chu Yun thought about his cultivation level. Though training with Deng Pengzu, he was still stuck at the 9th layer of nascent soul. Deng Pengzu said that to break through he needed real combat, but he had no opportunity. Suddenly 2 disciples ran over, saying the 5 Yang Mountain gold mine was attacked, many were dead, and an elder was presiding over the situation. Chu Yun jumped up worriedly, wondering if senior brother Duan had gone to 5 Yang Mountain. Duan Heng appeared with a face full of injuries, saying he had treated his wounds at the mountain gate. Duan Heng smiled and handed Chu Yun the primordial Yang Jade, saying it was very suitable for his breakthrough. Chu Yun hugged his senior brother, his eyes red with emotion. As the two were talking, a dark shadow flitted by, and Duan Heng told Chu Yun to keep the primordial Yang Jade a secret. Chu Yun took note, then told Duan Heng to go rest due to his injuries, while he himself went to investigate. The sky had brightened, yet Chu Yun was still chasing the dark shadow. He gritted his teeth in frustration, having lost the trail again, wondering who was watching him. Suddenly, there was a noise from the bushes ahead. Chu Yun focused, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally found it. A gleam flashed in Chu Yun's eyes, and he charged towards the bushes, shouting that he had caught the person. A counter-punch caught Chu Yun off guard. Without time to dodge, it turned out to be Ping Tian, at the 9th layer of Tong Yu realm. Ping Tian asked Chu Yun if he intended to ambush him. Chu Yun sat up, holding his bleeding nose, harboring resentment in his heart, but said it was a misunderstanding. Ping Tian was surprised to see Chu Yun had broken through from the 1st layer of nascent soul to the 9th layer, then ordered him to get out of the back mountain. At that moment, Xiandi appeared behind Ping Tian. Chu Yun immediately bowed respectfully to pay homage to the sect leader. Xiandi asked about the matter, and Chu Yun racked his brains for a reply, saying his master told the disciple to go down the mountain for training. Xiandi glanced at Ping Tian, instructing him to take Chu Yun to complete the Chen family fortress mission. Chu Yun pretended to be pitiful, saying he was weak and feared he would hold back his senior brother. Xiandi chuckled lightly, praising Chu Yun's rapid breakthrough in strength, telling him to follow and learn from Ping Tian. Having said that, Xiandi turned and left. Chu Yun approached Ping Tian with a smug expression, urging him to go together. The Chen family fortress had long been under the protection of the Liu Chu Yun sect. Generations enjoyed peace and prosperity, and every 10 years, an event was held. The grand ancestral ceremony, and the Liu Chu Yun sect always sent people down to provide protection. Chu Yun followed closely behind Ping Tian, hopping around incessantly, which annoyed him. "Senior brother, this place is so lively. Is there a temple fair going on? What's the mission this time? Is it dangerous, senior brother?" Ping Tian frowned and warned, "Shut your mouth. This mission is to ensure the smooth progress of the Chen family's grand ancestral ceremony. Don't ask any more. Watch your tongue." Chen family steward ran over with a flattering expression. "Amitabha, senior brother, why have you come personally?" Ping Tian sighed. "Recently the Liu Chu Yun sect has had many upheavals, so we have no choice but to rely on you here. Leave it to me." Then Chen Jibao asked about Chu Yun. "Senior brother, this person is..." Ping Tian glanced at Chu Yun in annoyance. "Just a stubborn outer sect disciple who wants to go down the mountain. I have business with the Chen family head. Don't follow me." Chu Yun pouted and replied, but cursed inwardly. "Yes, senior brother. What an honor. Sooner or later I'll bring you down." Chu Yun was polite to Chen Jibao, but he showed contempt. "Steward Chen, please take me for a tour. The household is busy, I have no time for idlers." He turned and walked away. Just an outer sect disciple, ignore him. This guy bullies the weak and fears the strong. Seeing Ping Tian dislikes me, he wants to flatter him. Chu Yun didn't care either, turning to leave. "Alright, I won't trouble Steward Chen, I'll take a walk on my own." Suddenly, a stone flew from somewhere toward Chu Yun. He quickly noticed and exclaimed, "Who threw that stone?" Chu Yun pretended to bend down, letting the stone fly past him. "Oh no, my shoes are dirty again." The stone embedded itself right into Chen Jibao's head, making Chu Yun smug. "Whose brat is this? Daring to act so disgracefully?" The servants ran over worriedly. "Steward Chen, are you alright? Quickly, help him up. Who has no eyes to harm me?" Seeing Chu Yun about to leave, Chen Jibao immediately blamed him. "That brat must be taking revenge on me. A nobody dares act so high and mighty. Men, beat him." Servants immediately obeyed, blocking Chu Yath. "Stop right there, brat." Chu Yun glanced at him, Steward Chen, what do you mean? Chen Jibao trembled with rage. Don't pretend, today I'll teach you some rules on behalf of the Liu Chuyan sect. He ordered the servants. Get him. Yes. A fierce fight ensued, but Chen Jibao thought Chu Yun would be beaten black and blue. A nobody from the sect dares to ride over me. A moment later, Chu Yun was still unharmed. He stepped on Chen Jibao's face. You people struck first. Then he frowned, attacking someone without distinguishing right from wrong. Is this the Chen family's way? Just then, a figure appeared, intending to stop Chu Yun. Release Uncle Chen immediately. I am Chen Jingru, the Chen family's young lady. If you don't, I'll call my father to kill you. Chu Yun turned around with a sly grin. Don't scare me. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who threw the stone, aren't you? Chen Jingru said arrogantly. So what if it's me? This young lady throws stones at whoever she wants. Release Uncle Chen now or else. She lashed her whip fiercely toward Chu Yun. I won't be polite. Chu Yun remained calm. He gently caught the whip. And you dare say you won't be polite with me? He pulled the rope lightly toward himself. Chen Jingru lost her balance and pitched forward. Damn it. Her face reddened as dark thoughts crossed her mind. I'm about to be... Stop, I'm still a... But it wasn't what she thought. Chu Yun quickly dodged, leaving her face smacking into the wall. She burst into tears. You're a bad person. I'll tell my father to kill you. At this moment, Chen Nanfeng, the Chen family head, appeared with Ping Tian and Duan Heng. What's going on? Boo-hoo, father. Greetings. Brother Yi and Brother Duan have also come. Feng invited everyone into the main hall. He nodded. I understand. He scolded Chen Jingru, but she still refused to admit fault. It's because father spoils me too much that I acted out. Father, he hit people, he even... Nanfeng covered his face and sighed. Silence. Wasn't it you who started the trouble? Then he pinned all the blame on Chen Jibao. You bastards. Brother Yi is a true disciple of King Yipik and you dared to provoke him recklessly? Men, drag him out and behead him. Please spare my life. Chu Yun stepped forward to stop him magnanimously. Head Chen, a light punishment is enough. I've already retaliated. If anyone disagrees, try my fists. Chen Nanfeng stepped forward to apologize. Apologies for the negligence. I hope Brother Yi will forgive me. I am willing to offer 300 spirit stones as compensation. Please do not refuse. He turned and warned Chen Jibao. Brother Yi is magnanimous and does not blame you. Go to the woodshed and work. Take the young lady back to her room. She is not to leave for 5 days. As she left, Chen Jingru didn't forget to glare a warning at Chu Yun. A servant rushed in hurriedly. Something's wrong, master. Chen Nanfeng immediately asked. What's the panic about? Regarding the hidden sentry at the sacrificial altar, they reported a group of people sneaking around, fearing it might affect the grand ancestral ceremony. Should we send people to investigate? Chen Nanfeng was stunned. What? Chu Yun looked at Ping Tian in front of him, a faint smile on his face. The grudge has already taken root. Scene change. In a forest, Ping Tian and Chu Yun explored together. Chu Yun clung to him, moaning, It's too dark here. Scared, then go back, don't hinder me. Chu Yun was sweating with fear. No birdsong around, it's really eerie. Who are those sneaky people? Suddenly, a branch fell, startling both of them. Chu Yun screamed, but Ping Tian had already leaped forward. Something's wrong. The two quickly chased the black-clad figure. Little thief, where are you running? Chu Yun was amazed. So fast I have to use the soaring void ghost art to keep up. He warned Ping Tian worriedly. Senior brother, it seems he's deliberately leading us into a trap. I want to see what they can do. Ping Tian then controlled his flying sword toward the black-clad figure. Go! The sword grazed him, making him cry out in pain as he fell. Ping Tian stepped forward, pointing his sword at the man's throat. Speak, who are you? If not, die. The man in black smiled triumphantly. You cannot kill me. He rushed toward Ping Tian, catching him off guard. This is your finishing move, Ping Tian. Prepare to die. He struck down to save Ping Tian, but that was merely an illusion. You thought it would be that easy. Suddenly, a group of black-clad figures appeared and vanished. Trying to escape with an illusion technique, are you? Chu Yun finally caught up. Senior brother Xiao, why did you suddenly speed up without warning? Quickly return to Chen family fort and report to Duan Heng to beware of a red ghost sect raid. Ping Tian swung his sword. Trying to run, he immediately gave chase. The black-clad men emerged from behind a tree, having left a tail without realizing it. Ping Tian had fallen for the Chain Fool Immortal Array. He would likely chase the illusion until death. Chu Yun calmly replied, Red Ghost Sect, you cannot kill him. The ancient tome on your person will eventually be taken by him. Chu Yun surprised the opponent by speaking of their weakness. What did you say? How does this brat know I carry the ancient tome? Chu Yun smiled triumphantly. So it really is on you. With that, he used the Phantom Ghost technique to lunge at the opponent. It is mine now. Fast. Chu Yun slashed fiercely, severing the opponent's arm and sending blood spilling out. That man screamed in pain and knelt to beg for mercy. Please spare my life. I will offer the ancient tome. Spare me. How is a core gathering cultivator stronger than me, an origin C cultivator? Chu Yun looked at him coldly. I will spare you, but you must tell me how to break the formation. The opponent trembled. I truly do not know. I was just the one who led Ping Tian into the formation and held him here, waiting for my companions to destroy Chen family fort. Before he could finish, Chu Yun struck and killed him. Sorry, I cannot spare your life. Chu Yun covered his mouth, his discomfort showing clearly. Killing someone for the first time is hard to bear, but letting him report would be even more troublesome. Looking at the nameless, sealed cultivation manual, Chu Yun was surprised. With my current cultivation, I still cannot open this ancient tome. Forget it. Senior brother Xiao is trapped. Who knows when he will escape? His status screen shows nothing unusual, so he should be fine. I must hurry back to Chen family fort to see the situation. Outside Chen family fort, blood flowed everywhere. Stay alert. Kill anyone who is not from the Red Ghost sect. Understood. Chu Yun secretly observed from behind. I did not expect the Red Ghost sect to have already taken the outer ring of Chen family fort. I wonder how Senior Berwan is doing. A direct charge is impossible. I have to sneak in. A figure approached and greeted him. You two brothers have worked hard. The two men immediately blocked him. Halt, who are you? Show us your fire token. Chu Yun, disguised as a Red Ghost sect member, naturally did not have a fire token. What is a fire token? Two men immediately grew wary. Could it be you are not one of us? Damn it, I really do not have it. I have no choice but to force my way in. All the Red Ghost sect members shouted and rushed forward. An enemy is attacking. Look at the sky. It seems to be someone from Liu Chu Yun sect. The person they are referring to is Su Wanru, a direct disciple of Elder Chixia Peak. All disciples heed my orders. Combine our strength to break the defense. Understood. Chu Yun panicked as he ran outside the city, thinking, why are so many direct and inner disciples here? Ping Tian was targeted. Chen family fort was attacked. Why did the sect not send an elder? The Red Ghost sect is determined to take down Chen family fort. I alone cannot handle this. I pray Senior Brother Duan is safe. I must find him quickly and plan our strategy together. Chu Yun was surprised to see two Red Ghost sect men dragging a man by the collar. That man trembled and shouted loudly, the people of Liu Chu Yun sect will not forgive you. Huh? The one wearing a white ghost mask swung his sword and slashed down. Having finished the opponent, he took a cloth to wipe the bloodstains off his sword. The one wearing a gold ghost mask spoke. These Chen family fort cultivators are truly stubborn. We just need to break through the final line of defense. The final area of the city lord's residence will yield the item. How is the search at Wuyang Mountain going? Chu Yun hid behind a wall and overheard the entire conversation. When the elders of Liu Chu Yun sect were guarding Wuyang Mountain, I searched many times but found nothing. It is likely as I suspected. The one in the gold ghost mask lightly waved his hand and turned away. Regardless of the circumstances, we must obtain those two items. Understood. He continued to instruct. While the old men of Liu Chu Yun have not yet arrived, you should leave quickly before being discovered. Understood. Suddenly, the one wearing the white ghost mask discovered someone hiding behind a wall eavesdropping. He walked toward that spot, causing Chu Yun to panic. Prepare to run. This is bad. But before he could run, the man grabbed him and asked, Hey, what are you doing? He scratched his head and answered hesitantly, I heard the people from Liu Chu Yun sect are breaking through the formation and entering, so I came to report. He forgot that wearing a mask meant he had no need to worry. The man nodded in trust and then handed him a piece of paper. This is a map of the residence. Tell them to act according to the marked points. Hurry. He opened the map and quickly assessed it. The attack points are too scattered. It looks more like they are searching for something than launching a raid. An urging shout rang out. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Yes, he hurried away. Outside the city lord's residence, a chaotic scene unfolded. Smoke and fire rose to the sky, with corpses lying everywhere. A furious voice rang out. Evil heretics, you will not breach this place today. The Red Ghost sect members kept slashing, causing the Chen family people to scream in pain. One man in a black mask licked the blood off his blade challengingly. Do you think you few are enough to stop us? He charged forward, intending to attack. You overestimate yourself. In an instant, his body was cleaved in two. Chen Jingru and the other two watched in utter astonishment. Several Red Ghost sect members turned back to look at Chu Yun, who stood behind them holding the cold flame sword, confused. What is going on? Are you attacking your own comrades? Chu Yun slowly removed his mask, tossed it aside, and stared straight ahead. Is it clear now who is your comrade? Chen Jingru looked at him in surprise. Chu Yun, are you from Liu Chu Yun sect? But you seem to be only at the core gathering stage, not even matching our cultivation. Chu Yun smiled to himself, thinking, let me show you the true power of a core gathering cultivator. He lunged forward and used the Phantom Ghost technique to freeze the two Red Ghost sect men. Chen Jingru and her companion backed away in shock. Do you still want to judge me? Chu Yun asked, his tone full of challenge. Chen Jingru stepped forward, her arms crossed over her chest and her face turned away, saying she had not expected Chu Yun to be so strong, and thanked him while apologizing for the past. Chu Yun did not mind the past and asked directly if she knew where the sect's senior brothers were and whether they were safe. She shook her head, sadly recounting that when the Crimson Devil sect attacked, the senior brother had led led people out to confront the enemy, and then disappeared. Chu Yun asked in shock, was there anything else? The two entered the mansion and saw a group of people surrounding Chen Nanfeng. The Chen family head said their clan had suffered heavy losses, called for everyone to remain calm, and promised to fight the Crimson Devil sect with full force. Tranjingru grew angry, cursing the old men who took benefits in peacetime but wanted to flee in times of crisis. Just then, Chu Yun raised a map, saying he could resolve this urgent situation. That evening, in the main courtyard of the Chen family ancestral hall, rain poured down as a Crimson Devil sect member was cleaved in two at the waist. Chu Yun wiped the rainwater from his face, sighed, and said they had dealt with quite a few Crimson Devil sect members here. He thought to himself that as the Chen family side fought, Crimson Devil sect members from other places were likely drawn here as well. Recalling his plan with Chen Nanfeng, he said the Crimson Devil sect had long planned this, targeting an important item of the Chen family but not knowing its location. The crowd stirred, demanding the Chen family head hand over the item they sought so everyone could live. Chen Nanfeng turned to Chu Yun and asked if he had come up with a way to resolve the situation. Back to the present, the horde of Crimson Devil sect members surged forward with overwhelming momentum, their sect master promising a realm-breaking pill to the first to breach the ancestral hall. Chu Yun wielded the cold flame sword, attacking while calculating. The Crimson Devil sect had suffered heavy losses, so he had to quickly find the treasure and retreat. He swung his sword using moon scale slash, cutting across their bodies and sending them to meet their ancestors. Standing amidst a sea of slaughter, Chu Yun thought that he only needed to hold out until the elders broke the siege to escape. He continued fighting. Their strength was weak, but they were as numerous as locusts, and his body showed signs of wanting to break through. On the rooftop, two Crimson Devil sect members watched silently. The one wearing a fanged mask appraised Chu Yun as quite interesting. The horned demon mask figure analyzed that this group would rather die defending, and Elder Liu of Chu Yun's sect was about to arrive, so they needed to hurry. Then he gave the order to attack. One with the fanged mask jumped down, swung his fist and charged straight at Chu Yun, challenging him. Chu Yun dodged sideways but was still hit in the shoulder, spitting blood. He thought that man was too fast. That man licked the blood off his spikes, disdainfully calling Chu Yun just a mere boy at the core gathering realm. Chu Yun, clutching his bleeding shoulder, retorted, so you finally came down, huh? That man widened his eyes in shock as Chu Yun raised the cold flame sword high, preparing to use his ultimate move. He retreated in fear, wondering why the brat's aura suddenly became so strong. Chu Yun charged forward and slashed once, but he leaped up to dodge. He laughed triumphantly, mocking the great Xia sword technique for its high damage but slow speed. He swung his fist, preparing to counter, saying your move had too big a flaw. He unleashed a tiger fist, and Chu Yun blocked it with the cold flame sword. This move was very powerful, sending him flying far away. Blood flowed from his mouth, but he smirked slightly, saying it was just as he had predicted. He used a new move, the pure origin sword technique, shocking that man. He realized that Chu Yun had used the great Xia sword technique only to trick him into getting close. Chu Yun dashed swiftly toward him. Panicking and about to flee, a terrifying surge of power erupted, and an earth-shaking boom reverberated throughout the Chen mansion. Chu Yun leaped out, and everyone cheered that they had won. But Chu Yun warned them not to rejoice too soon. He was not dead yet. The horned demon mask figure jumped down, while the other clutched his wound, admitting he had underestimated them. The horned demon mask figure gripped his sword and charged at Chu Yun, saying he would kill him. With each sword strike, he cleaved several Chen family members in two. Chu Yun was shocked by the speed. He only dodged by using the Void Ghost technique, but the move consumed too much energy. Thinking this, he used his lightness skill to flee. The two men chased after him, making him hesitate whether to use a life-saving ultimate move. Just then, he heard Tran Jingru calling loudly from below. Before he could jump down, he saw the fanged man launching a palm attack. Chu Yun immediately dove down and embraced Tran Jingru tightly. The girl blushed in embarrassment, telling him to get off quickly. Both were startled to see a barrier protecting them, not understanding what was happening. Tran Jingru explained that this was a barrier left by the Chen family ancestor in the ancestral mansion. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he patted her shoulder to comfort her and asked where her father was. A moment later, inside the ancestral mansion, Chen Nanfeng was overjoyed to see the two enter. He entrusted matters to Tran Jingru, sending her outside to keep watch so he could speak privately with Chu Yun. Chu Yun asked the Chen family head to state whatever matter he had. Chen Nanfeng knelt down, begging him to save his daughter. Startled, he quickly helped the man up, asking what he was doing. He said the Chen family could never return to its former glory. Chu Yun consoled him, reminding him that Elder Liu of Chu Yun's sect was about to arrive, so it was too early to give up. He said the ancestral mansion could only last for a quarter of an hour, then clasped his hands and begged him to protect Xiaoru and take her to King Peak. In his current condition, it is difficult for him to protect Chen Xiaoshu. Tran Namfong took out a family heirloom treasure called the Jade Lily. It was through this that the Tran family prospered, and for its sake, Dai Feng insisted he accept it. Disciple Dai has a pure heart. I am at ease entrusting this item to you. Later, I will use a secret method method to send you and Sharu away from the Tran family. I hope you will not refuse, for this is what the Crimson Devil sect has always sought. Chu Yun agreed and tucked the jade lily into his chest. Rest assured, Patriarch Tran, as long as Chu Yun lives, I will not let Chen Xiaoshu suffer any grievance. Just then the door flew open and Tran Jingyu shouted a report. Father, they forced their way in here. If you had not sent us to take refuge, we would have died long ago. Among the group that entered, 3 were of great importance. The head of the Wang family, Wang Yi, roared angrily, on the verge of death and still meddling in so many matters. Patriarch Tran, hand over what the Crimson Devil sect wants, unless you wish for everyone to be buried with the Tran family. Tran Namfong pondered for a moment before saying, Gentlemen, allow me some time to prepare. Disciple Dai, please take my daughter into the room and wait for a while. Chu Yun led Tran Jingyu into the room. She asked worriedly, Chu Yun, they won't force father to hand over that thing, will they? He glanced through the door frame and hesitated. Perhaps, but Patriarch Tran will not hand it over. Tran Namfong was outside conversing with the other family heads, and Chu Yun paid attention to his life-bound artifact. Duan Heng, with his ambition to seize the secret of the Tran family, used cruel methods to torture the Tran family patriarch to death. The scene horrified everyone, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Senior Duan, how dare you do this to the Tran family patriarch? What is happening here? In a fit of rage, Tran Namfong crushed the jade in his hand. His voice was fierce. Let the Crimson Devil sect come if they wish. His loud laughter filled the air, causing the other family heads to tremble in fear. The 2 Crimson Devil sect members outside noticed that the barrier was beginning to crack. They exclaimed in shock, the defensive barrier has been broken from within. We must enter immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Yun and Tran Jingyu were lifted into the air by a mysterious energy. Tran Jingyu cried out in panic, Father, what are you doing? Put me down now. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out as the door slowly opened. A man wearing a horned demon mask appeared, his hand gripping Tran Namfong's throat. He roared, Stop the formation. Once activated, cannot be stopped. Tran Jingyu wept and begged Chu Yun, Senior Disciple Dai, I beg you, save my father. Please save my father. Chu Yun held her close and comforted her. Chen Xiaoshu, if we go out now, everything the Tran family patriarch has done will be in vain. The horned demon masked man grinned sinisterly and spoke, If you do not leave, I will kill him in the most painful way possible. Chen Xiaoshu, why not beg your senior disciple? Or do you wish to watch your father die a miserable death? Tran Namfong opened his eyes and smiled, saying, Newer, go, you must live on with strength. Tran Jingyu fell to her knees, weeping, Father Chu Yun, quickly save my father. If you won't go, I will go myself. Suddenly, Chu Yun knocked her unconscious. As he carried her in his arms, she still murmured, Chu Yun, save father. Chu Yun bowed his head, tears streaming down, I am sorry. He carried her and rushed towards Liu Chu Yun's sect. On the road, Chu Yun thought this direction was towards Liu Chu Yun's sect, but the teleportation speed was too slow, the power was fading, and the Tran family patriarch had likely met with misfortune. Suddenly he sensed a trace of aura chasing after him, worried, not good, someone was coming, it seemed the escape route was cut off. Thinking this, he immediately rushed into the forest, flying through the canopy. The complex terrain was more suitable for running. Suddenly, he was struck by a surge of power and tumbled to the ground. A man stepped forward and said, Stop struggling in vain, you cannot escape. Hand over the item obediently and I will spare your lives. Chu Yun sat up, smiling bitterly. If I hand it over, you will definitely kill us immediately. He looked straight at the man, am I right, Duan Heng? The man in the ghost mask took off his mask, revealing Duan Heng's face. It seems you are not too foolish. For the sake of our past brotherhood, hand over the treasure of the Chen family and I guarantee I will not make things difficult. You people. He sneered, oh right, there is also the item from the mineral cave of Mount Wuyang. Chu Yun slowly stood up, questioning, so you have been trying to get close to me all along for this. How did you confirm it was on me? Duan Heng recalled, replying, you and Wang Shuang formed a team and entered the mountain cave. When I killed that Wang Shuang, he said only you went deep into the cave. Furthermore, Brother Yi's recent progress was incredibly fast, which made it hard not to be suspicious. The fortune panel appeared, startling Chu Yun. Fight with Duan Heng at Luo Valley, heavily injured. Use the Calamity Transcendence Divine Pill to break through, successfully entering the Yuan High Realm Swordsman. I will die at Luo Valley, so that means here. Damn it, isn't it still half a month away? He pulled out a Calamity Transcendence Divine Pill, thinking silently, seeing the situation recently, there might still be a chance to turn things around. As long as he swallowed this pill, even if heavily injured, he could reverse the tide. Thinking this, he quickly put the pill into his mouth and swallowed, determined in his heart, this was the only way to gamble. Duan Heng saw this, holding his face and laughing loudly. A Calamity Transcendence Divine Pill. To absorb it, one must at least reach the Yuan High Realm. A tiny thing like you at the Nepan Yuan Realm will probably explode from this stream of energy, truly seeking approaching death. Immediately, his body began to convulse, the pain so intense his eyes bulged. This stream of energy, he watched him collapse to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. That man smugly swung the sword in his hand. It seems I do not need to lift a finger. Hand over the treasures in your hands, and I will send you off, ending this suffering. Saying this, he raised his sword to strike down, or else I will make you suffer even more. His face was wary as he comforted himself. Come on, just being heavily injured is enough. But just as he unleashed his move, something blocked it. The cold flame sword floated, causing him. He jumped back in shock. What is this? Huh? Cold flame sword, cold. He seemed to go mad, continuing to rush and attack him. Only high-grade magic tools could protect their master. How could an Apanyuan realm like you possess such an item? Seeing the cold flame sword continuously flying back and forth to protect him, he was amazed, eyes wide and mouth agape. What? This magic tool can automatically protect its master. It kept circling around and then pressed against his cheek, leaving him utterly helpless. But now is not the time for you to show loyalty. He needs to hit me and injure me. Wanheng suddenly laughed loudly. Good brother Yi is truly my benefactor. After you die, I will take good care of these treasures for you. Chu Yun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, retorting, benefactor? I say, kid, do not be like that. Did your attack just now even touch me? Then he picked up the cold flame sword, his momentum fierce as he prepared to charge forward and attack. How about trying a direct head-on assault with me? Although the cold flame sword's defense is very high, in my hands, its attack power can at most reach the Yuanhai realm. I am afraid it is not enough to deal with Duan Heng. That man heard this, sneered, and charged forward. Arrogant even at death's door, it seems I must send you off. So he also gripped the cold flame sword and charged. Come on. At that exact moment, he suddenly threw the cold flame sword aside. I drop it, slipped he. He spread his arms wide, waiting for that man's attack. As long as I avoid the vital points, taking one of your strikes is nothing. Injure me severely. He leaped high, the distance now very close, and shouted, Die, senior brother. But just as the sword was about to strike, the hand flame sword rushed in to block the blow. He was horrified. Why did you come back? The sword entangled him, making him spit blood. The energy within him clashed violently. If not for his body being tempered by the primordial chaos sword embryo, he would have certainly exploded. Duan Heng jumped back, sneering, Stubborn? I'll just wait for you to die here. Suddenly, a stone hit his forehead, stunning and infuriating him. Turned out to be Chu Yun deliberately provoking him, grandson, giving up so soon? His rage peaked, and he used his ultimate technique, the blood demon sealing array. His eyes blazing red like a demon's, he roared out Chu Yun's name. Sever the connection between the host and the artifact immediately. He rushed over, tightly gripping Chu Yun's neck, causing him to tremble in pain. Junior brother Yi, stop struggling. Your existence is a mistake. Let senior brother send you on your way. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and endured, thinking the antidote is almost up. If I don't escape, I'll die. There's only one way. He mustered all his strength and fiercely kicked Duan Heng in the groin. He was in pain, his face flushed, veins bulging, and he gritted his teeth. You want to die? He punched Chu Yun hard in the chest, making him vomit blood. Next, he grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Finally, he let go, dropping him to the ground with a contemptuous smile. Without strength, you still brag, truly foolish. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. He searched Chu Yun's body, regretting, wasting one calamity evasion golden pill. Without that, I would have reached the thorough comfort realm. Finding nothing, he glanced at Chen Jingru. Could the item be on her? Duan Heng approached, saw her trembling, and cruelly laughed. I know you're awake. Scared. Your brother Chu Yun has already gone down below. You'll follow him too. He took his sword and stabbed her in the back, making her go still. Turning her over to check, he was startled. Why is there nothing here? Inside the Chen family fort, smoke and fire were thick, and bodies lay strewn about. A shout was heard. Run! Kill! Leave the medicine! The Crimson Ghost sect suffered countless casualties in the battle. The masked man with fangs was stabbed through the chest and painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. Liu Shuangping wiped the blood off his sword and sighed, asking, Have there been any traces of Ping Tian and Chu Yun? No. Dark clouds gathered, and he shouted loudly, Go find them quickly, or everyone will be blamed by the sect master. Yes, sir. Back at Fallen Leaf Valley, it began to rain. Why isn't it here? He seemed to go mad, tearing Chu Yun's clothes. Chen Nanfeng must have given the jade lily to him. How can it not be there? Where is it hidden? He cursed in frustration. Dead, and still causing trouble for me. He tremblingly gripped the boy's body tightly, tearing his skin, blood flowing endlessly. You don't know how much effort I spent to get those old geezers from Liu Chu Yun's sect at the Five Suns. He shook him, unaware that the hand flame sword was recovering. Everything was under my control. Just a little bit more. He punched him in the face again, blood splattering. It's you, twice now. Because of you, I've lost the treasure. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within Chu Yun began to flow again, radiating a brilliant light. Duan Heng's expression changed. The spiritual energy in his body has started to flow again. Seeing him emit power and his wounds slowly heal, he jumped back, astonished. You're not dead? He laughed loudly. It seems heaven is helping me. As long as you're still breathing, it's fine. Hand over the map, and I'll spare your life. Chu Yun had advanced to the Yuanhai Realm Sword Cultivator stage. Holding the hand flame sword, his entire body radiated spiritual energy. Looking at Chen Jingru, covered in blood lying to the side, he wondered if he could turn the situation around. He swung his sword, opening his Yuanhai realm. A sword-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Let's see how powerful it is. He executed the Great Xia sword technique. Yuan Heng flew high into the air, using the blood demon sealing art, and scornfully said, "The Yuanhai realm is still one realm below my soaring sky realm." Chu Yun leaped up and charged forward, slashing a cut across Duan Heng's body. 2 slash wounds had already appeared on his leg. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? So fast. Without stopping, Chu Yun used the pure origin sword technique. It's not over yet. Duan Heng was terrified. No, this move again. He tried to dodge but was already too late. Impossible. His body was completely controlled, unable to move. Chu Yun raised his hand to the sky and immediately executed the 7 Mysteries sword technique. Hundreds of energy pillars exploded, striking Duan Heng directly before he could react. How did he suddenly become so strong? Enduring a continuous stream of attacks, his demonic energy dissipated. He screamed in agony and then fell. His body was covered in wounds, his cultivation crippled. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. I was clearly a whole major realm above him. What kind of realm is a Yuanhai realm sword cultivator? Chu Yun pressed the hand flame sword against his neck and declared coldly, "You've lost, senior brother Duan. I win." He went limp, tears welling up as he begged, "Don't kill me, junior brother Yi. I know a secret. You'll surely spare me for it." 500 years ago, at the 10,000-mile Yellow Sands, the town Desolation Palace suddenly appeared. It contained rare treasures that terrified the world. Countless powerhouses tried their luck but all lost their lives. In his eyes, he saw the boy stand up with difficulty. Jade Lily and the secret sealed at the 5 Suns Mountain, along with other unknown treasures, are all keys to opening the town Desolation Palace. He spoke while glancing over at Chu Yun. "That's all I know. Spare me, and I'll get more information from the Crimson Ghost Sect and report it to you." Chu Yun gave a faint mocking smile. "When the battle that shakes the main hall takes place, junior brother will surely succeed. Achieve great deeds, rule the myriad realms. Oh, then thanks senior brother. That man grows weaker by the day. My sneer is also meant to repay you for not killing me. In the future there will be..." But before he'd finished the sentence, his legs froze solid, unable to move. An opportunity arises, he panickedly turns back. "Junior brother Yi, what are you doing? You promised to spare me. How can you break your word?" Chu Yun swung the cold flame sword, its edge chill enveloped everything, aimed straight at him. "Senior brother surely didn't think I was still a soft persimmon for you to crush." His face turned cold. "A brutal, hypocritical person like you, if not eliminated." He paused, then swung his sword to decapitate him. "In the future, you will certainly be a hidden calamity." Watching the head roll, its eyes still wide open, Chu Yun felt not a shred of pity. Drawing such a big pie with no useful information, only a ghost would believe it. He sighed, having defeated Duan Heng. My fate should change too, right? When he looked in the near future, he was deeply shocked. Upon returning to Liu Chuyun's sect, he had his inner disciple status stolen. Huh? A fate this dark? Escaping Luohai Valley, then being pushed off a cliff upon returning to the sect, flesh and bone shattered. Lin Ben was confused. What the hell is being robbed of inner disciple status? Afterwards, he checked on Chen Jingru's condition. Duan Heng's dagger was coated with a paralyzing tea. The wound was still oozing blood. He placed his hand on her neck and breathed a sigh of relief. She was still breathing, so he used a golden recovery leaf to heal her. One day later, at Chu Yun Pavilion, a furious shout rang out. "This is the good deed you've done?" Jandy was enraged, sending Liu Shuangping flying with a blast and roared. "Chen family village has 348 households. 100 cultivators were slaughtered. 100 disciples were casualties. How do you expect me to explain this to the old ancestor Liu Chu Yun?" Liu Shuangping trembled on the ground, suppressing his pain to explain. "Patriarch, calm your anger. I have investigated thoroughly. This time, Duan Heng colluded with the Ghost Accumulation Sect. But when we found him, he was already dead." Hearing this, Xiandi grew even more furious. "Dead? How can the old ancestor Liu Chuyin accept this?" Liu Shuangping stood up, stepped closer, and cupped his hands in salute. "Patriarch, do not worry. Duan Heng was once close to Chu Yun. Some even saw them exchanging tokens of trust. If this betrayal case involves Chu Yun, I'm afraid the old ancestor will find it hard to punish him." Xiandi tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. "What a pity about that boy's talent. Have you found Chu Yun yet?" Just then, a subordinate rushed in hastily to report. "Reporting to the Patriarch, Chu Yun has brought Chen Jingru into the sect." At the punishment law hall of Liu Chuyun's sect, a fierce shout rang out, still not confessing. "Men, hold him down." A hand slammed Chu Yun's face into the ground. Ping Tian sat there with a cold expression. Beside him was Elder Hong Hai. He raised the fire jade and accused Chu Yun. "You were close with Duan Heng. The Ghost Accumulation Sect's token was found on you. What do you have to say for yourself?" Chu Yun thought for a moment, then retorted. "So this is the Ghost Accumulation Sect's jade? Senior brother Duan is dead, but still wants to drag me down with him. If I say I was framed, do you believe me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ping Tian viciously smacked him on the head. Leaning close to his face, he said, "Don't waste my time. Seeing you irritates me. Master ordered me to find the truth by any means necessary." After speaking, he summoned a set of soul-trembling nails and threatened, "If you don't confess, I'll make you taste them." Hong Hai pretended to advise him kindly. "Kid, I advise you to admit your guilt." His smile grew more sinister by the second. "These soul-trembling nails won't just destroy your cultivation, they'll also severely damage your soul. Worst of all, you'll suffer excruciating pain day and night." Chu Yun, being restrained, stared straight at Ping Tian and questioned, "To frame me, you sure went to a lot of trouble. I never expected you to use such cruel torture." As soon as he finished, a soul-trembling nail shot toward him. He gritted his teeth and endured stubbornly. But just as the nail touched his head, it was unexpectedly bent. Ping Tian and Hong Hai were astonished. Even Chu Yun didn't understand what happened. How could this be? Ping Tian grew furious and shot another volley of soul-trembling nails. But every single one was bent and fell to the ground. Hong Hai broke out in a cold sweat. How can this kid bend the soul-trembling nails? Is he made of iron? Ping Tian flew into a rage, grabbed Chu Yun by the collar, and prepared a lethal strike. "Kid, who exactly are you? I've had a feeling of loss since the first time I saw you. Today is your death day." Hong Hai quickly ran over to hold his hand. "Ping Tian, don't be impulsive. Don't ruin the patriarch's plan." Just then a voice rang out, startling them both. "Let me see who dares." "Who?" "Empress Senior." "What a nuisance." Xi Yan walked in, majestic and imposing. "Let me see who dares to touch him. Relying on a single baseless jade to kill someone. You are far too domineering." Hong Hai trembled slightly and quickly whispered to remind Ping Tian, "Don't forget the patriarch's orders. Now is the time to let him go. Get lost, I don't need your advice." Ping Tian's face darkened and he asked sternly, "Is this your idea or the old ancestor Liu Chuyun's?" Xi Yan did not answer but said coldly, "Ping Tian, watch your attitude. I am the old ancestor's true disciple. By the rules, I am equal in rank to your master." He still gripped Chu Yun's collar tightly and asked contemptuously, "So, in your opinion, what should little junior master do now?" She calmly replied, "My master has made it clear. Chu Yun is guilty, but he protected the heir of the Chen family. He is stripped of his inner disciple status, and must guard the mountain gate as penance. Do you have any opinions, little junior disciple nephew?" Hearing this, Ping Tian let go, shoving Chu Yun aside, and said coldly, "Since elder Liu Chu Yun has spoken, my master surely has no objections." Then he brushed past her, saying, "I'll go report back first. Farewell." Before leaving, he made a threat. "I warn you, if you still act arrogantly relying on your status, I will kill you." Afterwards, Chu Yun and Xi Yan left the punishment law hall. On the way, Chu Yun praised her excitedly. "Junior sister Qin, that was really cool." The more he praised, the brighter his smile. "Truly, training under elder Liu Chuyan has changed your aura a lot. You've made remarkable progress." Seeing her bow her head in silence, he asked worriedly, "Junior sister Qin, what's wrong?" Jin Shi Yan was flustered, tears welling up in her eyes, before she finally blurted out, "Senior brother Yi, it's such a relief that you're okay. I was just pretending earlier, but I was actually really scared of that Ping Tian." He was stunned, his eyes going wide as he looked at the system panel before him. "In less than a month, you went from tempering body 3rd layer to foundation establishment 8th layer, as expected of an empress." Seeing her still sobbing uncontrollably, he sighed helplessly. This matter was truly troublesome. And he smiled and patted her head to comfort her. "Junior sister Qin, you did very well. If it weren't for you, they definitely wouldn't let it go so easily." She anxiously advised him. "The White Essence sect suffered heavy losses this time. The sect master feared you'd be blamed, so he fabricated a story making you the victim, pinning the crime on you. Since this failed, there will surely be a next time. Senior brother, you must be careful." He smiled brightly to reassure her. "Rest assured, junior sister, I have my own ways of protecting myself. With wolves and tigers on all sides, it seems I cannot stay long in the Liu Chuyan sect." Half a month later, at the small house of the mountain guard by the Liu Chuyan sect, Chu Yun was cultivating using the spirit fetus. Currently, he had reached the 5th layer of the primordial sea realm. As he cultivated, he also fell into deep thought. The deeper he cultivated the primordial chaos sword embryo, the more he comprehended the great Xia sword art and the pure origin sword art, reaching the 5th and 3rd layers respectively. He opened his eyes and withdrew the spirit fetus. He muttered softly, "This thing is too powerful, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night. It's about to drain all the spiritual energy within a few hundred miles. My recent cultivation speed has slowed down significantly." He rested his chin on his hand, recalling past events. "I still haven't figured out why I was able to withstand the soul-suppressing nail last time. When I meet the old man again, perhaps he'll clear things up." He stood up excitedly and opened his storage items. "Right, the ancient scroll I got from Mount Weiyang. Ping Tian's opportunity definitely wasn't simple. I need to study it more to break the seal." But when he looked, he was startled. "Where is my ancient scroll?" Unwilling to accept the truth, he shook the system panel back and forth. Impossible, I clearly placed it in the storage world. In the end, he received an explanation and was stunned as he finally understood everything. The master's translation of the ancient text was precisely the strange records of mountains and seas, a completely decoded work from high antiquity. So that's it. Chuyun stared intently at the decoded panel, his heart full of contemplation. The strange records of mountains and seas was written in ancient characters and divided into two parts, upper and lower. The upper part introduced rare and exotic beasts from ancient times. The lower part contained an ancient and powerful beast-taming secret, he thought to himself. He closed his eyes to concentrate and study. If I master this beast-taming art, I'll gain another skill for self-defense. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, only great strength provides more choices. Just then, outside the gate of the Liu Yun sect, a man leading a tiger appeared, causing the guards to shout in challenge, "Who are you daring to barge into the sect? I am a disciple of the beast-taming sect. I have business with your sect master. The sect master isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want." Hearing this, Li Hao's became furious and prepared for battle alongside his tiger. "This brat dares to look down on my beast-taming sect." Suddenly, Chu Yun stepped forward, smiling as he touched the tiger's fangs. Both the master and the beast stared at him in a daze. "So this is the spiritual beast of the beast-taming sect? It looks quite soft, doesn't it?" "Don't touch my tiger!" Li Hao's gritted his teeth, his face red with rage. "You lowly brat, daring to touch my tiger!" Swung his fist at Chu Yun, but he remained calm, intently staring at his fate. A purple opportunity has come knocking on its own. Chu Yun curled his lips slightly and muttered, "And he's even at the 8th layer of the primordial sea realm. Perfect chance for me to test my skills." He raised his hand to catch Li Hao's punch, his voice full of contempt. "Can't even beat a gatekeeper like me?" Then he swung his leg, kicking him flying far away. How utterly disgraceful. Seeing this, the tiger hurriedly ran to catch its master. At this moment, Li Hao's was covered in injuries. He roared an order, "Tiger, charge and kill this brat for me." Receiving the command, a murderous glint flashed in the tiger's eyes. It ferociously lunged straight at Chu Yun. He closed his eyes to concentrate, thinking, "Perfect chance to try the new technique I just learned." Chu Yun raised his hand. He formed a seal and chanted the control spell, "Beast-taming art, Pasiphae." In an instant, the tiger became docile, its face flushed red, its big round eyes fixed on Chu Yun. It even acted spoiled, rubbing against him. Chu Yun proudly planted his hands on his hips. The pacify technique of the beast-taming art is truly useful. Li Hao's was utterly shocked and shouted, "Tiger, come back!" But the tiger didn't even listen, too busy fawning over Chu Yun and licking him. "You do have some talent for beast taming, but unfortunately you've met me. You can only barely control it, but I..." Chu Yun chanted another spell, commanding the tiger to attack Li Hao's. Beast taming art attack. Oh no, could the tiger truly have been tamed by him? Just then, the beast taming sect elder Li Hong appeared to intervene. Enough. His appearance startled Chu Yun. Li Hong smiled amiably. "Esteemed young friend, the disciple of my sect was rude. Young friend exceeds others in talent. I implore you to spare his spiritual beast." Hearing this, Chu Yun did not make things difficult. He cupped his hands in salute. "Senior, you are truly a reasonable man. This is a minor matter among juniors. The elder need not pay it any mind. But if you come to the Liu Yun sect, you must follow its rules. The sect has a place dedicated to caring for spiritual beasts. I hope the elder won't make things difficult for low-ranking disciples like us." Li Hao's stood up and angrily protested, but was stopped by Li Hong. "That noble tiger cannot stay here." "All right." Li Hong turned to Chu Yun instructed, "Then I'll trouble you, young friend." "It's nothing," Chu Yun replied. Then the two of them walked inside together. Li Hao's ground his teeth in anger and warned, "Just you wait." Am I afraid of you?" Chu Yun replied contemptuously. "No time to waste, I'll go get the opportunity first." 2 hours later, at the Great Chu Yun Peak, within a hazy mist, Chu Yun's voice rang out, "Where the hell is it? I've been following these old cave dwellings for so long and still found nothing." After walking for a while, he saw a stream ahead emitting an eerie glow. "Found it. The spiritual energy of this stream is overwhelming. This must be the place." Chu Yun stood frozen, staring intently. That is..." Before his eyes lay a vast medicinal field beside the stream. Such a huge medicinal field. And the primeval essence is so dense. I never imagined the Liu Yun sect had a place like this. That Li Hao's is incredibly lucky. Suddenly his eyes widened as he spotted something strange. An unfamiliar object was in the middle of the field. He muttered, "What could that be?" When he realized it was a piece of jade pendant, he couldn't help but be startled. "So it's a jade pendant. It seems to be absorbing the medicinal energy of the field." He walked over and picked up the jade pendant. He looked it over carefully and stroked his chin and thought, "The field's medicinal energy has all been absorbed by it. So how do I release the medicinal energy from this jade pendant?" After a moment of deliberation, he decided to hang it around his neck. Whatever, I'll just take it and figure it out later. One can never have too many life-saving methods. Suddenly, his life panel appeared, surprising him. The host has undergone a major shift. In 3 days, the two brothers Yu Long and Yu will lead a powerful great demon beast here to destroy you. He furrowed his brow. Yu Long and Yu Hu, you two still dare to target me? He gritted his teeth with determination. This time, I'll make sure you come but never leave. 3 days later, at Chu Yun's residence, the two brothers Yu Long and Yu Hu secretly carried out their scheme, and Kay asked, "Is this okay?" Teen sat on a nearby tree branch, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, knowing that a good show was about to unfold. Inside the house, Chu Yun was fast asleep when countless snakes of all sizes suddenly crawled in. Yu Long sneered maliciously. "Rest assured, this big snake is a primal ocean realm exotic beast. I spent a lot of money to buy it. Once bitten, he will explode and die instantly." The snake lunged at Chu Yun, its mouth full of fangs. Yu Long was gleeful. He is dead for sure this time. The two brothers looked through the window frame in disgust. Why don't we hear any screams? This snake is so strong. He probably didn't have time to react. Chu Yun has harmed us. Letting him die in his sleep is too merciful. At that moment, Chu Yun's voice rang out from behind. "Are you two looking for me?" He spun around, faces pale. "Chu Yun, you made us lose our inner disciple qualifications. We will not let this debt go." Chu Yun sneered. "Want to kill me relying on just the two of you?" Yu Hu was sweating profusely, but when he saw Yu Long take out a flute and blow it, he became confident again. "Chu Yun, evil will be repaid with evil. Tonight you will pay the price." The seven-colored mad python charged out from the house, its mouth full of fangs aimed at Chu Yun. "Hurry and tell it to bite him to death," but Chu Yun had already leaped in time to dodge the attack. Recognizing this as a seven-colored mad python, a high-grade exotic beast that only disciples of the beast-taming sect could control, could Li Hao's have colluded with these two fools? Two brothers jumped out. "Weren't you very strong before? Scared now? With the seven-colored mad python, you are just a stinking gatekeeper. Kneel and admit your mistake, and I will give you a quick death." Chu Yun stood majestically in the dust, unafraid. "Since that is the case, then let the cane beat the back." Yu Long and Yu Hu were determined to kill him. "You are arrogant even at death's door. Quickly order the seven-colored mad python to bite him to death." At that moment, the seven-colored mad python suddenly turned around. It bit and tore at the two of them. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Chu Yun was casting a spell, coldly saying, "You said no one cares about my life, so what about your lives?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Chu Yun, you have quite the nerve." Ping Tian appeared, his eyes full of suspicion, daring to openly harm fellow disciples within the sect. "Do you have anything to say?" Chu Yun calmly replied, "Senior brother's appearance is quite unexpected." What happened was truly unexpected, rather disappointing. The seven-colored mad python lunged at Ping Tian, but he stood still, unmoved. It wanted to protect its owner. "Oh," he squinted, his gaze cold and his voice full of contempt. "An ignorant lowly beast." Without hesitation, he raised 2 fingers and performed a technique die. The scene before made Chu Yun unable to help but be amazed, exclaiming, "Truly strong." The seven-colored mad python was tightly bound by a terrifying force of energy, writhing in pain but beyond saving. Chu Yun's eyes went wide, thinking to himself, "This is only the strength of the profound nether ninth layer. Before Ping Tian, I surely could not withstand even one move." At the Chu Yun Manor main hall, the bodies of Yu Long and Yu Hu were brought out. Chu Yun stood leaning in the middle of the hall, listening to Jiandi's interrogation. "Chu Yun, do you confess your crime?" He listed the charges: previously colluding with Duan Heng and the evil ghost sect without punishment, and now murdering fellow disciples. Wan Wan said angrily, "With such crimes, even if Patriarch Liu Chu Yun wants to protect you, he cannot. Do you have any defense? If you want to punish a disciple, then do it yourself. Why bring up Patriarch Liu Chu Yun?" Hong Hai angrily spoke up along with the others. "Senior brother, why let him defend himself further? The evidence is clear, just execute him. Yes, a traitor like him left alive is only a source of trouble." Chu Yun, who had been silent, finally raised 2 fingers and spoke. "Your disciple has something to say. Your disciple accuses senior brother Ping Tian of instigating fellow disciples to murder your disciple, and then framing your disciple, causing chaos in the sect." These words startled everyone. Ping Tian was furious but remained silent. Hong Hai loudly cursed Chu Yun, but was stopped by Guan Wan. "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting? Drag him to the execution ground and be done with it." "Senior brother Hong, don't be angry. If he is talking nonsense, we can kill him then. Besides, the sect leader hasn't spoken yet." Xiandi's face darkened as he stroked his beard and said, "Speak then." Chu Yun then turned to question Ping Tian. "I want to ask senior brother Ping, why were you at the mountain gate so late?" Ping Tian's expression did not change as he replied, I was returning from a mission down the mountain and happened to see you murdering fellow disciples." Chu Yun continued to ask, "So senior brother Ping only saw the Zhang brothers die before me. Did not see what they did, right? Never saw it." Chu Yun reached into his robe and took out a recording crystal. Recorded the entire incident just now, exposing him. "Why is senior brother Ping's image in this recording crystal?" Ping Tian was slightly shocked. "What? A recording crystal?" Everyone buzzed with discussion, while Xiandi remained silent. "What is going on here?" Senior Senior brother Ping is indeed in it. The recording crystal reflected the image of Ping Tian sitting on high, watching the Zhang brothers do evil, the moment Chu Yun was attacked by the seven-colored Mad Python, and even when he laughed smugly enjoying the show, it was all there. Ping Tian was silent, unable to speak. Chu Yun continued to question Senior brother Ping. Do you have anything to say? Is it not suspicious that you ordered the Zhang brothers to kill your disciple? The Zhang brothers were clearly killed by their own spirit pet. Your disciple never touched them. The elders who had been brazen moments ago were stunned. What kind of situation is this? This matter... Jiandi cleared his throat loudly and spoke in defense. Yesterday, Ping Tian was assigned by me to go down the mountain to expel evil spirits. He happened to pass by the mountain gate. It is only natural. Having said that, he turned and left as if nothing had happened. If those two demonic cultivators brought this upon themselves, there is no need to pursue it further. Everyone disband and you also go back to recuperate. Yes, the elders also turned and left, leaving Chu Yun standing there alone. Suddenly, he called out, making them turn back in surprise. Elders, from beginning to end, Senior brother Ping witnessed fellow disciples fighting and stood by as a bystander. He loudly accused Ping Tian again, making him angrily point at him. Is this considered slaughtering fellow disciples? You... Ping Tian turned around, bowed his head, and admitted fault to Jiandi. Your disciple knows his mistake. At the time, I thought they were just having a scuffle, not... Jiandi's face was stern as he made a decision. Since you know your mistake, then your punishment is to go to the Crying Pearl Cave at the back mountain and reflect for 1 month. Do not leave without permission. Yes, master. Chu Yun. Hearing this, he thought indignantly to himself, yes, the acting sect leader truly chills one's heart. On the surface it is confinement, but in reality, it is to let Ping Tian go to the back mountain to receive a legacy. What a pity. All efforts were in vain. Afterwards at Chu Yun's house, he downed a cup of wine in 1 gulp. Deng Pengzhu saw this and praised, kid, good tolerance for liquor. Both had drunk a lot, their faces flushed, but they did not stop, continuing their cheerful conversation. I feel pent up and irritable inside. Now that you have become a true swordsman, I have always valued your open-mindedness. Being enlightened in the way of the sword, he said with a serious tone, a discontented heart is not good for cultivation. There is still energy from the tribulation pill inside you not yet absorbed. That is how you resisted the soul-shaking spell. Be careful not to go berserk. Thinking of those of the Liu Chuyan sect, he expressed his indignation. I am not exactly angry, but today's events made me see the true face of the Liu Chuyan sect. Such a large sect would be so biased towards its disciples, disregarding all reason. The old man turned a blind eye while Liu Chuyan was seasoned by age. He did not care either. He chuckled, put his arm around the old man's shoulder, and thanked him for his sincere help and for lending the flow crystal. The old man replied softly, no need to worry. When you become stronger, you will no longer suffer injustice. Kid, you might truly be able to reach the pinnacle of the sword path and ascend to the supreme position. He laughed and replied, if I stand at the pinnacle of the sword path, then Elder Deng must have already reached the realm of sword transformation. Both of them laughed together, creating a cheerful atmosphere. So, kid, you know how to flatter too. The loud laughter was so noisy that it made the squirrel on the tree branch cover its ears. The pinnacle of the sword path, I speak the truth. After a moment, Deng Pengzhu grew serious. Then he said he would leave this place for a while. He asked where he was going, and the old man replied it was a matter entrusted by an old friend, and now the time was right, though he did not elaborate. But looking at his life destiny, he was shocked to think that the old man would leave the sect for the northern wasteland. He did not expect old Deng to have a black fate. Thinking so, he spoke up and told old Deng that since he had decided to go far, he would cast a fortune for him. What are you doing playing prophet? He waved his hand, pretending to divine, and reminded him that this trip to the north must be cautious. If he encountered a cave dwelling, he should choose the right side. Otherwise, he would face great disaster. Remember well. The old man heard this, did not believe it, and even got angry, lightly hitting him on the head. Damn it, you wretched brat, don't curse me. He raised his face to the sky and laughed heartily. What can heaven do to me? Hoping this time Elder Deng will ride the wind to safety. At another literary pavilion of Xiandi, Xiandi was resting with his eyes closed, slowly speaking. Didn't I tell you to go there? Ping Tian hurriedly reported to his master. The opportunity there had already been taken by someone else. He analyzed that the back mountain forbade strangers from entering, and there were guards. Even if someone broke in, the trial there would not be easy to pass. Ping Tian gnashed his teeth in anger. Master, I suspect this matter involves Chu Yun. Every time I see him, I feel uncomfortable. His cultivation speed is too fast, abnormal. Jindi listened. Slightly suspicious. Chu Yun? Last night, Elder Liu said that Duan Heng died at Chu Yun's hands with just one fatal move. Duan Heng was in the spirit language realm, a cross-realm kill. He really... Jiandi stood up and continued, I, your master, know you are worried. Even if he progresses rapidly, he is still only in the Origin Sea realm. Crossing realms to kill someone is impossible. Just let him go. Patting Ping Tian's shoulder to comfort him. You just focus on your cultivation. I will handle this matter. Yes, master. Ping Tian changed the subject, reporting that when Yu Long told the seven-colored bronze python to attack Chu Yun, that method of control could only be beast-taming art. The sect only knew then. Jiandi's face darkened upon hearing this. Could this matter be the person from the beast-taming sect daring to cause trouble in our Liu Chu Yun sect? I have my own way to deal with it. Next day at Chu Yun's pavilion, Xiandi called Chu Yun over again to discuss. He asked, Chu Yun, do you still hold a grudge against me? Chu Yun was still feeling righteous from the slight tipsiness, thought for a moment, then chuckled lightly, scratched his head, and replied with a serious air. Summoning me early in the morning must mean something important. This disciple dares not blame you. If the sect leader wants to apologize, there is no need. This disciple is busy. Xiandi was angry but tried to stay calm. Apologize. I will not beat around the bush. The beast-taming sect came for two purposes. One is the Spirit Realm Assembly, and the other is a lost spirit beast. They discovered it ran into Wei Yang Mountain, which is under the jurisdiction of the Liu Chu Yun sect. You have been there before, so I am sending you to assist. Chu Yun thought to himself that it surely was not that simple. He sighed, held his head to show exhaustion, and refused. Reporting to the sect leader, this matter concerns the relations between the two sects, so this disciple should agree. But after the battle at the Chen family fort, this disciple suffered a head injury. Moreover, the terrain of Wei Yang Mountain has been forgotten. These words enraged Xiandi, his hand trembling on the armrest. Chu Yun, he pretended not to notice and continued to smile. This disciple has once read a prescription in the alchemy manual that helps with clarity and improves memory. However, the medicinal ingredients are rare. I wonder if the sect leader could indulge this disciple. Xiandi was helpless but still had to comply with Chu Yun's requests. After half an hour, he completed a list longer than a memorial, then handed it to the sect leader. Sect leader, I have finished writing it. Good. Is this your procurement request? The sect leader stared at the paper, his expression troubled. He pretended to ask with concern, Sect leader, is there a difficulty? In the end, the old man nodded in agreement. I will send someone to bring these to you immediately. Thank you, sect leader. As he left, Liu Xuanping spoke angrily. Sect leader, this man is clearly forcing our hand. Heavenly Wood, Scarlet Orchid, the entire sect only has a few pieces, and he dares to demand 10 to 20 of each. Let him be smug for now. Once he dies, we will take everything back. Do not worry, sect leader. All that Chu Yun had requested was piled up in the courtyard. Bai Zhuking handed the list to him for inspection. Junior disciple, yes, this is the resource inventory. Take a good look. The sect leader prepared things quickly. The transporters muttered, what is so trustworthy about a gatekeeper? This brat used to be an inner disciple, was punished and sent here. Maybe the sect leader wants to restore his status. Chu Yun heard clearly, a sneer in his heart. Restore the status of an inner disciple. Xiandi had spared no expense, deliberately sending him to Mount Wei Yang. It was clearly a plot to have him killed. No matter what, he could not stay in this Liu Chu Yun sect. Suddenly, Bai Zhuking approached him, startling him. Junior disciple, Yi, this time the sect leader has sent me to go down the mountain with you to train and learn. What? You are going too? That is right. Moreover, I must finish transferring the resources and then lead you to set off immediately. Hearing this, he was shocked inside. Xiandi was truly vicious. Even sending someone to spy on him. This unlucky fool would definitely drag him down. Then, Bai Zhuking urged enthusiastically, Junior disciple, Yi, have you finished checking the items? Let us set off right away. This is a hard journey. You must take good care of yourself. Night fell on Mount Wei Yang. The group led by Li Hong was traveling at full speed. Li Hong looked at the guiding stone and exclaimed, the destination is just ahead. Everyone, stay close. They advanced straight to Wei Yang Lake. The signal from the guiding stone had disappeared. Chu Yun thought, could the spirit beast be in the lake? Xiandi had tricked him into coming to Mount Wei Yang without even bothering to come up with a proper reason. The beast-taming sect had brought the guiding stone. They did not need him to lead the way. Suddenly, Li Hong took out a magical artifact, explaining it was a water-avoiding rhinoceros pearl that made breathing easy underwater. One for each person. Li Hao's, Bai Zhuking, the two of you go into the water and bring the spirit beast here. Chu Yun, stay on the shore with me and be ready to provide support. Chu Yun held the pearl, his heart full of doubt. How strange. I thought Xiandi wanted to use the beast-taming sect to harm me, but along the way they only focused on finding the spirit beast and did not provoke me at all. Could I have been mistaken? Li Hao's and Bai Zhuking dived into the water. Chu Yun turned and asked Li Hong, Elder Li, did the sect leader give you any special instructions this time? Li Hong was startled, his expression changing. How do you know that? Could the sect leader want to kill me? Then the man laughed. Brat, what are you saying? I know you have joined the faction of ancestor Liu Chu-yun. Before we departed, Xiandi repeatedly instructed me to protect you carefully. How could I possibly harm you? Chu-yun was still uneasy and decided to look at Li Hong's life scroll to verify. That man's strength was also not lacking. Xiandi was even worried that he might get injured, which showed how much he valued that man. Treating me so well, am I wrong? Well, checking the information will make it clear. Suddenly, Li Hao's and Bai Zhuking surfaced from the water, reporting hurriedly, Elder, something is wrong. The spirit beast is dead. What? How is that possible? That was a crimson manefire lion at the peak of the nascent emptiness realm. Even underwater, it had the strength of the nascent emptiness middle stage. As the two jumped out of the water, the life scroll immediately appeared. The upcoming turning point was an ambush at Mount Weiyang. The corpse of the crimson manefire lion looked as if it had been torn apart. I suspect there is a ferocious beast of a higher realm at the bottom of the lake. Chu-yun watched this scene. He instantly understood. So this was Xiandi's scheme all along. A moment later, Chu-yun was sitting by the lake meditating when he heard footsteps. Opening his eyes, he thought they came quickly. The both of them. The man in black standing on a tree branch asked, "Why is it only you alone? Is that not a good thing? I knew from the start that you would not let me go." Chu-yun slowly stood up, looking up. At the group, he asked, "Let me guess. Are you Elder Liu?" Liu Shuangping and Ping Tian whirled toward Chu-yun, their voices full of arrogance, believing he already knew that today was his day of doom. Chu-yun looked at them with displeasure, thinking that this big brother was putting on airs as if afraid others wouldn't know he was Ping Tian. He sat up and asked directly if senior brother was jealous of his good fortune and rapid progress, or afraid he would replace his position as sword son. Ping Tian angrily pointed his sword at Chu-yun, saying that even a light strike could take his life. He lunged forward and executed a wind slash, causing one side of Chu-yun's face to be scratched. Suddenly, a blue liquid shot toward Ping Tian, making him panic as he realized it was poison. Ping Tian quickly jumped back, shouting to ask who was ambushing him. Large Toad appeared, the myriad gold toad, and Li Hong walked over with his cane, sneering at the underhanded behavior of Liu Chu-yun's sect. A few hours earlier, Chu-yun had told Elderly that the sect master planned to kill him, and then blame the beast-taming sect. Chu-yun insisted that whether Elderly believed it or not, he would understand tonight. If no one came, then he could do as he pleased. Back in the present, Chu-yun touched his wound and thought that he could only ask Bai Zhuking to leave Weiyang Mountain to escape the calamity of being trapped. Liu Shuangping removed his face cloth, saying this was an internal sect matter with Chu-yun as the only target. Li Hong gained nothing by helping him. Li Hong glanced behind him, telling the two to get into the water while he held them off, because if he died, the beast-taming sect would be framed. The two obeyed, and Li Hong raised his hand to summon a snow-white winged horse. He shouted, "White Jade Divine Bow," and commanded it to go. Liu Shuangping quickly unleashed a technique, shooting out blue rays, saying this was of his own doing. Red threads appeared, tightly binding the legs of the White Jade Divine Bow, causing it to fall. The horse panicked, roared, and then crashed to the ground. Li Hong's eyes widened in shock, his body suddenly losing strength as he collapsed, not understanding what was happening. Liu Shuangping said that thanks to the Divine Sea's spiritual power, he could fight on par with the Myriad Realms stage. This was a high-grade bone-softening powder. He caught sight of Ping Tian chasing after Chu-yun's group. Ping Tian stood there, shouting for them to surrender, that they could not escape. He swung his sword, tearing through the air, and lunged straight at Chu-yun with a threat to forfeit his life immediately. Li Hao's ran while asking in confusion why that man held such a deep grudge, with every move aimed directly at Chu-yun. Ping Tian roared, cursing them as mere rats who only knew how to run, but Chu-yun's agile body movement surprised him. He swung his sword forcefully toward Chu-yun, but it was blocked by an energy barrier. All four were startled, exclaiming in unison that they did not understand what it was. Li Hong suddenly exploded with spiritual energy, red flames rising from his body, and he shouted that to kill them, one must go through him. Liu Shuangping cried out in disbelief, calling the old man crazy, using a forbidden technique to destroy his body for an unrelated person, not fearing the annihilation of his spirit. Li Hong looked up to the sky and roared in fury, saying he did this for the beast-taming sect, not for him. He immediately executed the spiritual feather-heavy Ming bird, summoning a gigantic crane. Liu Shuangping panicked and yelled for Ping Tian to quickly form a defensive formation, saying this spirit beast was extremely powerful and had not yet recognized a master. Chu-yun hurriedly ran off but did not forget to shout his thanks to Elder Li. Ping Tian could only watch helplessly as the two jumped into the lake, roaring that damned Chu-yun. Chu-yun and Li Hao's dove deep into the water, which was glowing red from the fiery battle above. The water shifted from freezing cold to scorching hot, gradually draining both of their strength. Li Hao's side worried that Elder Li would not survive. Even if he defeated Liu Shuangping, Ping Tian was still dangerous. He pointed toward a light source, telling him not to give up, that the path to survival might be there, and the two swam quickly toward it. Chu-yun exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this place to be a space completely separated from the water. The golden embryo inside his body suddenly stirred, making Chu-yun wonder if there was something dangerous here. He turned to ask Lee Hao's why he was so silent. Lee Hao's quickly signaled for silence, then pointed ahead, telling him to look. A jade-green dragon was coiled up, sleeping soundly. It was actually a unification domain-level spirit beast. Rumbling sounds from the battle above reached down, causing the dragon's blood-red eyes to suddenly open. Both panicked, realizing the evil dragon had awakened. The evil dragon roared, swinging its claw lightly. Two massive water pillars shot up, rushing straight toward them. Chu-yun shouted for them to run. Its eyes were full of rage, and with just a light swing of its claw, two water pillars surged forward. Chu-yun activated the Void Phantom Step while shouting a warning about the attack. Lee Hao's was hit by a water jet, his body slamming heavily against the rock wall as he coughed up blood. Fortunately, the flood dragon was already severely injured. The evil dragon opened its mouth to suck in water, preparing a fatal blow. Chu-yun hurriedly shouted that they were doomed. He told Hao's to quickly retreat from the cave entrance. The suction force was too strong, and the water in the cave surged turbulently. The cave entrance was blocked, and the water, filled with spiritual power, would drain the life force of anyone it touched. Seeing the water about to reach them, Lee Hao's fearfully called out the myriad gold toad. The giant toad spat poison toward the flood dragon. He shouted for it to poison the creature to death. Chu-yun thought that the myriad gold toad's poison was extremely potent, but the flood dragon seemed unharmed. Instead, it coiled around and bit the toad. Lee Hao's suddenly ran toward the cave entrance, turning back triumphantly to tell Chu-yun to stay and wait for death, so that he alone could live. He used all his strength to break through the cave entrance and swam out. Chu-yun exclaimed that it was over. The cave entrance was destroyed, and the poison was slowly spreading toward him. Suddenly, the leaf-shaped necklace around Chu-yun's neck flashed abnormally. He muttered in confusion, "What is this?" An unexpected protective membrane surrounded his body. Chu-yun joyfully discovered this item could resist poison. He swam along the cave, thinking to himself that where there is fierce beast in a cave, there must be treasure, and he would let them fight first. At this moment, the flood dragon's strength was very high. Fearing the beast-taming art was only enough to anger it. While swimming, Chu-yun suddenly bumped into an object. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, tapped lightly on the object, and was startled to find it was a thick barrier. It seemed a key was needed to open it. On the other side, the flood dragon quickly subdued the brilliant golden cicada, biting the spirit insect's body in half. After that, it charged towards Chu-yun. He realized he could not stay here long and had to retreat immediately. Sensing the flood dragon had opened its wide mouth and was approaching, Chu-yun cursed out loud. Was the brilliant golden cicada already dead? He quickly drew his sword, unleashing countless sword energies with the pure source sword art. However, the flood dragon was unharmed and simply lunged forward. Its giant claw grabbed Chu-yun, pulling him towards a mouth full of sharp fangs. Seeing the flood dragon up close, Chu-yun said in horror, "Oh great Loach, you should stick to eating vegetarian." Chu-yun's eyes widened, his breath rapid under the pressure of the flood dragon's foot. "This is it is definitely over," he thought to himself. His vision blurred, he barely heard a strange sound, and doubt arose in his heart. What was that? What was that sound? Before his eyes was only thick darkness, but in his subconscious a golden light emerged carrying a familiar energy. It not only repelled the demonic beast, but also persisted strongly. Chu-yun sat painfully on the ground, coughing continuously. The embryo he had stored for a long time floated in mid-air. He suddenly realized, so it was the embryo finally appearing. Suddenly, the embryo exploded, breaking into countless small pieces emitting a brilliant light. Even the demon dragon was terrified, dodging but still being pierced through its thick hide by the fragments. The monster roared in pain. Chu-yun watched in astonishment. A moment ago it was so mighty. Now it was being spun around like a toy. What exactly was contained in this mysterious embryo? He wondered. The embryo shot beams of light into the demon dragon's blood-red eyes, attacking its weak point. Chu-yun thought, could it be that the thing inside the embryo had awakened spiritual intelligence? Suddenly, it created a massive pillar of light that struck the demon dragon directly, leaving it helplessly struggling. He muttered, "It is about to finish it off." As soon as he spoke, the beam of light split the demonic beast in two. Chu-yun exclaimed in shock. Had it broken through the demon dragon's hardback armor so easily? From the corpse, a green demon core was revealed. He thought the demon core of the demon dragon was a precious item. It would surely help me advance my realm. He hurriedly rushed forward to grab it. But before he could touch it, a flash of light from the embryo startled him. Huh? On his shoulder, a small monkey appeared, casually munching on the demon core. Chu-yun laughed, stroking its white fur. "Alright, since you are so strong, go ahead and eat it. Turning to look at the glowing corpse of the demon dragon, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Though dead, its possessions were still valuable. On the shore of the lake, a chaotic scene appeared. Liu Shuangping and Ping Tian stood still, looking at the lifeless bodies of Li Hong and Li Hao's. This old man was truly insane for someone unrelated. Liu Shuangping said, "While the sky is still dark, let us leave here quickly." Ping Tian, unwilling, asked, "Elder Liu, are we abandoning Chu Yun?" Liu Shuangping replied confidently. He shouted as soon as he came ashore, "I also felt a great tremor in the lake. He is surely dead." Moreover, the commotion from the fight with Li Hong was too great. Today's matter cannot be exposed. He pointed towards Li Hao's lying motionless on the ground. "I will take him back first now. You lead the men to guard Mount Huayun. I will return to seek the sect leader's opinion. As for this old man, just leave him to the wild beasts." After they left, Chu Yun surfaced on the shore, shouting loudly, "Elder Li," his face full of panic and sorrow. He hurriedly helped Li Hong up, realizing there was still a faint fluctuation of primal energy. He could still be saved. Li Hong stopped him from using spiritual power. "Do not waste your strength anymore. My fate ends here." Chu Yun tried to persuade him, "Let this junior take you back to the beast-taming sect." Li Hong weakly shook his head. "I had to rely on the cherish rain heavy emotion bird to keep this breath." Liu Shuangping's cultivation has greatly increased. He said tremblingly, "It is very good that I managed to hold them off this far. They have surrounded us. It will be hard for us to escape." Looking at the small monkey on Chu Yun's shoulder, Li Hong asked in surprise, "This is..." Then he laughed loudly, "Excellent. Heaven has not cut off the path of my beast-taming sect." Sitting opposite, he asked seriously, "Liu, the sect treats you this way. Do you still want to stay?" Chu Yun replied, "I no longer have any feelings. Only grudges remain." Li Hong nodded with satisfaction. He took out a pouch of scales and a jade shaped like an ancient vessel. He instructed, "This jade is a treasure of the beast-taming sect, and this spirit-taming pouch is mine. Its restrictions have been removed. The sect leader will understand upon seeing it. From now on, you're my direct disciple." Chu Yun looked at the two items in his hands in surprise. His eyes were firm. "Senior, for protecting this junior, I will not fail your expectations." Late at night by the campfire, Chu Yun murmured to himself, "According to the classic of mountains and seas, all strange beasts have origins, but this little monkey is a mystery." Though Elder Li did not know its identity, he knew it was extraordinary. Chu Yun was lost in thought, not noticing the little monkey staring intently at the grilled fish, drooling. After eating, he finally remembered, and seeing its pitiful expression, he said, "Almost forgot, you have not eaten all day either." Chu Yun opened the system panel, staring at it intently. The classic of mountains and seas recorded how to raise strange beasts. "These rare spirit herbs taken from Xiandi were for you." He handed a handful of medicinal herbs to it. "Eat up, little white, you will get stronger after eating." Knocked away the items he held, its expression both arrogant and sulky. Chu Yun dumbfoundedly picked up the skewer of grilled fish. "You do not like eating greens? Do you want to eat this instead?" Seeing the grilled fish, Little White's eyes sparkled. He laughed, "I did not expect you to be such a glutton." Little White happily took the fish to enjoy. Before it could bite, Chu Yun knocked it away, shouting, "Danger." He warily looked around. "Who is it? Show yourself." Ping Tian jumped down from above, his tone arrogant. "Junior disciple Yi, you have a big life. Even the demon flood in the lake could not kill you, but in the end you have fallen into my hands." Chu Yun held Little White tightly, his eyes cold. "Ping Tian, why do you never let me go?" Ping Tian flew into a rage, swinging his sword to cut in half the falling grilled fish on the ground, then clicked his tongue lightly. He stepped forward with a face full of indignation. "Every time I see you, I feel disgust and revulsion. It feels like losing something, and only when you die can I cultivate in peace." He pointed directly at Chu Yun, adding that this time you killed an elder of the beast-taming sect, and the master ordered that you cannot be allowed to roam freely. Chu Yun sank into thought, noticing Xiaobai trembling every time Ping Tian came near. Was it afraid? Ping Tian could no longer bear it, charging forward and shouting, "Die!" Unexpectedly, Xiaobai lunged out with fierce, bloodshot eyes. Chu Yun called out in alarm. Ping Tian sneered contemptuously. "A mere monkey wants to stop me?" Xiaobai blocked his sword, a sinister smile appearing on its lips, and it threw a punch that shattered the sword. Ping Tian was pushed back several steps. He looked at the broken sword fragments in his hand, shouting furiously, "My celestial rainbow precious sword!" Chu Yun looked at Xiaobai thoughtfully. Why had it suddenly gone so berserk? Could it be because of the fallen fish on the ground, protecting its food? He shouted cheerfully, "Xiaobai, go all out and take him down. I'll give you 10 grilled fish. No, 100 grilled fish every day." Hearing about grilled fish, Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up, leaving only the image of grilled fish in its mind. Ping Tian struggled to withstand the golden light emanating from it. Soon he was sent flying into a large tree trunk, his body trembling. He looked at the injuries on his body. Chu Yun stood there, his eyes fixed on Xiaobai, murmuring in astonishment about what kind of creature this was. He could not hide his excitement seeing Xiaobai defeat Ping Tian, the most favored sword disciple of Liu Chuyun's sect. In an instant, a single blow had severely wounded him. Xiao Bai's strength must have reached the 10,000 laws realm. Chuyun thought to himself. Ping Tian clutched his chest, his face full of pain, forcing out words. I didn't expect someone stronger than me. Du Fengguanwan, hurry and save me. Chuyun quickly rushed towards him, determined in his heart to finish Ping Tian immediately. If Guanwan arrived, disaster would surely follow. Before Chuyun could strike, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a gentle yet authoritative voice rang out. Chuyun, stop. His sword stance instantly deviated, nearly slicing across Ping Tian's neck. Chuyun turned around, both surprised and annoyed. Hey big sister, you sure got here fast. He looked at the person before him, slowly lowering his sword, asking with suspicion, Elder Shangguan, have you come to take me back? Guanwan sighed, folded her arms and replied coldly, Hemph, I just happened to pass by. You go, today I'll consider I saw nothing. Hearing this, Chuyun's face darkened, and he bowed with clasped hands. We shall not meet again. Thank you, Elder Shangguan. With that, he turned around, placed Xiao Bai on his shoulder, and walked away cheerfully. Xiao Bai, let's go! Late at night at Liu Chuyun's sect, a piercing scream tore through the silence. What? The sound of jade shattering echoed, accompanied by an angry scolding. And you let him escape? Ping Tian knelt on the ground, his face purple, trembling as he reported, Master, this disciple could have caught him, but beside Chu Yuden appeared an extremely strong monkey with golden light in its eyes. This disciple was momentarily careless and Jian did not let him finish, directly firing a stream of spiritual energy. The blast sent Pian flying backward, his voice as cold as ice. Useless, can't even handle a monkey, and you still have the face to come back. Ping Tian quickly knelt at Qiandi's feet, pleading earnestly, Master, please do not lose faith in this disciple. This disciple will definitely redeem himself and kill Chu Yun. Qiandi curled his lips slightly, his voice full of menace. I have spent immense resources to get you to the 9th level of profound nether. If you fail, Ping Tian quickly replied, this disciple will definitely not let you down again. Qiandi upon hearing this slightly nodded, then gave orders regarding Chu Yun's current situation. Being hunted by many people, you need not worry too much. Go heal your wounds. When you are fully recovered, I have an important task for you. Yes, Ping Tian, nursing his wounds, struggled to stand up. As he walked, straightening his clothes, he gritted his teeth, each word filled with hatred. Chu Yun, just you wait for me. Before he could take a few steps, a male disciple accidentally stumbled and fell in front of him. Seeing Ping Tian's murderous expression, the disciple quickly spoke up. Sorry, senior brother. Ping Tian said nothing, directly striking and sending him flying far away, his voice icy. Get lost. Inside the main hall, Liu Shuangping hurriedly entered, respectfully reporting. Sect leader Bai Zhuking has been captured. Please order all means to collect evidence related to him and Li Hao's, and transmit this information as quickly as possible. Xiandi nodded, his gaze cold. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, at the foot of the beast-taming sect mountain, Chu Yun appeared in clothes stained with blood, his long hair disheveled. Each step was heavy, and he heard countless whispers from all around. Have you seen the wanted notice? Chu Yun, a disciple of Liu Chuyun's sect, accused of killing Elder Li and betraying his sect. The bounty is 10,000 spirit stones. I heard he is extremely dangerous. Hope we don't run into him. Chu Yun heard every word clearly. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. 10,000 spirit stones, truly generous. He gently poked Xiao Bai's belly, muttering that it had been sleeping heavily for several days. Once he found a stable place to stay, he would let it rest properly. When he reached the gate of the beast-taming sect, 2 guards shouted, You beggar, this is the mountain gate of the beast-taming sect. You are not allowed in. Chu Yun calmly replied, I am Chu Yun. I have important matters to discuss with the sect leader. Please trouble you to announce me. The 2 guards were stunned, shouting, What? You are Chu Yun. You dare to come here after killing our elder? Men, Chu Yun is here! In an instant, countless disciples and spirit beasts appeared, surrounding the gate. Chu Yun quickly explained, I did not kill anyone from the beast-taming sect. I have come today to fulfill Elder Li's final wish, to deliver an important message. Suddenly, a violent surge of blue spiritual energy struck down with a shout. Nonsense. From within the thick smoke, a man appeared with a cold gaze. Li Hao's has already explained everything. Meng Ketuo, an inner disciple of the beast-taming sect. All of this is your doing. What do you have to say for yourself? Chu Yun's face turned cold, muttering, Li Hao's, it seems he has been bribed by Liu Chuyun's sect. Seeing his silence, Meng Ketuo acted. Having just completed a mission and running into you, it seems I am truly fortunate. He let out a howl, summoning a large bird, creating a vortex of spiritual energy aimed directly at Chu Yun. Chu Yun quickly dodged, thinking to himself, himself that this was his first time facing the profound nether realm. He used the void of his Wifap easily dodged the attack. The people around were astonished, thinking that Eagle's terrifying power still couldn't touch him. His movement technique was truly fearsome. Mangacaped immediately took out a small yellow bottle, his eyes smug. If I cannot take you down today, wouldn't I become a laughingstock for the sect? He shook the bottle and a strange yellow aura spread out, binding Chu Yun and Xiaobai tightly. What is this? Chu Yun shouted in panic. In the air, the eagle created another whirlwind column aimed directly at him. I'm doomed, Chu Yun thought. The crowd buzzed with noise. They're already defeated? Mangacaped laughed loudly, full of confidence. Good. I've already reported to Elder Li. This time he'll either die or be completely crippled. Just then, an old man in a white robe riding a large beast appeared, and the crowd immediately bowed, paying respects to the sect master. Mangacaped happily reported, Sect Master, I have just subdued the enemy. The beast-taming sect master heard this, and his angry voice rang out. What? You are far too reckless. I still need to question about many things. How dare you kill him? Mangacaped was terrified, quickly kneeling to explain. Sect Master, I could not restrain myself because of the anger over him killing Elder Li. The Sect Master coldly decreed, you will be confined to your room for 3 days, not allowed to leave. At this moment Chu Yun gradually emerged from the blurry dust clouds, coughing repeatedly. He sarcastically said, only 3 days of confinement for the crime of murder. This punishment is no different from a joke as the smoke clears. Chu Yun appeared clearly before everyone, his clothes tattered, revealing his strong physique. He thought, luckily Xiaobai dispelled the tornado, but it has fallen asleep, so I'll let it rest in the system space. Seeing Chu Yun, the female disciples immediately went crazy shouting, oh my, is this the beggar from before? He looks completely different, this body is too perfect. Even senior brother Meng can't compare. How are you completely unharmed? The beast-taming sect master turned back and ordered, that's enough, withdraw. He sternly looked at Chu Yun and asked, Chu Yun, do you have any defense for your crimes? Chu Yun calmly replied, it seems the sect master is a trustworthy person. Since you have asked, you must already have the answer in your heart. Though I admit I have some talent, I am merely at the UNC realm. How could I easily assassinate a Wanfa realm elder? The people around began to discuss, that makes sense. Elder Li was so powerful. How could he kill him easily? Senior brother Li has already confirmed it, so how do we explain this? This matter is truly strange. The sect master decided, take Chu Yun back to the sect first, I need to question the details. In the main hall of the beast-taming sect, Jiang Zhenking sat in the master's seat, introducing everyone. This is Chu Yun. Wu Yanbo looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Liu Chu Yun sect has issued a wanted order across the cultivation world. This matter cannot be denied. In my opinion, he should be punished here and now, as a response to junior brother Li. Yes, that would be best. Chu Yun assessed inwardly. Third elder Wu Yanbo is ambitious. Fifth elder Zhao Fei is cowardly. Fourth elder Fang Nian is Wu Yanbo's henchman. The grand elder is as well. Sixth elder Tao Yuki also follows Wu Yanbo's This beast-taming sect is truly a den of spies and traitors. Only Li Hong was a loyal minister, but he was killed. Fang Nian shouted, what are you sighing for? Is this great hall a place for you to fool around? Yang Zhenking watched them argue, then said with a headache, enough, you fellow brothers, stop talking. Chu Yun, if you say you are wronged, explain the cause and effect of this matter clearly. Chu Yun quickly took out 2 of Li Hong's belongings and said seriously, Elder Li was killed by Liu Shuangping of the Liu Chu Yun sect. Wu Yanbo angrily retorted, nonsense. The relationship between the Liu Chu Yun sect and the beast-taming sect has always been good, how could such a thing happen? You clearly want to sow discord between the 2 sects. Chu Yun held the relics towards them and asserted, I don't know about the relationship between the 2 sects, but I swear there is not a single lie in my words. Fortunately, I met Elder Li Hong for the last time, and before he died, he gave me this pouch. Seeing the pouch, Jiang Zhenking stood up in astonishment. That's right. This is the spirit-taming pouch that Junior Brother Li lost. But how is it here? You must have stolen it. Jiang Zhenking added, Junior Brother Li was always careful. He placed a restriction on the spirit-taming pouch. Without his permission, no one can open it. Chu Yun, if you want to prove yourself, take an item out from it. Fang Nian contemptuously urged, the chance to prove yourself has been given to you. What are you waiting for? Could it be that you're scared? Liu Shuangping witnessed Li Hong's death with his own eyes. This kid must be lying. Chu Yun spoke calmly, his tone full of confidence. Everyone, don't be impatient. Chant the spell fluently. Spirit-taming pouch open. Wu Yanbo and Fang Nian couldn't help but be astonished, shouting, unbelievable, it actually opened. Chu Yun quickly stepped forward, knelt, and respectfully offered an item to Jiang Zhenking. I also carry the item entrusted to me by Elder Li Hong, who requested I personally deliver it to the sect master. Elder Li Hong took me as his direct disciple. From now on I formally joined the beast-taming sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders exchanged glances, unable to hide their doubt. Impossible. Li Hong's conditions for taking disciples have always been strict. He hasn't had a direct disciple in years. How could he easily accept an outsider now? Sect Master, this is not good. If we let him stay, it will surely cause conflict with the Liu Chuyin sect. Jiang Zhenking remained calm and replied slowly, this jade hook is the token of the red feather lovebird. Usually fight and scheme, I can turn a blind eye, but this time I cannot. Sect Master, no. He immediately released his killing intent, his eyes coldly warning. Today do you dare to obstruct the final will of junior brother Li Chuyun? From this moment on, you are officially a member of the beast taming sect. I will thoroughly investigate the events that occurred at Weiyang Mountain. Chuyun lowered his head, his heart filled with joy. Clearly Sect Master Jiang is indeed powerful. He can handle everything. Wu Yanbo saw the situation was hard to reverse, so he spoke up. If the sect master insists on him staying, then he must abide by the regulations of the beast-taming sect. Only by passing the assessment can he become a true disciple of the sect. Jiang Zhenking thought for a moment and said, the beast-taming sect's assessment focuses on beast-taming ability. The higher the level of the spirit beast, and the faster it is tamed, the stronger the capability. The Liu Chuyin sect specializes in swordsmanship. I fear. He clenched his hand, his expression full of concern, not knowing if Chuyun could handle this responsibility. Suddenly, a phoenix bird appeared in the middle of the main hall, astonishing everyone. What's going on? From outside, a blinding flash of light shot into the sky, shocking everyone. What is that? That cry seems to be from a true spirit beast. Red feather love bird, what happened? The phoenix flew following the spiritual energy from Chuyun's hand. He stammered, Is this the energy of the love bird? Zhou Fei exclaimed in shock. Has the red feather love bird already chosen its master? Jiang Zhenking said seriously, the Zhongming bird is our sect's founding spirit beast, but since the former sect master passed away, it has never chosen a master. This is the biggest event in 500 years. Do any of you still have anything to say? No Urge clasped his hands and said respectfully, the Zhongming bird can see the future's fortune. Perhaps this person is the one to revive the beast-taming sect. Congratulations, sect master, Jiang Zhenking announced with satisfaction. If so, from now on, Chuyun will take the status of probationary elder, join the beast-taming sect, and temporarily take over the work of Elder Li Hong. Wu Yanbo couldn't help but object. Probationary elder, based on someone who is only at the UNC realm? Jiang Zhenking coldly stopped him. This is a rule set by the founding sect master. Have you all forgotten it already? Enough, junior brother Li has passed away. There are many things to do. You may all return for now. The elders could only leave silently. And only the two of them remained. Jiang Zhenking seriously reminded him, since you have been chosen by the Zhongming bird, I will not beat around the bush. The situation you saw today, people are not united, and we have been oppressed by the Liu Chuyin sect for years. The future of the beast-taming sect is not optimistic. Chuyun's eyes were firm and fearless. He replied, from what I know, the beast-taming sect has weakened in recent years due to losing to the Liu Chuyin sect in the Great Spirit World competition. This caused the Spirit Meridian Treasure Land to gradually fall into the hands of the Liu Chuyin sect, making them even stronger. If the sect master agrees, please allow me to participate in the Great Spirit World competition 3 months from now. Jiang Zhenking listened, then slowly instructed, although you are now under the protection of the Zhongming bird, your strength is still weak. Here in the beast-taming sect, I can protect you. Consider it the last thing I do for junior brother Li. If you participate in the Great Spirit World competition, the Liu Chuyin sect will surely try every means to kill you. This is suicide. Have you thought it through carefully? Chuyun didn't hesitate and replied, Sect Master, rest assured, this is a decision I made after careful consideration. The Liu Chuyin sect has treated me this way. Even if they don't cause trouble, I will make them pay a heavy price. A moment later, Zhou Damu, Jiang Zhenking's direct disciple, led Chuyun on a tour. Junior Uncle Yi, the beast-taming sect doesn't have many strict rules. You can move around freely. If you don't understand something, just ask me to Qian. Chuyun replied. On the road, many disciples looked at him with hostile eyes. Is he the traitor of Liu Chuyun sect? You haven't heard. The one Zhongming brought in as the owner is him. Those words reached Zhou Damu's ears. He immediately turned around, his voice full of anger. From today, Chuyun is a reserve elder of the beast-taming sect. I do not want to hear those words a second time. Do you understand? Those disciples were frightened, bowed their heads and said in unison, yes, we will follow the senior brother's teachings. Zhao Damu patted Chuyun's shoulder to comfort him. Little Uncle Master, do not mind those nonsensical words. Master said you have been acknowledged by the heavy Ming Pavilion. Your future will surely be great. Chuyun nodded. Zhao Damu pointed towards the Vermilion Gate at the mountainside, reminding, bright platform mountain ahead is the sect's forbidden ground. You are not allowed to approach. After that, he led Uncle Yi forward. Chuyun continued walking. Let us go to the back mountain beast grounds to observe beast taming. Many thanks. Chu Yun followed, inwardly thinking, 2 days. The day after tomorrow, the disguised spy of Liu Chuyun's sect will start operating. So fast. At the back mountain beast grounds, a lush green grassland and herds of wild animals created a fresh and cool scene. Wu Yanbo and Fang Yen were also present there. Wu Yanbo looked at the two men with displeasure. He asked, Zhao Damu, who allowed you to bring him to the beast grounds? Zhao Damu replied without fear, Elder Wu, Uncle Yi has just joined the sect. He naturally needs to come here to observe beast taming. Wu Yanbo snorted disdainfully. The title of Little Uncle Master is not easily earned. According to the rules of the beast taming sect, anyone who wishes to join must undergo an assessment. Otherwise, how can everyone be convinced? That is right. Why is he treated specially? We demand fairness. Zhao Damu gritted his teeth in anger. I hope Elder Wu will not make things difficult for us. Wu Yanbo said coldly, Zhao Damu, are you teaching me how to do things? This beast grounds is my territory. You have no right to speak here. Chu Yun, who had been silent all this while, gently patted Zhao Damu's shoulder. Do not act rashly. Let me handle this. He smiled and asked gently, Elder Wu, may I ask what this assessment consists of? Wu Yanbo revealed a sinister smile and ordered, Hongzi, you explain to this little uncle master. Do not make it too hard for him. Yes, disciple understands, Hongzi replied. Hongzi pointed towards the horse stable nearby and said in a challenging tone, do you see that over there? Your task is to feed the spirit pet. Lately, this one has had some fortune, so I will accept the challenge. He paused, pointing at the horse with jet black fur and bloodshot red eyes. You go ahead and feed this spirit beast. In his heart, Hongzi smiled cruelly. This black flame horse was the most ferocious spirit beast. To tame it, he had beaten and starved it many times. Chu Yun did not hesitate, stepping towards the black flame horse. Right now, it is at its most hungry and crazed. I really look forward to seeing your miserable state. He secretly used a beast agitation technique to make the horse even more ferocious. But Chu Yun had seen through his scheme. If you want to play, I will play along with you in a flash. The black flame horse struggled, trying to break free from the reins and trample everything. Hongzi thought to himself, this time you will die or be severely injured. Zhao Damu shouted in worry, Little Uncle Master, be careful. Hongzi said coldly, stop. He accepted this contest himself. He must bear the consequences no matter what. Chu Yun calmly raised his hand, using the beast taming incantation to soothe the horse. Immediately, the black flame horse became docile. He held a handful of grass in one hand, stroked it with the other, and turned back with a smile. Does this count as completing the challenge? Zhao Damu happily replied, it does, it definitely counts. Why is this horse not reacting? This brat is too strange. His beast taming incantation is even stronger than mine. What is going on here? Same here. Before I could even blink just now, the black flame horse suddenly became gentle. Chu Yun handed the reins to Hongzi. I return this horse to you. Do not be so smug, he muttered softly. Offensive beast taming incantation. Immediately after, the black flame horse kicked out fiercely, sending Hongzi flying far away. Surrounding crowd panicked. Damn, has the horse gone mad? Hongzi landed perfectly in the horse's feeding trough. He quickly stood up, angrily stomped his foot and shouted, what are you laughing at? He raised his whip and struck at the black flame horse, cursing. Look clearly. I am your master. As he hit it, he also pulled the reins, not letting the horse run. Think you have been given too much face? Want another lash? As soon as he finished speaking, the black flame horse went berserk, its hind legs kicking up and sending him flying. Hongzi flew far away, shouting in pain, damn it! The horse turned around, snorted smoke, and blew it directly into his face, causing him to choke, foam at the mouth, and lie helplessly in the feeding trough. Yanbo shouted in panic, hurry and save senior brother. This is going too far. He angrily turned to Chu Yun and yelled, you surnamed Yi, my disciple's lower body has been crippled. You must have done this. Chu Yun crossed his arms over his chest and calmly replied, what if I did? He chose the contest and the spirit beast himself. Since an accident happened, he must bear the consequences. Hearing him speak, Wu Yanbo cursed in fury but was quickly cut off. Your beast taming skill is no match for mine either. Elder Wu, if you think it is not enough, you can try again. Seeing he could not win and was losing face, Wu Yanbo quickly turned and left. Let us go. Farewell, Elder Wu. Zhou Damu approached to praise him. Little Uncle Master, that mouth of yours really knows how to press the advantage. Chu Yun smiled. If you do not offend me, I will not. It is only that I do not offend others. 2 days later, at Bright Platform Mountain, 2 guards stood at attention at the gate. Chu Yun hid in the bushes, observing his surroundings. That must be the Bright Pavilion, which holds many important records of the beast taming sect. A figure lightly swept past, taking down the 2 guards in an instant. Is that Zhao Fa? Chu Yun mused. Let me get a bit closer to see. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. Are you Chu Yun? He was startled and turned around. Who? Chu Yun asked. It seems I've heard this name somewhere before, but I cannot recall it. He pulled a letter from the elder's spirit beast pouch, smiling as he handed it to Su Yao Zhu Yun. Elderly once said that within the beast taming sect, there was an elder named Su Yao Zhu Yun, beautiful and gentle, talented and lovely. Seeing you, I recognized you immediately. Xu Zhu Yun received the letter, muttering softly that he mentioned her again. She looked at the familiar handwriting, sighed that it was indeed Li Hong's penmanship, and thanked the messenger. After putting the letter away, she curiously asked why he was still on Mingtai Mountain at this hour. Hadn't he known this was a forbidden ground? Zhu Yun smiled awkwardly, answering that he had business and Elder Lei warned that there was a traitor in the sect, so he had to keep an eye on this place. Seeing Elder Zhao acting suspiciously, I secretly followed him. He asked in surprise, Elder Sai is also here? Zhu Yun was about to answer but quickly covered his mouth, whispering a signal that he had come out. She pulled Zhu Yun into the bushes, explaining that Zhao Fa had just gone out, and seeing his suspicious behavior, she followed him. Zhu Yun had trouble breathing as his head was pressed into Zhu Yun's full chest, his face red as a tomato. Thinking this hug was truly scorching, the two remained silent, not expecting Zhao Fa to notice someone nearby. Zhu Yun quickly changed position, pulling Zhu Yun's face close against her chest, worried they had been discovered. Suddenly, Zhou Damu appeared from behind, asking Elder Zhao why he was here. Zhao Fa turned around, inquiring that it was Damao. What was he doing at Ming Pavilion late at night? Zhou Damu honestly replied that he was ordered by his master to retrieve an item unexpectedly. He panicked, pointing at the two unconscious guards, asking the elder if he saw them. Zhao Fa instantly appeared behind Zhou Damu, struck out with a palm, saying your timing is truly bad. He took out a strange pill and shoved it into Zhou Damu's mouth, saying to avoid the sect leader finding out, he could only make you forget this matter. Zhu Yun quietly observed, only speaking after Zhao Fa left, then gently placed his hand on Zhao Damu's nose. He checked his breath, then said he was still breathing. Zhu Yun remarked that Zhao Fa was too cowardly to kill, because Zhou Damu was the sect leader's direct disciple, and he likely used a memory-erasing pill. He said, I know, if you have matters, come find me at the artifact refining hall. Zhu Yun turned back gently, thanking him for delivering the letter to her under the moonlight. Zhu Yun was helping Zhou Damu back. On the way, he regained consciousness, mumbling that he remembered being ordered by his master to go to Ming Pavilion, but didn't expect to faint. Thankfully, Uncle Yi brought him back. Hearing this, Zhu Yun asked senior brother Damao was being too polite. Do you remember anything from when you fainted? Zhou Damu replied he didn't remember. Suddenly someone asked why he was back so late. They had waited half a day. Zhou Damu was surprised and asked Chang Li, why are you looking for me so late? Chang Li, Zalfa's direct disciple, was holding a wine jar, replied that he had some personal matters. He looked at Zhu Yun awkwardly, requesting a private consultation with senior brother Zhu. Zhu Yun understood and quickly bid farewell, leaving. He thought Zhou Damu's great destiny had arrived, hoping he would escape this calamity. Zhu Yun immediately returned to his own residence. Just as his hand touched the door, a shout rang out, Zhu Yun. Hongzi and two other disciples appeared. He said, previously you toyed with this elder. Today is your death day. Zhu Yun calmly dug his ear, replying that coming here was indeed coming to the end. Next morning at the administration hall, the elders and Jiang Zhenking listened to reports. A disciple reported to the sect leader, senior brother Zhou was poisoned and died. Uncle Zhu Yun also disappeared. Jiang Zhenking, with a headache, ordered a swift search. Alive must see the person, dead must see the corpse. Wu Yambo spoke up. Last night Ming Pavilion was robbed, unclear what was taken. Now Zhao Damu has ended up like this, what can be done? Jiang Zhenking replied dejectedly. What was lost was the Feng Shui geological map of the spirit realm. Fang Yan and Mu Yukai shouted in shock. What? Wu Yambo also grew angry, veins bulging, saying it was unbelievable that map was a treasure of the spirit realm. Losing it would destroy the beast-taming sect's standing. Fang Yan chimed in. Zhu Yun's disappearance at this time was truly strange. Perhaps he was a spy from Liu Zhuyun's sect and fled with the map. He said long ago Zhu Yun could not be kept. He had only been here a few days and already caused chaos in the sect, a real disaster. Wu Yambo added fuel to the fire, saying he was ashamed before the predecessors. If not for the elder brother's soft heart in keeping Zhu Yun, this calamity would not have occurred. Now the beast-taming sect was ruined. At this moment, Zhu Yun spoke up to explain. Last night she saw with her own eyes Zhao Fa knock out the guards and break into Ming Pavilion. Then he met Zhao Damu and forced him to drink the severance pill. Someone asked what Sister Xu Yao meant by her words. Did she have evidence? Zhao Fa stammered in panic, retorting that she was just a woman. What did she know? Wasn't she trying to defend Zhu Yun by deliberately framing him? Wu Yambo agreed, believing she was defending Zhu Yun because he was Li Hong's disciple, so she transferred her affection to him. Zhu Yun calmly took out a spirit crystal, her eyes challenging, saying words prove nothing. Look at this. The group was stunned. One person spoke up. Brother Zhao, after all these years I know your character. You would not betray the sect. Is someone coercing you? Zhao Fa was terrified, fell to his knees trembling, cried out, elder brother. Wu Yambo angrily shouted at Zhao Fa, saying he was audacious to steal the sect's map, causing him great disappointment, asking what scheme he was up to. Suddenly, Zhu Yun and the direct disciple Chang Li walked in, speaking out, do not be so quick to sever ties. Are you not afraid elder Zhao will tell the truth? Wu Yambo asked Hongzi what was going on. Hongzi replied that last night he had captured Zhu Yun, forced him to drink poison, and thrown him into a wolf den. He could not still be alive. Zhu Yun looked straight at the two, saying, "Perhaps I must disappoint you. Your poison cannot kill me yet, thanks to a necklace that renders all poisons null." Everyone was stunned, asking Zhu Yun what he was saying, what exactly had happened. Zhou Damo stomped hard on Chang Li, angrily shouting, "Let me speak. Last night I met Elder Zhao coming out of Ming Pavilion. He feared exposure, so he ordered Chang Li to poison me. Thanks to junior brother Yi's warning to prepare in advance, I came through unharmed." Jiang Zhenking turned to look at Zhao Fa. He said, "Things have come to this, I can no longer protect you. Do you have anything to say?" Zhao Fa knelt and wept, asking the sect leader if he still remembered Zilin. Jiang Zhenking was shocked. "Isn't she already dead?" Zhao Fa quickly explained, "Yes, but he heard that Liu Zhuyun's sect had a secret technique to open the abyssal realm guiding souls. If he could obtain it, he could save her." Zhu Yun stepped forward, he said, "Do you know that the Liu Zhuyun sect was built from the sword sect, and has no such secret technique at all? I do not know who spread this lie to deceive you. Even if it exists, they would not give it to you, but would only use your status to weaken the beast-taming sect." He never thought that the cowardly Zhao Fei would go this far for the one he loved. Jiang Zhenking sighed. In the end, he was just a fool. "Zhao Shidi, let me ask you one thing. Where's the geological feng shui map?" Zhao Fa knelt down. "I have already given it to Senior Brother Wu." He continued to confess. Senior Brother Wu is responsible for contacting the people from the Liu Zhuyun sect. Wu Yambo shouted angrily, "Zhao Fei, your heart is truly vicious. What grudge do I have against you that you frame me like this?" Zhu Yun folded his arms, casually watching him. "It is fine if you do not admit it. In such a short time you could not have taken the map far. Everyone knows the methods of the discipline hall. Just let them search, and it will be clear." Wu Yambo quickly turned to Jiang Zhenking. "Do you tolerate an unknown brat humiliating me like this? Even wanting the discipline hall to search me? Bruh, this matter concerns the future of the sect. If he wants to prove his innocence, what is there to fear from a search?" Wu Yambo heard this and had nothing to retort. Wu Yambo gritted his teeth, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Jiang Zhenking, you dare to plot to kill me." Thinking this, he rushed fiercely to attack Chu Yun, his voice full of resentment. "Stinking brat, you dare to scheme against me like this. Even if I die today, I will not let you live in peace." Zhou Damu hurriedly charged forward to block him, his words stern. "Elder Wu, your nerve is truly great, daring to commit violence right in the main hall." Wu Yambo snorted coldly, sending Zhou Damu flying with a single palm strike, his voice full of contempt. "So what if he commits violence in the main hall? When the discipline hall arrives, I fear it will be hard for me to escape death." He then charged towards Chu Yun, his voice full of provocation. "Do you still dream of using this brat to revitalize the beast-taming sect? Today I will cut off that thought." Fortunately, a protective barrier appeared around Chu Yun in time, blocking Wu Yambo's attack. He exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Chu Yun looked towards his shoulder, surprised. "Xiao Bai, why are you out here?" Suddenly, Xiao Bai's eyes shot out a beam of light, pushing Wu Yambo flying far away. Ning Changkong and the other elders could not help but be astonished. This brat's spirit pet is not ordinary. It is not a normal tamed beast. Being able to block Wu Yambo's strike, it must be at least the 10,000 methods realm. How could he, a mere primordial sea realm cultivator, control it? Could it be... Ning Changkong and Duan Wuxian exclaimed in unison. Spiritual pet master recognition. Wu Yambo struggled to his feet, his face pale. He grimaced. "Impossible. How can a primordial sea realm brat like you block my move?" Veins bulging on his face, he roared, "Die." Yang Zhenking could no longer sit still. He quickly cast 3 golden chains to stop him. "Wu Shidi, do not persist in your delusion any longer." Wu Yanbo was bound, looking at the chains in shock. "This is..." Zhu Yun also curiously asked what treasure this was that could bind even a 10,000 methods realm cultivator. Jiang Zhenking explained, "This is the Kun Yuan lock. Even those under the yin-yang mirror can be subdued. It is specially used to deal with high-level 10,000 methods realm experts." Wu Yambo screamed wildly, "Jiang Zhenking, you dare to use the Kun Yuan lock on me. The Liu Zhuyun sect will not let you off. The beast-taming sect must take the initiative to fight. Take him down and deal with him according to sect rules. There is no need to keep such a traitor." He turned to Zhao Fa, his voice stern. "As for you, Zhao Shidi, you strayed from the path due to infatuation. So you shall be in seclusion for life to reflect on your mistakes, repenting daily for your wrongdoings. That is your punishment." "Thank you, senior brother." After dealing with those two, Jiang Zhenking looked happily at Chu Yun. "Alright, your turn now. Fortunately, you discovered this in time, or it would have become a great disaster. Do you have any requests?" It is thanks to the absolute trust of the sect master that everything went smoothly. Chu Yun cupped his hands, serious. "Since the sect master's so, I will not be polite. I plan to participate in the Spirit Realm Grand Competition, and before that I want to practice forging some treasures. Currently, I am lacking some materials." Jiang Zhenking immediately agreed. "Alright, I can give them to you. This is the sect master's token. With this token, you can go to the beast-taming sect's treasury to find suitable materials, and can enter the treasury anytime. There are some things there that might be useful to you." Ning Changkong also praised him, saying, "You know, even we rarely get to enter the treasure pavilion, let alone take items from inside. This time you are truly lucky." Chu Yun respectfully said, "Thank you, Sectmaster." Ziyao Chu Yun curiously stepped forward and asked, "Do you really want to participate in the Great Spirit Realm competition?" Chu Yun said firmly, "Of course, my grudges with Liu Chu Yun sect can just be settled in the Great Spirit Realm." Ziyao Chu Yun reminded, "Fine, since you have decided, I have nothing more to say. But if you want to forge treasures, you can come to Mount Qi to find me." Chu Yun watched the departing back of Ziyao Chu Yun, unable to hide his joy as he smiled. "Today truly brings one good thing after another. I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time." At the Beast Taming Sect's Treasure Pavilion, a place located on a mountain peak amidst the clouds and mist, Zhou Damu was leading Chu Yun across a suspension bridge. He reminded junior disciple, "Be careful. In this abyss lies the Lai River vein from which nothing can escape. If you fall, there is no return." Chu Yun secretly glanced downward, his expression full of worry and fear. In his heart, he muttered, "People often say the Qianlong continent is a gathering place for many powerhouses, all aiming for the precious treasures here. The rumors are indeed true. However, the current beast-taming sect has become the tail end of the great sects. It is truly puzzling." After a while, the two crossed the suspension bridge and stood facing the tower in front of them. Chu Yun pointed towards it and said, "This is the treasure pavilion." Even just standing outside, he could already feel the surging spiritual energy flowing out endlessly, causing him to exclaim, "What a formidable aura." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the void, "Come in. But remember, you are only allowed to take 3 items with you." Zi Chu Yun was startled upon hearing this and asked back, "What? Only 3 items?" That voice immediately reminded him, this treasure pavilion has not been opened to anyone for nearly 600 years. Even in the past, no one has ever managed to take 3 treasures out. "Kid, do not be too greedy." Chu Yun quickly cupped his hands in apology. "This junior misspoke. Please forgive me, senior." Senior certainly has a quick temper. At that moment, an invisible force pulled him inside. That voice shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Get in now." The door slammed shut, leaving Zhao Damu standing dumbfounded outside. Does our sect actually have such an overbearing senior? Half an hour later, Zhao Damu saw Chu Yun walking out leisurely. He immediately asked, "Junior disciple Yi, have you finished choosing?" Chu Yun replied with a happy smile, "Other than this silver silk armor that I chose myself, the other 2 items appeared through resonance." A strange voice sounded from above, "Kid, you are indeed lucky. The Profound Heaven 3 silk armor is a true Kai-level treasure. With your current strength, you cannot fully utilize its functions, but its defensive capability alone is enough." Chu Yun quickly cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for the guidance, senior. May I ask if these 2 treasures have any other effects?" Suddenly, a white figure appeared, his expression annoyed as he shouted, "The treasure pavilion has thousands of treasures. How could I possibly know them all? Fine, you have taken the items, now get lost." The 2 then left one after the other. Unbeknownst to them, behind them, a silver-haired man was watching with a curious gaze. "How interesting," he muttered. The sealed demonic 8 Extremities Tower, covered in dust for many years, unexpectedly taken away by a brat from the Yuanhai realm. But so many years have passed, I wonder how many enemies remain. At the Key-Forging Spirit Refining Pavilion, countless items were laid out in a pile. Ziyao Chu Yun stared in astonishment at the treasures before her and exclaimed, "The horn of a 1,000-year demon crocodile. There are also sinews, bones, and scales. A 1,000-year demon crocodile's cultivation can match the yin-yang realm. This kid has truly hit the jackpot." That giant crocodile was already injured. Guess it was done for. She sat down, calmly drinking tea, and asked, "Speak, what do you plan to do with them?" Chu Yun quickly ran over, massaged her thighs, and flattered. "Senior agreed to help. I am already extremely grateful. As long as this junior can use them, how would I dare to have any demands?" Ziyao Chu Yun heard this and let out a mischievous smile. If that is the case, he was thrown out by her in embarrassment. Ziyao instructed Chu Yun that she would call someone after finishing her work. She told Jiang Zhenqing that this place would not receive guests for a few days and no one was allowed to come. Chu Yun muttered, this woman was really hard to understand. At this moment at the beast-taming sect, the sky was clear and blue, the scenery like a paradise. As soon as Chu Yun entered the hall, he heard Ning Changkong's voice. It seemed that Kishan had not heard the sound of forging iron for many years. "You brat have the skill to make Elder Z leave the mountain again." Chu Yun humbly replied that he had expressed his determination to participate in the Spirit Realm Grand Competition with Elder Z. He valued me and hoped I could win the Spirit Realm Grand Competition for the beast-taming sect. Jiang Zhenqing reminded him the Spirit Realm Grand Competition was held once every 100 years to select the 4 strongest sects of the great Yi Imperial Dynasty and destroy distribute the continent's spirit vein mineral resources according to ranking. The smaller sects that failed last time all sent their most elite disciples, hoping to break into the top 4 sects. The spirit realm contains many opportunities and abundant treasures, but it also hides countless dangers, traps, and anomalous creatures. The goal is to eliminate as many high-level anomalous beasts as possible, as that is the measure for determining victory and defeat. The Feng Shui map of the spirit realm is currently in the hands of the 4 great sects. Normally, disciples of each sect only operate within their own area. Only those with extraordinary strength dare to cross the boundaries to seek higher-level prey. With a serious expression, he analyzed the situation. Although the purpose is not mutual slaughter, any means can be used to win. With just one small oversight, you could lose your life in the spirit realm, especially when you are a main target. After listening, Chu Yun remained determined. I must go. Jiang Zhenking immediately supported him. Alright, the beast-taming sect will pour all its resources into you. I and the elders have decided to open the ancient forbidden ground once more. Chu Yun was slightly puzzled. What is the ancient forbidden ground? It is a ruined part of an ancient battlefield, opened up by predecessors using their power into a small space, filled with powerful monsters and energy. But opening it each time consumes many years of cultivation. Is a brat like you worth it? Ning Changkong spoke up. Each sect can only send 2 people of the speaking sky realm or above. This brat's cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the elemental sea realm, plus his emphasis on emotion and righteousness. His strength is equivalent to the speaking sky realm. With 3 people, we will have an advantage and a chance to turn the situation around. Jiang Zhenking gently stroked his beard and warned, the ancient forbidden ground is extremely dangerous. 9 deaths and 1 life. I agree to try once. 2 days later, Chu Yun, along with the elders and disciples, had arrived at a large, open area. Jiang Zhenking anxiously instructed, remember my words. The ancient forbidden ground is very vast. The anomalous beasts within the elemental realm mostly have strength at the elemental absorption realm and elemental sea realm. Outside the elemental realm is extremely dangerous. You must absolutely not step in. I understand. After speaking, he and the 4 elders stood in a circle and shouted, Elders, set up the formation. They released their power together, shooting it into the sky. The ancient forbidden ground open. A dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. Qinthang quickly pushed Chu Yun into the black hole and did not forget to remind him, in 1 month, the ancient forbidden ground will open again. Keep your balance and do not forget to return to this exact spot. Alright, I know. Suddenly, a broken sword also flew into the rift with him. Is that a broken sword? Chu Yun was slightly suspicious. The aura on that sword just now was not ordinary. Perhaps it has a great origin, but do not let affect my trial this time. My life-bound artifact. He cursed angrily, damn it. Chu Yun fainted and slowly woke up. Congratulations, everyone. In front of him was a large city gate. He observed his surroundings and wondered, is this the ancient forbidden ground? It looks like an abandoned military camp, with a blood-red sun in the sky. According to the system, in 1 month, the passage back to the beast-taming sect will close. Perhaps I need to cultivate and find a way out. Chu Yun stood up and entered a tent. There were several books on the table. He picked one up and read it. This seemed to be a logbook. All failures, this will be our final battlefield. Perhaps powerful anomalous beasts that cannot be dealt with have appeared, posing a great threat to the army here. While turning a page, Chu Yun suddenly saw a piece of paper fall out. Picked it up and realized it was a map. The special chaotic forbidden zone was circled. Perhaps it was the escape route mentioned in the logbook. He put the map into his robe. The path to the chaotic forbidden zone was the longest and most dangerous. Before that, I need to find a way to become stronger. A thick smell of blood rose, stimulating Chu Yun's senses. From the moment he set foot in this place, he always felt as if someone was watching him. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious giant gecko suddenly appeared. It attacked him at a dizzying speed. Chu Yun quickly opened the mountain and sea bestiary to look up information. The book recorded that this type of gecko usually hides in the shadows, waiting to ambush and launch a surprise attack. It seems it has been waiting for me for a long time, Chu Yun muttered. The gecko continued to charge forward. Chu Yun nimbly dodged and drew his sword to counter. He could feel the formidable strength of his opponent. He thought to himself while fighting and retreating, with my cultivation realm, it should not be difficult to defeat it. Perhaps the killing aura in the ancient forbidden ground has made these creatures stronger. Deciding not to run anymore, Chu Yun turned around. This species usually does not attack alone, so there are certainly many more in this forest. He gathered momentum and leaped high, unleashing a powerful slashing strike, hoping to end the battle quickly. Great River Sword Art, Chu Yun shouted, the power of the attack causing the air to tremble. Just as he landed, Chu Yun saw another horde of giant geckos charging forward. There are more than I thought, he muttered. Without hesitation, he used the pure element sword art to attack. He attacked the gecko horde relentlessly. Tens of thousands of sword strikes were unleashed, completely annihilating the entire horde. Chu Yun stabbed his sword into the ground, panting heavily. My current stamina is insufficient to use the Great River Sword Art and Pure Element Sword Art consecutively. It seems my weakness is my stamina, he said to himself. 3 days later, Chu Yun continued training in the forest, provoking another horde of giant geckos. "Come here, chase me." He nimbly dodged their attacks and counterattacked quickly. Mighty Force Fist, a single punch from him took down the entire horde. Jiang Zhenking, who was observing from afar, nodded in satisfaction. This brat is not bad, he knows how to overcome his own weaknesses. In such a harsh environment, if he grows up, he will be truly formidable. Chu Yun, on the other side of the forest, was cooking gecko meat. Although these monsters are dangerous, their meat is a delicacy. Eating it not only makes the body stronger, but also allows him to feel the killing intent gradually accumulating, he thought. Looking at Little White, he smiled. These pieces of meat are both delicious and can enhance abilities. When Little White wakes up, it will surely love them. Alright, let him continue training. By the 8th day in the Forbidden Land, Chu Yun was no longer afraid of the death surge, but he still had not encountered any truly strong opponents. Looking at the sword, he felt that the Qingyuan Dahihi and Wanhua sword techniques had begun to fuse. They just needed a bit more verification. As he was thinking, a loud noise startled Chu Yun awake. He quickly stood up, warily looking around, and smiled confidently, because he was just getting bored with those useless geckos. A viper and a spirit python. A challenging grin curled on his lips. This spirit python was a peak divine beast of the UNC realm. Perfect timing. I will test my new sword art. Before him, a monkey and a snake were engaged in a fierce battle. Chu Yun stepped forward and stood between the two beasts, his voice ringing with pride. Hey, great snake, stop bullying the weak. If you have any skill, fight me instead. At that moment, the monkey suddenly lunged forward to attack the great snake from behind. Chu Yun quickly intervened. Hey, great ape, no sneak attacks like that. We are having a serious negotiation. But his words did not draw their attention, so he said coldly, neither of you cares about me. Suddenly, the great snake lunged to attack. Chu Yun hurriedly backed away, his face hardening. Damn it, you dare to ambush me with poison. The snake shook its head mockingly. It ambushed you, do not blame me. Chu Yun realized. The only option left for him was to flee. He coughed a few times, his face contorting. Well done, you used a poison mist to conceal your form. But poison is ineffective against me. The killing intent of you two is too heavy. You could not hide it even if you wanted to. Thinking this, Chu Yun immediately turned back to where the two beasts were fighting. The air there was oppressive from the dense killing intent. He picked up a large stone and threw it towards them to attract their attention. Then he jumped up, assuming a combat stance. If you two do not pay attention, I will join this little fun myself. The great snake quickly detected the disturbance. It looked over at the charging Chu Yun. Chu Yun did not hesitate and unleashed the soaring dragon slash. The preliminary strike allowed him to land lightly. Seeing that the opponent did not react, Chu Yun smiled in satisfaction. The effect of the new technique is not bad. The sword momentum, a combination of the Da, He, and Qingyuan sword arts, consumes less primordial energy, but significantly increases in power. But unexpectedly, a great snake was still alive. It spat venom from within a bush, attacking Chu Yun. He was startled and quickly blocked the strike. What is this? The great snake is still not dead. The attack caused Chu Yun to buckle down on one knee. Hitting the ground, his face was full of doubt. What happened? Its presence had clearly vanished. The monkey's corpse lay motionless, its bones slowly dissolving into smoke. Revealing the great snake's form, it opened its mouth wide to the left. Inside there was something glowing, looking like a sword. Chu Yun saw this, his heart filled with astonishment. A broken sword? No wonder I could not find it. It turns out you swallowed it. While Chu Yun was distracted, the great snake tried to escape, but he did not give it a chance. Trying to run? Chu Yun watched the snake struggling to slither down the cliff face, his gaze determined. That sword must have an origin. He immediately gave chase, quickly catching up. Trying to run away again? Chu Yun punched the great snake's tail hard and shouted, stop. The snake, in pain, struggled violently, dragging Chu Yun along with it. He yelled, his head spinning. Hey big guy, slow down a bit. Jiang Zhenking sat at home, watching this scene with growing anxiety. He stood up worriedly. This is bad, the spirit python is running towards the outside of the origin realm. The other elders were also anxious. This brat is too focused. He is about to be dragged out of the origin realm and does not even realize it. Sect Master, Chu Yun's current strength is insufficient to be outside or to open the forbidden gate. Jiang Zhenking sighed. There is no other way. The group stood up, ready to open the forbidden gate once more. I trouble you, fellow disciples. The 5 of them shouted in unison, forbidden gate, open. The space was torn apart, but immediately after, all 5 of them, as if beaten by someone, spat out a large breath of air. Horrified, they stared at the massive hole that had just appeared in the sky. What is happening? Jiang Zhenking sensed something ominous. The connection with the ancient forbidden land has been severed by some force. I fear Chu Yun's fate is grim. Deep in the ghostly secret forest, Chu Yun was dragged by the great snake, the sword, and he's still clinging tightly to its tail. You cannot escape. Both man and snake were trembling, exhausted. Chu Yun tried to say, hurry up and spit out the sword. Great Snake was too tired and immediately complied, spitting the sword from its mouth. Chu Yun shook his head. Hey, the poison in your saliva really is the strongest. After a struggle, Chu Yun collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, mumbling. Damn it, it seems the necklace has lost its effect. I must have inhaled the poisonous fumes. His vision gradually blurred. Before fainting, he saw a person standing before him. The great snake had disappeared. So dizzy, he exclaimed before falling unconscious. When he woke up, Chu Yun's eyes snapped open, and he quickly sat up, shouting, "I am still alive." An old man glanced at him and asked, "Awake, are you?" Then he threw the sword that the great snake had spat out towards Chu Yun. "This is yours, is it not?" Chu Yun caught it and stared intently at the object in his hand. A broken sword? The old man suddenly approached, startling Chu Yun. "You chased that spirit python without letting go. Was it not for this? Who are you?" The old man looked at him and then broke into a smile. "Ah, an old man living in seclusion who has not smelled a human in a long time." Chu Yun blushed as he realized he was only wearing shorts. "Huh, where are my clothes?" The old man replied, "Those clothes were too stinky, I threw them away." "So what?" He examined Chu Yun. "Speak, how did you appear here? This ghostly secret forest has not seen a person in many years. I am a disciple of the beast-taming sect, here to cultivate in the Forbidden Land. But the entrance in the Origin Realm has been destroyed. Senior, since you have been here for many years, do you know a way out of the Forbidden Land?" The old man turned away, pondering, "A way out?" Then he turned around and cheerfully smiled, making a request to Chu Yun. But when he looked at the old man's information panel, it was all question marks. The old man said, "Beat me in a fight, and I will tell you." Chu Yun thought about it. So far he had seen that Hongtu with the yin-yang realm cultivation was the strongest. Having lived alone for so long, the old man's realm could not be weak. Could he be even higher than the yin-yang realm? "Senior, I am merely a small primordial sea realm cultivator. I cannot defeat you. Please do not make things difficult for me, and just show me the way out." Hearing this, the old man tossed a set of new clothes to Chu Yun, praised him for knowing his place, and told him to stay here and keep him company. Haha. Night fell, the space was silent except for the wind. The two of them hid in the bushes. Chu Yun asked Jia Chenkong what they were doing. The old man whispered that they were hunting. Otherwise, what would they eat tonight? The strange beasts in the Nether Ghost secret forest were all special, enhanced types that required a unique hunting method. Chu Yun was worried, wondering if this was the special method the old man was talking about. Had this old man been researching these things for years? Was he really at the yin-yang realm? Or were his stats not showing because he was too weak? Jia Chenkong signaled to Chu Yun, telling him his prey was coming. It was a red sand mantis, a troublesome primordial sea realm strange beast. Its body was tough, and both its strength and speed were terrifying. After saying this, he suddenly pushed Chu Yun out to fight the mantis. Jia Chenkong added that its meat was delicious, and whether they could eat their fill depended on him. He handed the boy this thing, saying he had tested it many times. Chu Yun's clothes began to sway, causing his face to turn red. Jia Chenkong laughed with satisfaction. The old man asked if he understood its function, then told him not to worry. The mantis discovered Chu Yun and charged to attack him. Chu Yun, frightened, turned to run, thinking the old man was using him for fun, but he could not escape. He could not escape because the mantis was too fast. Its speed was truly terrifying. He decided to stop running and counterattack instead. Both he and the mantis launched the Asura Origin Sword art. He charged towards its belly area, which had no hard armor. He thought he could attack, the underside grinned, and shouted to see him pierce through it with one sword strike, but it did not go as planned. Its belly was too hard. Chu Yun yelled that this beast was too troublesome. Jia Chenkong sat watching the show, saying the mantis's two legs could not close together. He was to hold the sword in reverse, strike upward like an uppercut, and use the sword wind to cut it in half. Chu Yun listened and immediately attacked as instructed. The blow changed the situation. With a single strike, Chu Yun finished off the mantis. One sword sliced it in two. Chu Yun was so tired he could not catch his breath. He lay sprawled on the ground. Jia Chenkong walked over, clapping his hands in praise. 5 days later, Chu Yun easily subdued a mantis, swung his sword to cleave it in two, and let out a sigh of relief. After going through intense training for 5 days, he was able to easily take down a red sand mantis. Chu Yun looked towards the dark sky in the distance, wondering if that was the Chaos Forbidden Land. Jia Chenkong came over happily, saying this was the 8th one today. At this rate, they would not lack meat for half a year. Chu Yun was stunned, a confused look on his face, thinking the old man intended to keep him by his side for that long. He turned to Jia Chenkong, a questioning look in his eyes, and asked if the senior had never thought of leaving this place. Jia Chenkong stepped forward calmly, holding a knife to carve the meat, saying what was the point of going outside. Here at least there were no dirty schemes. He also reminded the boy that despite his progress, he was still not ready to face the outside world. Saying this, he threw something to Chu Yun. Chu Yun caught it, but the object was so heavy he almost fell over. He asked blankly what this was. Jia Chenkong smiled, saying this item was refined by him using the Celestial Ruin Divine Forge, which would boost cultivation 100-fold and allow for precise control of power. Then he shouldered his bag of meat and walked ahead, saying the same condition applied. Beat him, and he could leave. This was one of a pair, and he would find the other one for him. Half a month later, Chu Yun cultivated relentlessly. His Chaos Origin Sword platform reached the 3rd layer, and the Azure Origin Sword art merged with the Great River Sword art to form his own unique sword technique. He looked at Jia Chenkong, who was sleeping soundly on the bed across from him. He muttered that for the past half-month, he had not been able to get close to him, let alone fight him. Suddenly, Chu Yun decided to act. He moved forward planning a sneak attack. "Sorry, senior, but I have to leave tonight." However, his strike only hit the bed. Jia Chenkong had already dodged gracefully. The old man sat up, a stern look in his eyes, saying a sneak attack was not a good way for a young lad to behave. Chu Yun did not give up and continued to unleash his techniques. Jia Chenkong dodged lightly, praising the boy for being fast even with the ancient gloves, but he was still lacking to defeat him. Jia Chenkong suddenly lunged forward. His hand swung up, shouting, "Take one of my palm strikes." Chu Yun was not flustered. Instead, he smiled. He had just broken through to the third layer of the Void Ghost step in the middle of the fight, and lightly sidestepped the blow. Jia Chenkong was astonished, asking why this movement technique did not look like it was from the beast-taming sect. While the old man was distracted, Chu Yun quickly moved behind him, preparing to strike, shouting, "Now!" Jia Chenkong swiftly turned to block, but he still managed to land a hit on the old man. Jia Chenkong was pushed back a distance. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face as he praised this never-before-seen movement technique. Chu Yun replied that he thanked the senior for his guidance, which allowed him to break through. The old man stroked his beard, his voice deep and warm, saying that just based on his movement techniques, combat skills, and determination, he was already stronger than many people. He then told the boy to go, but he was not sure if that place truly was an exit. Chu Yun heard this, a determined look in his eyes, saying that in less than half a month, his big sister would descend to the underworld. No matter what, he had to try. Scene shifted to Chaos Forbidden Land. A stone pillar was engraved with the words Chaos Forbidden Land. "Those who enter shall surely die." It seemed to seal something. Chu Yun pushed the door and stepped inside. He did not expect the door to open so easily, wondering if the restrictions had lost their effect. Before him stood a massive terracotta statue, exuding a heavy, suffocating presence. This statue was certainly not ordinary, a haunting voice echoed, but Chu Yun stood there calmly. Who would dare to barge into the Forbidden Hall? Restriction at the entrance was likely just the first trial. This clay statue was the real test to enter the pagoda. Chu Yun glanced around, suspecting whether this trial was too simple. Chu Yun swung his sword, slaying the few monsters charging at him. Then he spoke, "I am a disciple of the beast-taming sect, who came here to train but was trapped. I do not know if there is a way back from within." The door that had just opened suddenly slammed shut. That voice echoed again, "The only way to pass this place is..." Suddenly, footsteps sounded. 3 fully armored figures appeared, so that voice earlier belonged to them. Chu Yun understood that he had to defeat them to leave this place. The stone statues charged forward to attack. Chu Yun swung an extremely powerful slash but quickly leaped to dodge. The attack speed was not fast, but the force was immense. If hit, he would surely die instantly. Suddenly, Chu Yun turned his head and was startled to realize 2 more statues were now targeting him. There was no other choice. He had to use his special technique, Void Phantom Step. Chu Yun looked up, carefully observing and analyzing. The movements were rigid, and the attack patterns were very mechanical. These stone statues had no consciousness of their own. They were certainly being controlled by their master. Chu Yun glanced at the charging stone statues. Despite their numbers, he believed he could defeat them. While thinking of a strategy, he dodged their attacks. Suddenly, he leaped up and landed on the shoulder of a giant stone statue. His eyes darted to the clay statue. It swung its arm again. Everything was about to. Waiting for the exact moment the stone statue struck down, Chu Yun quickly leaped up, causing the statue to miss its strike. They struck each other. As I guessed, I can exploit this weakness to make them destroy each other. Chu Yun made them eliminate one another without exerting himself. He performed a somersault in the air, the movement extremely graceful. That stone statue struck down, severing the arm of the opposite statue. The massive rocks immediately fell. Chu Yun looked up, smiled, and asked, "I won. Can you let me off?" The clay statue seemed quite pleased. "Not bad, you are quite smart." Clay statue laughed heartily as it saw Chu Yun's surprise. The one who had passed the test could move on. But Chu Yun was still doubtful. "Is that all? Is it really that simple?" The fate control board said I would die at the hands of the Yi Zong. Could he be waiting at the back exit? The clay statue looked at him seriously. "Do not be complacent. The real difficulty still lies ahead. I have a special technique to pass on to you, to help you overcome the tough trials ahead." Having said that, the clay statue emanated a terrifying aura. "This technique will be transmitted directly into your spiritual consciousness. You just need to keep your mind clear to receive it." He still felt something was off but tried hard to absorb the technique. After finishing, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. "System, bring up its control panel." My control panel. He read that his fate would be to have his body taken over by Yi Zong. Chu Yun was extremely shocked, but before he could do anything, he collapsed. A moment later, Chu Yun lay on the ground, opening his eyes in disbelief. "What is this?" But something was wrong. His voice had changed. Chu Yun gave a crooked smile. Success. He had been possessed by Yi Zong, as the system had stated. Yi Zong threw his head back and laughed loudly. "After so many years, I finally have a strong body. Haha, it is all all because that brat was too foolish. Just as he was feeling triumphant, Yizong suddenly heard a shout that startled him. Stop, Yizong! Who is that? Could that brat's consciousness still be here? Suddenly Chuyun's body began to glow. Do you not recognize your own master? A massive bird appeared in midair. Yizong cried out, evolving feathers. The scene shifted to the beast-taming sect. Several elders were discussing in the main hall. Sect master, since things are already like this, do not think about that brat anymore. Chuyun has been missing in the ancient Forbidden Land for days, and is likely dead. Yang Zhenking was lost in thought when someone spoke. Sect master, the urgent task is to compile the list of participants for the Spiritual Realm Grand Tournament. Investigating the ancient Forbidden Land afterwards is not too late. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Jiang Zhenking explained it was the sound of metal from Kishan being delivered. Elder Z was still crafting weapons. Z, who had been sorrowful, suddenly laughed heartily. Haha, fine. I was not being flexible enough. I believe that the one chosen by evolving feathers will not die so easily. He stood up and decided, this time I will act on a whim. Please write Chu Yun's name on the list. The Spiritual Realm Grand Tournament this time is hosted by the Liu Chu Yun sect, and the result will decide the distribution of spirit veins and cultivation resources among the 4 great sects. Disciples from other sects and independent cultivators can all enter the spiritual realm to kill strange beasts and find treasures. Chen Jingru and Shi Yan stood below with a dejected look. Junior Uncle Sin has come out of seclusion to participate in the grand tournament, probably to look for senior brother, Yi. Chen Jingru glanced backward. The names of the participants from the 4 great sects are all very famous. The beast-taming sect is missing one person. Could the rumors be true that senior brother Yi has met with trouble? Guanwan walked up to Elder Duan and asked, Elder Duan, why do you only have 9 disciples participating this time? No, there is still one more disciple, just not here yet, but I believe he will arrive very soon. Suddenly, a man stepped forward to interrupt with a jeering tone. Oh my, Elder Duan, your words are so vague. Surely a dead man cannot be counted as a disciple. Senior Zhu, what do you mean by that? That man was Zhu Zeming along with his disciple Lin Changxuan. No one expected that the beast-taming sect, once the leading sect in the cultivation world, now had to rely on Chu Yun, who had reversed its decline after his master was killed. But since Chu Yun is dead, could they be seizing the opportunity to change their leadership? The affairs of the beast-taming sect are none of your concern. Zhu Zeming laughed mockingly at Elder Duan. Elder Duan, sometimes I wonder if your sect master has some grudge against you. Why is it that whenever there is something humiliating to do, you are always the one sent to the forefront? The head elder became furious, shook off Zhu Zeming's hand and scolded him to stop causing division. It was Chang Yang sect and Miao Yin sect who were the deceivers. Your sect masters and elders only knew how to flatter Liu Chu Yun, and that was what was truly shameful. Scolded to his face, Zhu Zeming angrily pointed at the head elder, saying, why pretend? Did you still think beast-taming sect was the #1 sect like before? Now it was just trash. This time they would definitely drive them out of the 4 great sects. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Guanwan quickly stepped out to mediate, addressing the elders. How could they curse each other on the stage like this? It was truly disgraceful. Please show him some respect and stop, to avoid other sects from laughing at them. Guanwan looked down below, his eyes sorrowful. When the sect master told him to be the leading elder, he clearly wanted to refuse. Why did he have to think of that brat Chu Yun, and then be tricked by the ghosts and spirits into agreeing? Today, the sects causing trouble for beast-taming sect had exhausted him tremendously, but this was the rule of the cultivation world. Luo Yunqiao and Ping Tian stepped forward together. Ping Tian spoke, saying that this time with their 3 sects and the support of Zuan Kun Palace and Huangcha Wu Qin, even if Chu Yun lived, beast-taming sect could no longer keep its position as a great sect. Xi Yan heard this and felt indignant, asking if the Force Alliance against beast-taming sect was not going too far. Little junior uncle, he was a disciple of ancestor Liu Chu Yun, so he should not always help outsiders. The arrogant disciple of Miao Yin sect angered Zhao Damu, who said beast-taming sect could not show off for much longer. He heard that this time a puppet sect would be chosen, and resources would fall into the hands of their 3 sects. Miao Yin sect, do not be so arrogant. In the spirit realm, he would show them that beast-taming sect was not to be trifled with. Luo Yunqiao contemptuously stepped forward, telling Zhou Damu that when they entered the spirit realm, if the beast-taming sect disciples did not resist, Chang Yang sect could spare their lives. He said this smugly, continuing, and without noticing the danger lurking behind him. Of course, they could also choose not to participate in the spirit realm grand competition. Luo Yunqiao might even be merciful for once. At that moment, Luo Yunqiao was snatched into the sky by Chu Yun's cosmic heavy emotion bird. He panicked and yelled, oh man, this is insane. Everyone below gaped in shock, calling out Chu Yunqi's name in unison. Some were overjoyed, others stunned, and cries of senior brother Yi rang out endlessly. Zhu Zeming was stunned. Are you Chu Yun? The grand competition hasn't even started, and you dare ambush a disciple of Ever Sun sect? You and beast-taming sect must give me an explanation. Chu Yun smiled confidently. How is that an ambush? I was just finding a place to land. Who knew someone would be standing there? Your ever-Sun sect disciples are too frail. A slight bump and they faint. With such quality, you still dare enter the spirit realm. His few words infuriated Zhu Zemming, but he could only glare at Chu Yun with hatred. Elder Duan beside him quickly interjected. It was just a collision between a spirit beast and a person. Our beast taming sect deals with spirit beasts every day. This is far too common. Chu Yun helped Luo Yunchao up and asked about his condition. Elder Duan continued. Chu Yun makes sense. Your disciples were completely off guard and fainted from a slight bump. Sun sect should withdraw from the spirit realm grand competition. Ping Tian unexpectedly stepped forward and asked, Chu Yun, you're not dead? Chu Yun glanced at him and smiled. Send your disciple Xiao, I won't die that easily. Recall the situation back then. There, haha, what a relief. This body will soon be mine. Then another voice rang out. Ancestor E, long time no see. Ancestor E thought he misheard, so he asked again, what did you say? Right after, Chu Yun threw out an iron chain to bind him. Ancestor E raged, you little brat, you dare toy with me? Cosmic heavy emotion bird appeared. He doesn't have that skill. It was me. How is that possible? A mere primal C stage controlling a heavy emotion bird. The heavy emotion bird explained, of course, because Vita chose him. Haha, it seems over the years, even an old man like you has degenerated. And to think you'd set your sights on this little brat. Luckily I woke up early, or I wouldn't even dare use my own body as bait. The heavy emotion bird said to Chu Yun, you keep him restrained, don't erase him. I'll find a way to persuade him to serve me. Haha, then he won't try to steal it? Don't worry, that matter only benefits you. Chu Yun was satisfied. Good, but how do I leave this ancient forbidden hall now? It's a bit troublesome, but leaving isn't a problem. The heavy emotion bird landed and told him to climb on. It will take you out of here. Chu Yun complied, thinking to himself that it understood the ancient forbidden ground better than he imagined. The spirit realm grand competition is still the priority. The heavy emotion bird flew at an astonishing speed. Chu Yun yelled, Senior, you're flying too fast. Go easy on me, don't pull my tail feathers, or I'll toss you off. He wasn't to be outdone either, raising his middle finger. Consider yourself lucky this time, even if you return alive, so what? Chu Yun, I won't let you escape this time. Stop bragging. When have you ever managed to kill me? Though he talked tough, Chu Yun was still worried. He thought, Ping Tian will have opportunities in the spirit realm. I need to check his status panel. He looked it over and felt a surge of shock. Quite surprising. Ping Tian was about to break through to the 10,000 Dharmas realm. So how am I supposed to play this? Valley of Lonely Souls and the remnant soul of the ancient era. It seems I have to be harsher. The door to the spirit realm opened before everyone's eyes. Elder Duan instructed the disciples. The spirit realm is now open, lasting 1 month. Even if you hold grudges with the other 3 sects, I only ask for 2 things. Stay alive and keep the position of the 4 great sects. Disciples understand? After his instructions, he pointed to the gate and told everyone to set off. Elder Duan tossed something toward Chu Yun, telling him to take it. Chu Yun caught it, looking at the ring in his hand. A spatial ring? Elder Duan, what's inside? Crafted for you by Master Xu Yun for the Rat God Bao, which can be upgraded with many special materials. Master Xu Yun has also arrived, but he isn't present here. Xu Yun quickly thanked him. Thank you, Elder Duan. Please thank Master Xu on my behalf. Chu Yun, be a bit humble and watch out for Liu Chu Yun sect. Then he stepped into the spirit realm. Chu Yun was amazed by the majestic scene. He wondered, is this the spirit realm? Not just him, but everyone was stunned by the massive, never-before-seen spirit beasts. Zhou Damu came beside Chu Yun, scratched his head, and asked, Junior Disciple Yi, do you have any plan for this competition? Elder Duan said to travel together with us. Chu Yun shook his head. Travel together? That won't do. Senior Disciple Zhu Ping Tian hates me to the bone. If I go with you, Beast Taming Sect will become a target. If I act alone, he'll only send the other 2 sects to surround me. That will be easier for me to handle, and everyone else won't be implicated. Zhou Damu grew even more worried hearing this, but Chu Yun remained unhurried. Senior Disciple Zhu, don't you remember? I once entered the ancient forbidden ground alone and returned safely. I think what you say makes sense. Just then, someone abruptly interrupted their conversation. It was Fei Yuming, a direct disciple of the 4th Elder of Beast Taming Sect. Junior Disciple Yi was never originally from Beast Taming Sect. If he wants to draw the fire himself, just let him go. Each person doing their own job, isn't that good? Chu Yun wasn't angered by this. Instead, he appeared pleased and left with a light smile. Zhou Damu called out anxiously, be careful. Remember not to confront Ping Tian directly. It's very dangerous. Junior Disciple Yi, act according to your abilities. Chu Yun advanced alone deep into the dangerous area. He stopped and sighed. Damn it, not having a map is really inconvenient. I've been searching forever and still can't find the Valley of Lonely Souls. Ping Tian has probably already found the ancient secret realm by now. Suddenly, he heard voices behind him. If only we had a map right now, wouldn't that be great? Chu Yun gently parted the leaves to observe, listening to their conversation. Do we really need to help Ping Tian deal with Chu Yun? They argued. I heard Chu Yun once entered the ancient forbidden ground alone. His strength is unpredictable. Besides, we'd have to face beast taming sect. Can we even win? Junior sister, you don't understand. The junior sister looked scared, while the senior brother was arrogant. Look at beast taming sect. How many of their disciples die every time during the spirit realm competition? It's useless. What's beast taming sect's level now? All trash. Chu Yun at the 6th layer of the Primeval Sea stage, joining the competition? How can he fight? He has no ability at all. The junior sister trembled, but the senior brother still sneered. Beast Taming Sect will lose to Electric Sound Gate, lose to Blood Blade Sect, and even lose to Minor Sword Law Sect. In the end, they'll have no one left to lose to. They've lost all face. Senior brother, don't talk so big. I'm just asking, can you win? Of course I will win. Why are you stuttering today, junior sister? The senior brother replied confidently. A cold voice rang out from behind. So Chu Yun is that easy to deal with. If I meet him, I'll definitely beat the piss out of him and smash his face. He turned around horrified to realize that person was Chu Yun. His face changed color, and he hurriedly called for his teammates, but they had all been taken down. Chu Yun is here. Quickly. With me. He panicked and turned to ask his junior sister, why didn't you warn me? How would I dare remind you? Chu Yun lost patience, drew his sword, and pressed it against his neck, asking seriously, still want to smash my face? He immediately knelt and kowtowed. Not at all. Not at all. Senior disciple. He was just joking with his junior sister. Senior brother Luo is truly a frail son of a noble. It looks like our ever-son sect is done for. Chu Yun didn't care, only ordering, hand her the topographic map. He quickly handed it over. Don't kill me, I'll give it to you. Chu Yun took the map and nodded in satisfaction. With the topographic map, it's indeed easier to find. But this Valley of Lonely Souls is truly dangerous. Legend says it's filled with heavy yin energy, and many spirit-penetrating experts have died there. Even those at the 10,000 Dharma's realm couldn't survive. Even so, Chu Yun confidently advanced deep into the valley without any hesitation. Chu Yun was completely unaware that a pair of strange eyes was watching his every step. This guy looks foolish, but his yang energy is extremely abundant. Choosing him is reasonable. A little girl suddenly appeared, her soft like flowers and herbs, with multicolored eyes and an innocent face. She wore a coarse cloth and carried a basket of fruit. She weakly approached Chu Yun and asked softly, little brother, it's very dangerous here. Do you want? There, a single swift stroke of the sword swung out. A few strands of the little girl's hair were cut off, startling her with fear. Chu Yun looked closely then. It turned out to be a little demon. He almost killed the wrong person. He apologized, said it was because his vigilance was a bit too high. Realizing he was rude, he quickly rubbed the head of the dazed girl. The girl was on the verge of tears, looking at him pitifully, but in her heart she was cursing. I just wanted to talk. Why did you do that? Sorry, I didn't mean to, but this place is dangerous. If you had come one step closer, my head would have flown off. Chu Yun looked at the little girl, finding it strange. The yin energy around the demon was too strong. He almost killed her, but how did she dodge my sword? I have to check her info screen. After checking, he finally understood. He was shocked to learn the girl was named Pei Yojin, a soul-stealing evil ghost whose goal was to drain all his yang energy. Knowing the truth, Chu Yun immediately backed away a few steps, his vigilance heightened. The girl lifted her face, seemingly realizing he knew everything. Her voice asked, little brother, what is wrong with you? The female ghost approached. Chu Yun backed away. Little brother, it is nothing. The ground is just a bit uneven. I almost fell. He slipped on his foot, recalling the fortune teller from childhood saying he had a peach blossom tribulation. Why does it have to be a 1,000-year-old loli? Moreover, she wants to drain him dry. Chu Yun looked at the girl's sparkling eyes. Why do I always meet such weird things on my path of cultivation? Am I suspicious? How could a Yuan high stage brat see through my schemes? I just need to lead him to soul-capturing valley. The girl pretended to be innocent, grabbing Chu Yun's hand, wanting to lead him away, but was rejected. Maybe big brother is tired, come to my house to rest. My house is in the mountain valley, just a few steps away. No, I cannot. I still have to go kill some strange beasts. Another time. The girl refused to let go, her mouth continuously begging. Chu Yun wanted to run, but was afraid of being crushed to death. His mouth refused. No, absolutely not. Just as they were struggling, a loud voice rang out. I finally found you. Chu Yun quickly ran forward, standing protectively in front of the female demon, and anxiously warned, be careful. It turned out to be Ping Tian's group. A man standing next to him, Wang Chen of Earthly Z Swan Kun Palace, sneered, Chu Yun, so you are here. Never expected senior brother to lose more and more integrity. Now you are even messing around with little girls from the Xia Lion sect. The one Chu Yun had just beaten also spoke up. He is the traitor of the sect. His strength is nothing special, only good at running away. Fortunately, I tampered with the Can Xiang map earlier, otherwise it would have been hard to find him. He turned to Wang Chen. Brother Wang, we will strike together later. We must capture Chu Yun and hand over over the Kan Xiang map. Brother La, rest assured, if the three sects join hands, how can we not subdue a Yuan high stage traitor? Chu Yun stood in front of the female demon, hands on his hips, his voice contemptuous. Shangxuan Palace, hey, isn't that the useless sect? Descended from grave robbers, despicable means, a trash sect, and I single-handedly took it down. A whole bunch of Changyang sect, little Ping Tian, do you think these 10 men coming is enough to deal with me? And where are the other members of Liu Chu Yun sect? Little brother, what kind of trouble have you run into that dare to challenge 3 sects at once? 3 men were angered, immediately lunging to attack. No need for others to act. I am enough to kill you. Insulting my Zhuangkun Palace, you must die. Brother Xiao, let me give you a hand. 3 men held their swords, all pointing at Chu Yun, roaring in fury, die. Chu Yun did not counterattack, standing still to take the blow. When the sword blade touched him, his figure vanished, shocking them. Just an afterimage. In an instant, Chu Yun appeared on one side, his voice mocking, with your speed you want to kill me? Go to hell. Quickly form the formation, do not let him escape. The 3 immediately stood still, setting up the self-trap Zhuan control formation, trying to contain Chu Yun. So senior brother invited these 2 to set up this life-killing control formation. Seeing Chu Yun easily bypass the formation, Ping Tian angrily yelled, a bunch of trash. He charged into a chaotic fight with Chu Yun, unleashing the Dragon Wind Slash. The surrounding brothers chatted, Chu Yun is so weak, he has been running back and forth like a dog this whole time. Running back and forth, must be scared to say that. Is Chu Yun weak? He has been dealing with 1 peak Tongjing stage and 2 Yukong stage opponents this whole time. On the other side, Chu Yun had already landed a fatal punch to the back of Ping Tian's head. Those who had just doubted his ability now knew without needing to say what their expressions were. Chu Yun then leisurely said, I was in a bit of a hurry to run away, so I accidentally stepped on dog shit. I have to go change my shoes when I get back. Ping Tian was enraged, grinding his teeth and cursing, how dare you? How dare you? He was both angry and afraid. He unleashed a tremendously strong attack and then cursed, Chu Yun died. Chu Yun then used the sorrowful void ghost to dodge all of Ping Tian's attacks. The 2 men, Brother La and Wang Chen, could only stand on the side whispering, Brother Wang Chen, how long will this fight go on? Do you still want to help Ping Tian? I am not fighting anymore. This kid is too wicked, and with this kind of movement technique, no wonder he is still alive in the ancient Forbidden Hall. While the 2 were fighting, an enormous phantom appeared. Who dares to make noise here? Scram now. Ping Tian looked up stunned. Is it the Wanfa stage? Why is there such a strong evil being here? Wasn't the ancient remnant soul absorbed by Ping Tian? The remnant soul roared, and Ping Tian angrily charged to attack. Scram from here. Dare to scare me? Evil being, today I must kill the person first. No way, absolutely cannot let him break through to the Wanfei stage here. Suddenly the little demon stepped forward, grabbing Chu Yun's hand. Little brother, quickly follow me. Girl hurriedly pulled him away to run. That phantom image will not fool those cultivators for long. Run quickly. Is it a phantom image? Ping Tian remained unaware, engrossed in fighting the phantom. Break for me. Flying right through it. When he realized what happened, he quickly turned around to ask, the evil being is fake. Where is Chu Yun? Where did he run off to? Toward Soul Capturing Valley. Hearing this, Ping Tian's face darkened. Soul Capturing Valley. Perfect, I can conveniently complete the linked quest. Dian walked up to ask Ping Tian, where is my brother Yi? A man named Lasa Xian's group arriving, turned to tease Ping Tian, brother Xiao, your little junior uncle is here. What junior uncle of mine? His La's junior sister immediately answered, shocking the 2 girls. Chu Yun seems to have roared Soul Capturing Valley. What? He went into Soul Capturing Valley. Ji Yan and Chen Jingru looked at each other, worry surging. Why did brother Yi go into that place? That place is extremely dangerous. We have to go save senior brother now. Ji Yan walked quickly forward. Chen Jingru hurried to follow. Senior sister Qin, let me come with you. Meanwhile, the female ghost was still holding Chu Yun's hand, leading him away. Little brother, quickly follow me. He felt something was wrong, so he pulled his hand back and asked, where are you taking me? This place is fine. What is fine? Chu Yun continued to question. The little demon replied shyly, was that thing just now you're doing? Why did you save me? Of course it is because... She suddenly transformed into a beautiful young girl, her eyes sparkling. Of course it is because I want to be with you. The female demon approached, softly asking, little brother, do you like my original appearance? She got closer and closer, making Chu Yun's face turn bright red. Little brother, am I pretty? You are staring at me so intently. The first time I saw you outside the valley, I was smitten. I wonder if little brother has any feelings for me. Chu Yun stammered, unable to form words, finally blurting out, your nails are too black. Is that nail polish? Do you have any sense of aesthetics? The female demon angrily punched his chest lightly. You are really something. Chu Yun hurriedly apologized and told the girl to go ahead and poke it herself. He entered the Lone Soul Valley, only to hide from his enemies. He would leave after a while and hoped she would stay away, as the area outside was full of his foes. He followed her in here to disrupt Ping Tian's fortune, not to be devoured by her. The female ghost smiled and asked coyly, all enemies? Wasn't it true that he had 2 lovers searching for him? She pointed outside the valley, saying they were looking for him. Chu Yun was astonished. Could she have clairvoyant eyes? Little brother is joking. The Lone Soul Valley and I are one. Nothing within the valley escapes my sight, she continued. Chu Yun remained vigilant. Is little brother afraid of the Nether Spirit Peak realm? Now that you are here, I will protect you wholeheartedly. Even if someone of the vast law realm entered, I could crush them easily. Why help me? What do you want? The female ghost shyly approached, and Chu Yun quickly turned away. Little brother, have you forgotten? I am not very confident about my appearance. The spirit realm had opened for a millennium, and countless cultivators had died in the Lone Soul Valley, some possibly with heaven-reaching cultivation. She was most likely an ancient remnant soul. Trusting her genuine feelings was less believable than believing he was the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. Chu Yun opened the female ghost's information panel and skimmed through her recent turning point. His appearance and personality bore some resemblance to that person. Spared the other's life on a full moon night to extract yang to supplement yin, resolving the knot. Strength would skyrocket with the potential for a breakthrough. That person. Who is he? What should I do? Why is this intelligence report so ambiguous? The female ghost turned and invited Chu Yun to follow. Little brother, my estate is ahead. Forget it. Having met an ancient remnant soul meant the purpose of coming to the Lone Soul Valley was half achieved. There were still over 10 days until the full moon night. He would take things one step at a time. Chu Yun followed the female ghost to her estate. Could there be such scenery within the Lone Soul Valley? The female ghost turned back to explain it was merely an illusion. Facing the desolate valley mist all day annoyed her greatly. Or did little brother prefer this wild style? Please don't get strange ideas. The female ghost realized Chu Yun was worried about the 2 girls, so she spoke in a teasing tone. Fine, I know you are missing your 2 lovers. Tonight they will be in the adjacent courtyard. I will bring them over, and both they and I are innocent, so stop mentioning lovers. The female ghost snapped her fingers. Yan and Chen Jingru immediately broke free from the maze and appeared before Chu Yun. Shi Yan called out Senior Brother Yi and hurriedly ran over to ask, Senior Brother Yi, are you alright? Who is the person beside you? They are not on the list, are they? Chu Yun quickly reassured her. Junior Sister Qin, this person is not important. But why did you come to the Lone Soul Valley? Didn't Ancestor Liu Chu Yun and Guanwan warn you this place was dangerous? I knew, but I hadn't seen you in so long. Shi Yan explained that after he left seclusion, his master informed her he had betrayed the sect and joined the beast-taming sect. But she knew it wasn't his fault. He wanted to rise above, so he participated in the spirit realm competition. She had requested to reserve a slot into the valley. She took out a letter. It was a secret missive the sect received before entering. The letter said he had left the beast-taming sect alone and headed west, ordering Ping Tian to quickly surround and kill him. Chu Yun frowned. A secret missive? They knew my direction so quickly. It seemed there was a spy in the beast-taming sect. He turned to ask Chen Jingru, Chen Xiaoshu, why did you follow me here? Chen Jingru replied with tearful eyes. What, I am not allowed to come. It is just that, I thought our friendship was not deep, so why would you risk coming here with Junior Sister Qin? Tears streamed down her face. Precisely because our friendship is not deep, I am asking why you saved me back then. Clearly you could not even save my father, so how could you save me? You could have let me bleed to death, yet you used the golden leaf seed to save me. She wiped her tears and continued, clearly you saved me, but you almost got crippled to death by the sect master and the others. Death. Chu Yun stepped forward and patted her head comfortingly. This was something I promised the head of the Chen family. How could I go back on my word? The Liu Chu Yun sect treated me like trash. I would have rebelled sooner or later anyway. Smash them. Chen Jingru shyly pushed his hand away. The female ghost watching the show chuckled softly. Fine, don't pat my head. I thought the kid was a lecher, but it turns out he's not bad. Good nature. She slipped back into the person in her memories, then said sadly, he did bear some resemblance to Chu Wai. But she quickly snapped back to her senses, walked over to them and said, are there truly soft-hearted, righteous people in this world who keep their promises? I wonder if little brother would protect that little sister for life because of a promise. Shi Yan immediately retorted, Senior, do you have a grudge against Senior Brother Yi, who needs him to protect me for a lifetime? She put on a provocative smile, seeing the 2 girls bristle, said nothing. I just feel that men are fickle. First it is little sister, then miss, later it will be wife, darling. That's ridiculous and insulting Senior Brother Yi. Don't blame me if I take action. The female ghost turned to Yu Yan and said, how about we make a bet? I bet he has romantic feelings for both of them. Chu Yun replied, a bet then. Senior Brother Yi is an upright man, not a phony. Don't argue with her. Being dragged into this suddenly made tears stream endlessly. Future Empress Great Senior, don't confront her anymore. Die before anyone else, and you are always the one involved. With that, the female ghost turned and left, saying the day was late and they should take care of themselves. She snapped her fingers. The sky instantly turned from light to dark, astonishing Chu Yun greatly. After finishing everything, she returned to her room. Opening the door, she walked over to a cabinet and muttered, "Little girl, truly knave." The female ghost flashed a cunning smile. "This bet I am sure to win." Then she took out 2 books, one titled How to Tame a Puppy, and the other titled How to Make Him Admit His Mistake. Chu Yun stepped forward to open the door, not expecting that the spirit realm competition could take place right inside this house. He entered a neatly arranged room and exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be treating me like a scholar preparing for exams?" On the table, a strange red book suddenly appeared, emitting a glow that caught Chu Yun's attention. He muttered, "This book looks really strange." He approached, suspicion rising in his heart. Could the female ghost have some ulterior motive? Or was this a trap? Urging voice echoed in his ear, "Open it, open it." Just then, Chen Jingru poked her head in from the door and called, "Senior brother Yu." The call snapped Chu Yun back to his senses. He turned around, smiled at her, and said, "Junior sister Chen, didn't you and junior sister Qin go pick rooms? Why are you here?" Chu Yun quickly used the books beside him to cover the red book. Chen Jingru explained with a smile, "Senior brother Yi, I just went out and found a fish pond. The golden fish inside look very delicious. Will you come catch fish with me?" "Catch fish now." Before Chu Yun could refuse, Chen Jingru was already pulling him along. "Come on, don't pull my clothes." Two arrived at the fish pond. Chen Jingru happily dove into the water. Not long after she emerged, holding a fish and saying, "Senior brother Yi, I caught another one." She carried the fish basket ashore, where Chu Yi was grilling fish. "Senior brother Yi, is this enough for us to eat? If not, I'll catch more." "Don't catch any more. It's enough for the whole day." Did you forget about senior uncle Qin?" Chen Jingru's wet clothes made Chu Yun unable to look directly at her. His face flushed red. "Oh dear, your clothes are all wet." Then she sat down, her expression slightly flustered. "Senior brother Yi," Chen Jingru asked with a blush, "do you like me?" Chu Yun awkwardly turned away. "Why would you ask that kind of question?" "Of course it's because of that bet." She quickly rushed over and pressed down on Chu Yun. "That bet was made between senior uncle Qin and her. It has nothing to do with me. I only care about one thing. In your eyes, am I really just a junior sister?" "Big sister, stop joking. We've only met a few times, how could there be any liking?" Chen Jingru suddenly became overexcited, wanting to prove it with her body, but Chu Yun noticed something was wrong. "Brother Yi, please accept my feelings. No one will come." "Hey, stop right there, young lady. I spotted you long ago. Please transform back and stop ruining other people's reputation." She did not expect to be exposed. Impossible. He acted so perfectly. How did he find her out? She had taken on that appearance, but did not understand what she had experienced. She was the eldest daughter of a noble house. She would not easily catch fish like that. She still did not give up, following behind Chu Yun. Could he not just proceed with it? She knew how to serve well. "Impossible. Although I am very lustful, I am not so reckless as to throw away my life." The little demoness laughed heartily. "Since you have seen through me, if I say more it would be presumptuous. Then tonight I will not disturb little brother further." On the surface she appeared cheerful, but being discovered also annoyed her somewhat. Chu Yun sighed in relief. Having been exposed was too embarrassing. He must win back face tomorrow. Finally she was gone. He had almost been unable to hold back. Looking at the freshly grilled fish, he decided to bring it back for breakfast tomorrow. He had to hurry to infiltrate the enemy. Yen returned to his room. He was sitting on the bed circulating his energy when suddenly a strange wind blew in. Wind blew open the strange book from earlier. A beam of red light from the book coiled around Chu Yun's body, disrupting his circulation. He frowned uncomfortably, sweat streaming down. A sound of a Cheng bell rang, and Chu Yun jolted awake. He realized he was dressed as a groom with a bride by his side. He looked around, wondering where he was. Could she have set a trap for me again? At this moment, Chu Yun had completely lost control of his body. Though he could not move as he willed, he still stood up and gently lifted the bride's veil with a look of affection. She looked at him with sparkling, yearning eyes, calling out, "Yilang." Chu Yun also replied gently, "Yi Jin." Suddenly, she moved closer. She placed a kiss on his lips. At this moment, Chu Yun was completely powerless, unable to resist. She forcefully pushed him onto the bed. The scene shifted to the external realm of the Liu Chuyan clan. Shindy ordered his subordinates, "All of you withdraw." He clenched his fists, walked over, and opened the coffin lid. He exclaimed, "It has been nearly 100 years. Memories flooded back. Xiandi, you are the last descendant of the nation. You must break this clan eradicating curse. Rest assured, grandfather, I will protect the nation's legacy." In the coffin, the body was tightly wrapped. Nothing could be seen. Countless nails were pinned on top. "We have finally found you, Pei Yao Jin." In her memories, her husband instructed her, "Yao Jin, I am going to the capital to take the exam. It will probably take 4 to 5 months. Take good care of yourself. This is the Pei family estate, and both your parents and brothers are here. All the officials in the city are rushing to our door with gifts, and there are even immortals who want to take me as their disciple. Who could bully me? Yao Jin, I will definitely bring back the most beautiful hairpin from the capital for you, and a jade hairpin as well." well. Definitely. Yao Jin smiled happily. Yilan, you must come back soon. She watched the carriage go far away, her hand stroking her protruding belly. He and his child were waiting for his return. Not long after, countless soldiers stormed into her home. The slut Pei Yao Jin falsely claimed to the wife of the imperial consort, defiling the reputation of Chu Yun's wife, the princess. The verdict was to confiscate her property and behead her. Pei Yao Jin was sentenced to serve as a military prostitute for 3 years to appease the prince's hatred. Yao Jin was completely despairing. Why, Yilan? Why did you treat me like this? She fell into the hands of the soldiers. No, don't. But they only leered cruelly and treated her harshly. Chu Yun woke up with a start, his hand on his forehead. Was that dream Pei Yao Jin's memory? No, he suddenly remembered the strange red book. That's right. The book from last night. Chu Yun hurriedly opened the book, reading and wondering. This book really is the key. But why does it only record events up to the capital examination? Flipping further reveals nothing. He sighed helplessly. He had to try again tonight or find a clue to break the situation from Pei Yao Jin. Chu Yun opened the door and stepped outside. Xi Yan and Chen Jingru were waiting. Chen Jingru saw Chu Yun and cheerfully waved. Brother Yi, you are awake. Brother Yi, did something happen? Nothing. Then Pei Yao Jin suddenly appeared and asked him. Chen Jingru looked at the dark circles under Pei Yao Jin's eyes and felt a bit awkward. Her condition was even worse than Brother Yi's. Yesterday, the 3 of you entered our soul-trapping valley, and I was so busy that I forgot the time. Last night, when the night blooming Sirius bloomed, I specially went. Last night she had stayed up studying the book. She thought, tomorrow I must definitely get a hold of that damned brat. When Pei Yao Jin accidentally saw Chu Yun looking at her with a pitying expression, she wondered, what did this brat do yesterday? Why is he looking at me with such pity? She placed 3 cups of tea on the table. So that's it. Looks like half of last night's effort was successful. I need to find a chance to separate those 2 little girls. Pei Yao Jin suggested, could the 2 of you help me with a small matter? Follow me to the east of Soul Trapping Valley to pick some wild fruit. Why should we go? I also will not. Seeing the 2 girls declining repeatedly, Chu Yun volunteered. I will go with you. No need to trouble the 2 junior sisters. Brother Ye, how can you go with her? That woman has ill intentions. Do not fall for her trap. Pei Yao Jin also became alert. Is this brat taking the wrong medicine? Why is he so proactive? In the eastern part of Soul Trapping Valley, Chu Yun was diligently picking wild fruit. Pei Yao Jin, chin in hand, sat on a rock watching him intently. Chu Yun raised the basket full of wild fruit. Miss, is this amount enough? This amount is naturally enough. Little brother, let us return. Pei Yao Jin replied and rushed over to Chu Yun. Little brother, yesterday you were still rejecting me. Why are you so concerned today? Even having to refuse a lover to come with me to pick fruit. Could it be that you regret last night's events? Chu Yun calmly explained, Mrs. Joking. I was merely curious about the origin of Soul Trapping Valley. I assumed you had been here for a long time and might know something. If you cannot speak of it, I will not ask further. Why did you not ask earlier? Of course I know. This place originally belonged to the spirit realm, a small mortal kingdom that was swallowed by the spirit realm. I am from that kingdom. I met a bad man who harmed me, preventing my reincarnation. Fortunately, an immortal took pity on me and taught me the method of ghost cultivation. But that heartless man is already dead. Even with cultivation, who can I take revenge on? Pei Yao Jin's voice was tinged with sorrow. I cannot leave this place too far, but any cultivator who enters the spirit realm treats me like an evil spirit shouting kill. So I made sure they could never speak again. Over time, this place was named Soul Trapping Valley. Chu Yun seized the chance to ask, Miss, do you still remember that faithless man? Pei Yao Jin lowered her head, hesitating to speak. Then she changed her attitude and teased. I have long forgotten. Is little Kaka concerned about me? She looked closely at Chu Yun's features. Hey, upon closer inspection, little brother's appearance actually resembles that heartless man slightly. Little brother, why are you so nervous? Rest assured, it is only slightly similar. He woman laughed cheerfully. Chu Yun thought to himself, her hatred for her lover seemed to be only words, far less than in the dream. Whether she was hiding it too well or the hatred had faded with time. Perhaps I need to observe her for a while. Maybe that book will give me the answer. Night fell in the small room by the hillside. Chu Yun continued sitting cross-legged in cultivation. The strange red book once again emitted spiritual energy that seeped into his body. When he opened his eyes, Chu Yun found himself lying on a bed. He sat up with a start, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sorry, how long have I slept? It is already the hour of the boar. If you want to stay, pay quickly so he can continue sleeping. The innkeeper walked over, shaking his head in pity. I have never seen such an unlucky scholar. Robbed halfway, horse tied up, and the whole cart taken away. Arriving at the capital, he lost his silver, and worse, caught the eye of Princess Chu Yun, who took him too. That scholar going to the authorities was just asking for trouble. I can't help him either. Yu Zherong, my close friend, was forced into servitude by the princess, clearly against his will. Chu Yun suddenly felt suspicious. Wait, wasn't I the prince consort? An image of the imperial palace flashed in his mind. Yu Zherong's voice rang in his subconscious. Princess, I'm about to use all my strength. Ah, little lover, a bit stronger. A moment later, Princess Chu Yun was panting, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Yu Zhirong knelt on the ground. The princess asked what reward he wanted. Any woman in the palace could be his. He asked for fame and status. The princess frowned, saying the golden roster would be announced tomorrow, which was a bit troublesome. He changed his request. The princess glanced at him and said her father would not object. She would kill the top scholar tomorrow and install him instead. He thanked her. On the day the golden roster was announced, countless people gathered to see the list. Yi Lan tried to push through, but only managed a little. He looked up and Lian shouted joyfully, "I passed as top scholar." Scene shift. Soldiers gossiped about the domineering woman. They were infatuated, unaware someone was gliding past using an invisibility technique. That person lifted the curtain and announced, "Beirui Jin, I have arrived." The girl revealed her face. "If only you had listened to me and cultivated back then." She examined Beirui Jin's body and sighed. "The tendons in your limbs are severed, your spiritual root destroyed. There is only one way left." She took out the longevity wood and said it needed her soul to nurture it. Once it grew, it would help her cultivate immortality. Did she want eternal life? Tears streamed down Beirui Jin's face. She struggled to say, "I want it. I want to live forever." Chu Yun was cultivating. A stream of red energy swirled around him before retracting. He said, "This is enough." Chu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. He yelled, "Stop right there." The panicked spiritual energy asked how he had discovered it. Dodged and taunted him, saying he couldn't catch it. Chu Yun gave chase using his movement technique. "That wicked spirit dares to underestimate me. Stop right there." Seizing its moment of weakness, Chu Yun struck out and caught it. "Let's see where you run now." The wicked spirit was surprised and praised his skills, asking how he had found it. Chu Yun replied, "I have been suspicious since the dream last night." He questioned himself, why had he become Yilan and dreamed of Bei Yaoji's memories? Then he thought if not, the only possibility was that someone else was in the soul-claiming valley. Chu Yun, like a detective, reasoned that if he was wrong, the only possibility was that they weren't the only ones in the soul-claiming valley. He hypothesized. He didn't believe he was a reincarnation. "I am Chu Yun, so my past life was named Chu Yun. If I am Lin Chu Yun, was my past life also Lin Chu Yun?" Chu Yun recalled the intimate image with Beirui Jin from his dream and so questioned that wicked spirit. He asked it how many people it had implanted false memories into over the 1,000 years in the soul-claiming valley. "I am also a victim, aren't I? You already escaped." The wicked spirit, squeezed tightly, spoke with difficulty then vanished. "I'm leaving. I won't come again. You handle it yourself." "What do you mean?" Left those words and disappeared. "If the longevity wood hasn't sprouted by the full moon night, everything ends." "What is the longevity wood? Come back here." At the entrance boundary of the soul-claiming valley, Ping Tian reported to Gu Xiandi that he couldn't enter. They had to wait for the full moon night. Gu Xiandi warned that the killing intent would be strong that night. He must not ruin the grand plan because of Chu Yun. Ping Tian replied, "Master, rest assured. This disciple will not make the same mistake as before." Nearby, Luo Yunchao and his junior disciple were discussing. A junior female disciple asked how he had brought a sound transmission stone inside. Luo Yunchao pointed at Ping Tian and explained that this competition boundary was hosted by Liu Chu Yun, sect master. He had a precious command token free from space restrictions and was also the idol of the former sect master. The junior disciple saw his grim expression. He must have just been reprimanded. She nodded. "With great power comes great responsibility." Luo Yunchao sighed, "You are still young and don't understand." The junior disciple sarcastically rested her chin on her hand and said he should go get his ears treated. He had failed to notice Chu Yun's ambush twice and lost the incomplete map. Luo Yunchao angrily shouted, "Junior disciple, do you know the rule of 3? This time I won't let Chu Yun hit me. I will protect you." The junior disciple sneered, "Whatever you say is right, senior brother." Ping Tian turned back and gave a cold order to send people to the southern Fan territory. Luo Yunkao asked in surprise what he meant. Ping Tian said the beast-taming sect was there. "You go and reinforce them." Luo Yunkao still didn't understand. Reinforce whom? Could it be that the former sect master wanted a reconciliation? Ping Tian's face turned cold. "I want the beast-taming sect dead." Luo Yunkao was stunned. "Do you mean, senior brother?" Meanwhile, the mole Fei Yuming had already poisoned the beast-taming sect disciples, causing them to roll on the ground clutching their stomachs. Wang Shen and Fei Yuming stood on a high vantage point, arrogantly watching the scene. Zhao Damu backed against the cliff, his face pale. "Fei Yuming, you dare to poison the water?" Fei Yuming sneered, "Senior brother Zhao, I have been merciful. I didn't want your life. Since we are already at odds, the sect master will kill me and my master anyway." Zhao Damu gritted his teeth. "If you were afraid, you shouldn't have betrayed us." Fei Yuming's voice was sarcastic. "Senior brother Zhou, are you pretending not to understand? The sect master has gone mad, pouring all the sect's treasures onto Chu Yun." Zhou Dama was stunned as he continued. "He intends to groom Chu Yun as his successor. You are being looked down upon too." Fei Yuming pressured him, advising him to cooperate. "The target is only Chu Yun." Zhou Dama suddenly laughed. Turned and jumped off the cliff. I have nothing to say. Fang Shen immediately made his move. He threw countless darts which stuck straight into Zhu Demu's back. On a distant rocky ledge, Chu Yun sat thinking. The full moon night was approaching, and the longevity wood had not sprouted. Would that female ghost be harmed? But where really was it? In the distance, Chen Jingru and Shi Yan watched. Chen Jingru was worried. Senior brother Yi has been in a daze for days. That woman said she was following him. She asked if he had been bewitched. Shi Yan shook his head. If he had been, how could I not know? Bai Ruijin appeared and smugly asked who was talking behind her back. She claimed she was just right, gentle, and considerate. She asked back, watching scripts every day and eating meals made by senior brother. Does that count as being considerate? Bai Ruijin laughed, teasing, I also have teaching materials. Do you want to learn? Chen Jingru snatched the book from her hand, and the two argued. Shi Yan turned away helplessly. We are cultivators, we don't read mortal books. But he still took it. Chu Yun was still deep in thought, muttering, longevity wood. It can't leave the shadow realm, can it? So that's how it is. Shi Yan walked over and looked at him worriedly. Senior brother Yi, you've been heavy-hearted lately. Is it because of her? The girl asked suspiciously. Could it be that he was worried about the beast-taming sect? Rest assured, whether in Soul-Seeking Valley or the four sects outside, I have handled everything properly. Chu Yun rested his chin and analyzed. Ping Tian can do nothing to me. I will settle matters with the beast-taming sect. Moreover, Fei Yuming is Elder Fang's disciple. His hatred for me runs deep. I secretly warned senior brother Zhe to be careful, but I don't know how things are going. Senior brother Yi, can I help? Junior sister Chen, I need you to take her out of Soul-Seeking Valley. Entry and exit are in your hands. Won't you come along? I believe I can convince her. If you leave, take care of the beast-taming sect for me. Shi Yan worriedly instructed, I don't know what you plan to do, but I won't stop you. Senior brother Yi, don't push yourself. Chu Yun swallowed, trying to stay calm. I will try. Arriving before Pei Yao Jin's room, Chu Yun spoke, young lady, he has a favor to ask. Pei Yao Jin quickly opened the door, her voice sweet. Ah, little brother, in these days at Soul-Seeking Valley, this is the first time you've sought me out. She cheerfully pulled Chu Yun into the room. Coming here in broad daylight, you must want to talk. Chu Yun said, I hope you will take my two junior sisters out of the valley. I have a way to resolve your knot. Pei Yao Jin turned back, smiling lightly. My knot is merely loneliness. If you take them out, the valley will lose some of its liveliness. Miss Qin is still betting with me, the outcome undecided. Chu Yun's words suddenly changed her attitude. Don't you wish for the eternal life tree to sprout and break the bottleneck? Who told you about the eternal life tree? And who said I have a bottleneck? Chu Yun tried to keep a friendly tone, saying it might have been a dream sent by an immortal. After entering the valley, I dreamed someone spoke of the eternal life tree. Could it be I saw your panel still had red energy? His words made her think of that white-haired immortal from years ago. Her attitude changed abruptly. Little brother, you really know how to scare a person. An immortal sending a dream is a rare fate, not so easy. Fine, I'll let you off this time. I will take them out. Then I'll trouble you, young lady. Yao Jin cheerfully left. Wait a moment, I'll make tea. Chu Yun thought, indeed the eternal life tree is on her. Next, step by step reveal the truth, the knot will surely be untied. Chu Yun set his brush on the white paper, but then, he shyly closed the book again. Forget it, I shouldn't show her this drawing skill. Chu Yun glanced around the room, surprised. Just now he was only focused on talking, not noticing how messy the room was. He thought to himself, her personality changes so much, how could the room be this disorderly? He instinctively stepped back. He bumped into a wooden cabinet, causing something to fall out. Chu Yun picked it up. This is a tooth, very small, a baby tooth. He looked around as if searching. Why is there a baby tooth here? Could there be a child in the room? He quickly looked under the bed. Could it be under there? Pei Yao Jin returned, shouting angrily, little brother, what are you looking at? Chu Yun was startled, replying awkwardly, oh, sorry, I just dropped something. Rustling sound came from Pei Yao Jin's body. Give it back to me. What? Pei Yao Jin blushed, pointing forward, the baby tooth. Why are you keeping it? Pei Yao Jin turned her face away, shyly fidgeting her fingers together. Haven't you heard that if a baby tooth isn't placed high, you'll marry a monster in the future? Chu Yun was baffled. Where does that saying come from? Outside the spirit realm, a mysterious figure in a black robe with a golden mask sighed in frustration. This spirit realm competition lacks geniuses. Only one outstanding Tong Yu realm disciple. Silver-masked woman, with white hair leisurely poured tea, commenting softly. If Pingtown of the Liu Chu Yun sect alone is enough to defeat the beast-taming sect disciples, why did they also pull in Chang Yang? The Yu Yin and Suan Kun three sects too. The black-robed man expressed doubt. Could it be Zhou Damu? The woman chuckled, raising her teacup. Speaking slowly, your information is outdated. Haven't you heard the recent rumors? The Liu Chu Yun sect has abandoned their disciple Chu Yun. Back to Chu Yun, he began to tell a story. Once upon a time, a married couple was separated because the husband went far away for business. A few months later, the wife received news of her husband's betrayal. But the truth, an impostor had murdered the husband. Cover up the deed, he also killed the wife. The knave wife's spirit eventually eventually fell into the demonic path. Pei Yao-jin rested her chin, listening to the story, then commented that it sounded very familiar. Chu Yun asked in surprise what she was thinking. Pei Yao-jin replied, in the Dao Boat Girl's book 3 Lifetimes of Regret and the Case of Light and Shadow, there are similar plots. Chu Yun was surprised. Storybooks. What do you mean? Could it all be fake in the dream? Yao Jin laughed softly. That's right, it's an old trick. It's just that little brother has a kind heart. Clearly you could say it directly. Yet you spent days amusing me. Her face suddenly turned cold, sending a chill down Chu Yun's spine. Little brother, tomorrow night is the full moon. The things promised to others can all be done. When will you give me the solution? Chu Yun replied, isn't the full moon still not here? Pei Yao Jin leaned close to Chu Yun's face, poking his chest with her finger. Little brother, do you know why I kept you until the full moon? Not because you are special, nor because you carry a treasure, but because that day the spirit realm and soul-seeking valley merge. I need your yang essence for a sacrifice to leave the valley and absorb the spirit realm's energy. After speaking, her attitude shifted back to being childish. Look at little brother working so hard for me, I'll spare your life. Chu Yun asked, if you don't kill me, how will you make the sacrifice? Pei Yao Jin happily replied, let's see if little brother stays or leaves tomorrow night. If you stay, I'll help you deal with your enemies. If you leave, I'll catch some other unlucky ones for the ritual. It should be the same. Beneath her composed facade, Pei Yao Jin held a strong hope, hoping he would not leave. Chu Yun thoughtfully recalled Ping Tian's fate. Pei Yao Jin's end when meeting him was certainly not good. Chu Yun decisively chose to stay. Pei Yao Jin's hand in the shadows clenched tightly, but her face kept a smile. Little brother, and rest well today. Late at night, the moon over Soul-Seeking Valley suddenly took on an eerie bloody hue, and the valley's barrier also vanished. Luo Yinchao gleefully reported the news. Senior brother Xiao, the soul-seeking valley barrier is gone. Ping Tian coldly ordered, kill the pet first, ignore Chu Yun. His eyes showed clear resolve. Let's go today, we must eliminate the evil. The group hurriedly chased but only took a few steps. Ada was stunned. They saw Chu Yun and Pei Yao Jin standing in the distance coldly watching them. Luo Yinchao's face turned pale with fear. This is the 100 Ghosts Night Parade Grand Formation. No wonder it's called Soul-Seeking Valley. These ghosts are truly exhausting. Meng Pingtian coldly ordered to drag the beast-taming sect disciples over. Fei Yu Ming chimed in, arrogantly looking at Chu Yun. Useless trash, surrender to me and come over here, or I'll kill all your fellow disciples. Chu Yun, do you want all the beast-taming disciples to perish here? Countless night ghosts surged forward, startling Luo Yinchao and Fei Yu Ming. Damn it, attacking directly? Chu Yun, don't you care about the lives of your fellow disciples? The beast-taming sect disciples attacked by the night ghosts screamed and wept. They're coming. Senior brother, save me. Senior brother Xiao, retreat. They were slowly sinking into the ground. The Liu Chuyun sect disciples shouted in terror. Look, they've swallowed all the beast-taming sect disciples. Then, all the beast-taming sect disciples safely emerged from the ground at Chu Yun's location. Chu Yun clasped his hands. Thank you again, Miss Pei. Without her, I don't know how I would have saved them. Pei Yao Jin said softly, this isn't saving them. If your enemies had weak constitutions, you and your fellow disciples would have to sacrifice your yang essence. Chu Yun could only smile wryly at Pei Yao Jin's blood. Ping Tian swung his sword, killing a night ghost, coldly ordering Luo Yunchao. This left Luo Yunchao dumbfounded. You handle these ghost soldiers for me. I'm supposed to fight the ghost soldiers? Ping Tian's 4 hands ignored him, charging toward Pei Jujin, shouting, accept your death. The evil lord chuckled softly. Now Tong Yu Jing actually had such boldness. Seeing the talisman in Ping Tian's hand, Chu Yun felt deeply worried. Ping Tian warned loudly, Lady Pei, be careful, his talisman is very dangerous. He quickly closed in on Pei Jujin. He activated the talisman with a murderous glare, shouting, die. Pei Jujin sneered, it was just an ordinary talisman. But when the hem of her robe touched the talisman, it suddenly burst into violent flames. She quickly retreated, a puzzled look on her face. This talisman was off. Chu Yun asked worriedly if she was all right. Pei Jujin replied lightly, luckily it didn't touch her body. This was a talisman created by the yin-yang realm, harmless if careful. However, her heart suddenly skipped a violent beat. Pei Jujin frowned, muttering, strange, wasn't already dead, why is my heart beating? It turned out, outside the spirit realm, old man Shandy was performing a secret technique on her mortal body. He raised his sword high. He roared, Pei Jujin, the clan's curse should end now. Then he thrust it fiercely into the heart of the corpse tightly wrapped in white cloth. Pei Jujin screamed in pain. Chu Yun frantically asked Lady Pei what was wrong. He opened her control panel, but was shocked to find all the information about Pei Jujin was chaotic and unreadable. Behind her, large branches grew, countless petals converged, turning her into part of a giant flower. Chu Yun screamed in horror, Pei Jin! Under the full moon, Pei Jujin staggers if soulless. The little ghost girl Chu Yun had met before suddenly appeared, clutching her head and wailing, Mother, it hurts so much. Chu Yun was stunned, a thought flashing in his mind. This was Pei Jujin. She and the little ghost girl coexisted in one body. He tried to decipher the information on her lifebound panel, but everything was in chaos. Despite trying to connect the clues, he could not find an answer. Chu Yun watched the little ghost girl wailing in pain. Mother, it hurts so much. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from the two, sending Chu Yun flying. He exclaimed, such powerful momentum. On the other side, Wang Shen's group was facing the ghost soldiers. One person in the group exclaimed, that female ghost summoned far too powerful ghost soldiers. Some ghost soldiers attacked the female disciple in the blue robe of Chang Yang sect. She screamed in terror, save me. Luo Yunchao quickly ran over to shield her, shouting, evil spirit, get lost. Junior sister, I'm here. But suddenly, all the ghost soldiers stopped. Luo Yunkao was puzzled. Why did they stop? The ferocious ghost soldiers were now bowing and weeping. Female Chang Yang sect disciple asked suspiciously. It seems they've lost the ability to move. What is happening? Luo Yunkao looked behind him joyfully and said, look, brother Xiao has subdued the female ghost. We succeeded. But the junior sister shook her head. Senior brother, something seems wrong. High above, a gigantic red eye appeared. As he opened his eyes, the demon soldier screamed in terror. The female disciple trembled, her face pale, and said, they have been strengthened. With our current cultivation, we can only barely cope. Sure enough, countless disciples who had just escaped were torn apart by the charging demon soldiers. Senior brother Luo, save me. Senior brother Wang, save me. Wang Shen secretly regretted, knowing that if this was the case, he should not have cooperated with Ping Tan. The little girl demon kept crying, mother, I really feel so uncomfortable. Jin Ju Kum reached out her hand, and vines appeared to coil around the little girl. Then she spoke softly. Jen En Yi bear with it a little. Wait for mother to kill all these bad people, then mother will return the body to you. Mother, don't harm the little brother. Jin Ju Kum suddenly fell silent. Glancing at Chu Yun standing behind, she said coldly, you and all of you will die here. Ping Tian charged forward again, sneering. You can't even withstand the talisman seal, yet you want to kill me? Chu Yun rushed out to block. To kill her, you have to go through me first. Ping Tian shouted angrily. You are selling your life for a demon pet, then I will kill you too. Chu Yun coldly replied. Then it depends on whether you have that skill. You truly are a mad dog. Jin Ju Kum suddenly made a move and told Chu Yun to step aside. He used Soul Daring Vine, and massive vines from underground attacked Ping Tian. Ping Tian could not dodge in time, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn, no time. I can only endure it. But at that moment, a sword flew in from nowhere, piercing straight into the middle of Jin Ju Kum's forehead. She clutched her head in pain, her spiritual power being circulated disrupted. Ping Tian keenly realized, that Dao energy just now, could it be master? He quickly rushed to Jin Ju Kum's location, laughing loudly. The Dao energy is trapping him. A perfect opportunity. As long as I kill you, master will value me again. Haha. Chu Yun used Void Ghost Step and Chu Yun's sword art, quickly chasing after him. Ping Tian cursed Chu Yamit. Chu Yun slashed a sword at Ping Tian, but it was blocked by his mystic heaven protection. Ping Tian taunted, don't think you can hurt me. This is a talisman prepared for me by master. Chu Yun said angrily, that old man Xiandi, right? Could he be a descendant of Guji Rong? He suddenly paused in his steps, sighing, a calamity spanning 1,000 years. Jin Ju Kum continued casting Soul Devouring Vine, the massive vines moving, shocking Ping Tian. Damn, I fear the opponent is recovering too fast. The vine shot like lightning, piercing through the protective layer and straight in Ping Tian's chest. Without any reaction, he was hit, blood spurting from his mouth. Jin Ju Kum slightly raised her lips, her cold voice sounding, you can only withstand one of my strikes. She slowly continued, her gaze sharp. Speak, what did you use just now to ambush me? If you don't confess, this second strike will finish you off. Just as she finished speaking, a sword flashed and cut across her neck. Jin Ju Kum frowned, her hand moving like lightning to catch the severed part of her head. Chu Yun exclaimed in shock, Jin Kum. She gently placed her head back on her neck, the wound slowly healing. Ban Jin glared, his eyes bloodshot, cursing the shameless one who dared to continuously attack him. Fierce flames erupted around her. She roared, do you really think you can kill me? Outside, Xiandi was focused on casting a spell, flames enveloping Banjin's corpse. He was startled to see the long-dormant coffin begin to shake. The corpse inside seemed to come back to life, slowly crawling out, snarling towards him. Xiandi had a bad feeling about this. Banjin's corpse knocked him down, its hand reaching straight for his heart. Xiandi's eyes widened, cold sweat dripping. He quickly used his sword to sever her arm. Then, clutching the severed hand still stuck to his chest, he fled for his life. As he ran, he laughed coldly, haha, destroying himself. Outside Soul Hook Valley, Chen Jingru worriedly watched the flames, asking if they should go back to help senior brother Yi. Shi Yan shook her head, saying they could not return. East Sect walked a few steps and Shi Yan's treasure suddenly caught fire. She was astonished, found it, before them was a corpse. Zhao Damu floated on the water's surface, his limbs trembling. You beast sect, Zhao Damu. Inside Soul Hook Valley, Banjin was crazily slaughtering nearly all the disciples of the three sects, fire spreading everywhere. Lu Yunchao tried to block a demon soldier, shouting for his junior sister to run. Wang Chen hurriedly fled, cursing that he could not escape. Fei Yuming coldly told him to protect himself. Wang Chen suddenly grabbed Fei Yuming's shoulder, making him break out in a cold sweat. Brother Fei is right, let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his body being destroyed from within. A cry of pain ringing out. Soon he turned into a dried corpse. Wang Chen walked over to his side, his voice cold as he gave thanks. Banjin wiped the sweat from his forehead, a smug expression on his face. Daring to mess with me? That one is either dead or severely wounded. She looked at Ping Tian hovering in the air, threatening, you are the next to die. Your cultivation has dropped. You cannot break my barrier. Jin said no more, only spat out the word annihilate, the flames in his hand surging towards Ping Tian. Chu Yun stood nearby, thinking to himself that this barrier was too strong, difficult to shake. Heavy emotion bird appeared, sneering, only remembering me in times of crisis, huh? Fine, I will show you a thing or two. It used an eye-opening secret art, a dazzling golden light emitting from its eyes. The heavy emotion bird saw a weakness in the barrier, saying Ping Tian was just showing off. The barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing. Chu Yun nodded. Remembering the flying needle he had snatched from Everlasting Sunset, he quickly took it out and gathered his elemental force. Chu Yun shot the needle towards Ping Tian, the needle's tip tearing through the air, hitting the barrier and shattering it. Ping Tian, who was feeling smug, was startled, shouting, what? Chu Yun, you ambushed me. Chu Yun held the Hanyan sword, mocking him, you should blame your barrier for being too weak. I broke it with one move. Banjin also took the chance to charge in without your barrier, let's see how you defend. Ping Tian frowned, muttering, damn it, only one way left, fight to the death. In an instant, he quickly activated a talisman, chanting an incantation ignoring Chu Yun and Banjin charging at him. A flash of light burst forth, a shocking force blasting Banjin away. Chu Yun managed to use the void ghost step to dodge. Banjin also avoided the attack, turning back to taunt, haha, you can't kill me. Chu Yun took the chance to slip behind Ping Tian. He turned back, gnashing his teeth in anger, but Chu Yun was faster, swinging his sword to cut down the talisman. Banjin took the opportunity to grab the talisman with her large hand, praising, well done, young lad. As she spoke, she tore the talisman apart. Ping Tian was horrified. It's over, the mission cannot be completed. Chu Yun punched him with a sky-shaking blow, telling him it was not time to space out. Ping Tian fell backwards, rolled on the ground. Chu Yun placed his sword on his neck, declaring that he had lost again. Ping Tian roared that he had not lost, he must destroy you. Banjin angrily walked over, flames blazing. In Soul Hook Valley no one is a match for me. At that moment, Wang Chen appeared behind her holding a knife, grinning sinisterly, asking, what if I win? Slashed hard at Banjin's back, she cried out in pain. Chu Yun shouted in horror. Wang Chen held the stolen spiritual herb, arrogantly explaining the reason the evil presence was so strong. Chu Yun angrily pointed his sword at him, cursing him as a despicable villain. Wang Chen said he was a disciple of Profound Kun Palace, and had his reasons for doing so. Chu Yun suddenly remembered. Profound Kun Palace, that worthless grave-robbing sect, a despicable enterprise defeated by Everlasting Sun sect, deserving death. Wang Chen glanced at the fallen Banjin, his voice contemptuous. Grave robbers are good at dealing with ghost cultivators. He looked at the results in his hand, smug. Banjin coughed up blood. The spirit herb indeed yields results. Chu Yun swung the Hanyan sword to protect her. Wang Chen narrowly dodged, his movement technique eerie again. Chu Yun did not pursue, instead turning to embrace the weakening Banjin, comforting her that he would save her. She stroked Chu Yun's cheek, seeming to want to say something, but her body gradually disappeared. Chu Yun was furious, his entire body trembling, vowing to kill Wang Chen. He charged forward, slashing out a sharp sword aura. Wang Chen was astonished, but said it was too early to kill him. Wang Chen gathered a sphere of purple spiritual power in his hand. He threw it at Chu Yun with great force. Chu Yun quickly jumped far away to dodge, surprised to recognize the Netherworld realm. Chu Yun gripped his sword tightly, facing him, angrily shouting to Netherworld realm cultivators, using such despicable means, dying will be forgotten. The victor holds eternal power. Without the dark protection, you will surely die. Chu Yun turned back and saw the daughter of Pei Jin, sobbing uncontrollably, her face buried in her hands as she kept calling out for her mother. Even with the boost of sword and movement techniques, he could still handle it, but he could not abandon the little girl. Capture was only a matter of time, he thought. Immediately deciding to act, Chu Yun picked up the girl and ran, needing to get her to safety. Seeing this, Ping Tian shouted, Chu Yun, if you have the guts, don't run. Wang Chen quickly stopped him, saying, Brother Xiao, don't be impulsive, he won't get far. He glanced over. The female disciple in blue was crying as she held Luo Yunchao's corpse. Wang Chen was annoyed. The disciples of the Grand Sect were utterly useless. Ping Tian was strong on the outside but weak within. Chu Yun brought the little girl to a distant tree and gently set her down against its trunk. You rest here for now. I will lead Wang Chen and Ping Tian away from here. The girl grabbed his hand, tears in her eyes. Please don't leave me, okay? Chu Yun looked at her, deeply moved, and said, all right, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here with you. The girl smiled gratefully. Thank you. My mother was right to trust you. Opening her hand, a strange blue flame appeared. My mother and I don't have much time left. There are things we don't understand. Little brother, did you mistake my mother for someone else? You stayed in Soul Capture Valley for a reason, or how else would you know my mother's name? Chu Yun nodded. Yes, but I have absolutely no intention of harming you. The girl looked at him with full trust. I know, but my mother wanted to test your character. She said you are truly very much like father. A fragment of Pei Jin's soul appeared. Her gaze was sorrowful. Your actions and even your little gestures are exactly like like Yilang. But Yilang betrayed me. The princess destroyed my entire family. I want her and her descendants to die a miserable death. But in the end, I could not curse Yilang. Pei Jin's soul fragment wept bitterly. Even now, I still love the enemy who slaughtered my clan. Tell me, am I a foolish woman? Chu Yun looked at the girl and said slowly, Yilang never actually betrayed you. After he was replaced and died horribly, the one who married the princess that year was actually Gu Jiarong. Pei Jin stared in shock, unable to believe it. Chu Yun continued. After the examination results were announced, the princess had people subdue Yilang so Gu Jiarong could take his place as the top scholar. Within days, he was poisoned to death. Even then, Yilang, though imprisoned in agony, kept murmuring, Jin, I cannot fulfill my promise. If there is a next life, before he could finish saying the word sorry, he closed his eyes, his life ended. Pei Jin wept and cried out in reproach, why did you come now? Yilang never betrayed me. Little brother, my body and mother's have reached their limit. The girl took out a multicolored spirit orb. It seems we must say goodbye. Little brother, accept this power as a parting gift from us. Chu Yin quickly tried to stop her. Don't go, maybe there is another way. The two, while they still had a bit of soul left, quickly ran over and hugged him. Little brother, don't get hurt for our sake. We will meet again someday. Pei Jin lifted Chu Yun's face. They looked at each other, tears falling unbidden. Thank you, little brother. Perhaps heaven has favored me, letting me see someone so like Yilang. I have no regrets in this life. With that, they both vanished completely into the void. Wang Chen and Ping Tian caught up, shouting in unison, Chu Yun, so you were hiding here. Chu Yun glared at them, his whole body burning with surging killing intent. Ha ha ha, Gu Xiandi, Liu Chu Yun Zong. I was worried you might run away, but you delivered yourselves to my doorstep to die. Kid, even if you got lucky beating Ping Tian, this time there are two Insight Nether Realm cultivators. Do not let that female ghost's death affect your judgment. Chu Yun opened his life tablet to check, and sure enough, his fate was impulsive and explosive, with emotions easily spiraling out of control, his end to be in Soul Capture Valley. He fought a bitter battle against Ping Tian and Wang Chen, only to be caught off guard and killed by Wang Chen's sneak attack. Chu Yun calmed himself and said to the heavy emotion bird, Thank you for the reminder, I know what to do. The heavy emotion bird smiled. Truly a bullhorn, fine, I'll join you in this madness for a bit. Time to take out the Si Yao Chu Yun weapon. Ping Tian started taunting again. Chu Yun, without dark arts to protect you, what are you relying on to fight us? Chu Yun removed the bracer from his wrist and threw it to the ground. The spot where the bracer landed was dented. What material is this wrist guard made of? So heavy. The heavy emotion bird appeared behind him, creating a majestic scene. Chu Yun's eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent. You ask what I rely on to fight you. Only this Chu Shen bow in my hand. Ping Tian gritted his teeth in confusion. Chu Shen bow? What is that? The heavy emotion bird explained coldly. The Chu Shen bow was by Sai Yao Chu Yun himself from the horn and sinew of a 1,000-year demon dragon. A divine weapon. If its full power is unleashed, never mind the Insight Nether Realm, even the 10,000 Techniques realm could be slain. Its only flaw is the immense consumption of energy. Facing that terrifying might, Wang Chen worried. What treasures did the beast-taming sect give Chu Yun? Brother, what should we do? That weapon even radiates the aura of the yin-yang realm. Ping Tian gritted his teeth. Such a weapon is probably just for show. With his power at only the UNC realm, he absolutely cannot control it. Chu Yun coldly raised his bow, his voice full of threat. Rest assured, not a single one of you will escape. Then he released his hand, and a chilling command rang out. Bury them all alive, along with the mother and daughter Pei, from start to finish. A single arrow, the technique arrow of annihilation, transformed into countless arrows, forming a terrifying rain of arrows. Facing that rain of arrows, Ping Tian quickly turned tail and fled, his panicked underlings chasing after him, shouting, Brother Xiao, wait for us. Ping Tian hastily pulled out a talisman, drenched in sweat. He glanced back at the rain of arrows chasing close behind, his heart filled with anxiety. Master gave me this as a final hope. To survive, I can only rely on it. Get in here. Wang Chen tried to stay close to Ping Tian, begging Brother Xiao save me. Ping Tian replied coldly, this talisman can only be used for one person. As soon as the words left his mouth, an arrow pierced Wang Chen's chest, and he screamed in agony. Ping Tian's face turned pale as he yelled, Run now! Facing imminent danger, he immediately activated the talisman in his hand. Meanwhile, at Thunder Mountain Arena, a group of people were arguing fiercely. An old man coldly glanced at the person opposite, his voice full of contempt. Did Chu Yun wash your brains, or something, to get you all trapped here? Or did you make enemies on Thunder Mountain and end up being hunted for such a high bounty? An angry girl glared and shouted, "Shut your mouth. How dare you report us to the elder?" The elder is already in seclusion. Over on Hongshu's side, when she received the news, she was furious. A teacup in her hand was crushed. "Dare to report me? Don't say a word. This tournament's participants are mostly my disciples, and the Transcendent Spirit Lantern is also mine. Such a big thing, how could my larvae disappear?" Guanwan also received the news, but she felt uneasy. "Master, I don't want to compete for first place anymore. My only reason for joining was to protect the larvae you entrusted to me." Her master replied coldly, "Disciple, this larvae cannot disappear. Someone must have switched 3 of the larvae. Tomorrow is the deadline. Hurry back into Thunder Mountain." Guanwan reluctantly obeyed, knowing her master was always stubborn. Inside Soul Capture Valley, though he was severely injured, he was still not afraid of death, because in his hand was the Wood of Eternal Life, which could grant him immortality. Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked down by a mysterious girl. Holding the Wood of Eternal Life in her hand, the girl sighed with emotion. He never expected that after 1,000 years, the Wood of Eternal Life still cannot grant eternal life. Suddenly, she saw a child inside the wood, the corner of her mouth curling up into a smile. "Hiding your daughter's soul fragment inside here, huh?" Over the years, Pei Jin's methods have improved somewhat. On the other side of Soul Capture Valley, Chu Yuyun lay on his back on the grass, with the heavy emotion bird circling above his head. He said coldly, "There's definitely no one else left in Soul Capture Valley. I met your junior sisters. I told them to go pick up the beast-taming sect disciples." Suddenly, Chu Yun sat bolt upright, his voice full of anger. "Damn it, you said it would consume most of my energy, so why is there not a single drop left in my body?" The heavy emotion bird replied coldly, "Mimph, you brat, wasn't the power impressive? Without this killing intent, it would take 100 times more energy to deal with Ping Tian. You wouldn't have enough. I still have plenty of tricks." Chu Yun mused, "Ping Tian is certainly not dead yet. He still has use for me. Must remain in the spirit realm until he breaks through to the spirit flight realm. Then he will go find Gan to avenge De Ying. Do you suspect the affection-forsaken bird? Ping Tian survived such a heavy blow. Are you being too cautious?" Chu Yun replied coldly, "I have already led it to find him. Before entering the Soul Trap Valley, I left a mark on him. He must still be hiding somewhere." The two flew off together. After a moment, Chu Yun spoke, "Affection-forsaken bird, I can sense Ping Tian. He is below." The affection-forsaken bird was about to dive down, but was stopped by Chu Yun. "You cannot go down. Someone is coming." In the dim light, the man in the golden mask exclaimed, "To actually be able to open a path into the spirit realm. That must be the treasure the Liu Chu Yun sect bestowed upon Ping Tian. Truly the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation." "Stop looking around," the masked man scolded sternly. "We have more important matters. If the 4 great sects form a joint investigation team, it will be very troublesome." He pointed forward, his gaze stopping. "Wait, what is that?" Following the direction of his hand, a scene of desolation appeared before their eyes, with smoke and fire still lingering, and amidst the ruins there was an unmoving body. Two quickly ran over and were astonished to recognize it as Ping Tian. Looking at the weakened Ping Tian, the masked man wondered, who made him end up like this? Could it be Chu Yun? "Even I would find it difficult to break through the spirit realm. Chu Yun could not have done this. Perhaps he provoked someone formidable, or some old-timers got involved." The white-haired woman spoke. The masked man showed displeasure. "Let us go. You carry Ping Tian back." The woman grumbled but complied. High above, Chu Yun saw 2 figures. He frowned too far. The interface cannot display clearly. "If only I could get a little closer." Chu Yun asked, "Affection-forsaken bird, can you fly close to confirm their identities?" The affection-forsaken bird said irritably, "I am your spirit pet, not your slave. Your request is excessive." Chu Yun sighed. "That is true." Just then, the silver-haired woman suddenly sensed something. Her gaze sharpened. "Who is there? Come out and identify yourself." She launched something towards the source of the sound. That weapon pierced through the body of a nearby giant centipede and cleaved it in 2. The giant centipede suddenly received a lifetime supply of takeout meals. The weapon returned to the woman's hand. It was a sharp, boomerang-shaped weapon. The woman looked at the centipede she had just killed and wondered, an illusion. What is it? She pondered for a moment before ordering, "Capture all the righteous disciples from the land of the dead. Remember, Ping Tian is the best material for the ritual sacrifice." Material? Wait, is Ping Tian not? Man was about to say something, but was silenced by the woman's cold glare. The killing intent was clear in her eyes. "Are you trying to teach the Ghost King how to do his job?" The dead disciple hurriedly bowed his head. "I would not dare." Chu Yun sighed in relief, leaning back against the centipede's corpse. "They are finally gone. It is a good thing the affection-forsaken bird flew fast, letting that centipede die in his place. Before my spirit power recovers, I absolutely cannot face them head-on." He pondered, what does the Crimson Ghost sect intend to do? Do they want to sacrifice Ping Tian? Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light from below. He looked again. That centipede was already dead, and had accidentally fallen onto the entrance of a cave. Chu Yun exclaimed, "In the hole in this centipede lies a hidden ancient secret realm. But now is not the time to explore. I still must report to the disciples of the beast taming first." At the Liu Chuyan sect, a man in a red robe appeared. His tone was reproachful. Is this what you call without error? Look, Ping Tian's soul lamp is about to go out. Gu Jian quickly defended himself. This was unexpected. If it had gone according to the earlier plan, but the man interrupted him. You used 3 secret treasures of the sect in exchange for the withdrawal of the Chang Yang, Miao Yin, and Chuan sects. And what was the result? Over half the disciples were injured or killed, and the sect's prodigy's fate is unknown. The spirit realm was supposed to be a training ground, yet you got trapped here for personal gain. The man glared at Gu Xian, causing him to tremble in fear. As the sect master, you disappeared without reason for 3 hours. Is this the surprise sect master Gu has prepared for the elders? Gu Xian swallowed his saliva. Ping Tian will be fine. After all, the spirit realm is still under control. Rest assured. The man in the black robe turned and left, his voice cold. I hope so. Handle the spirit realm matter yourself. If I had known the Liu Chuyan sect would end up like this because of a Chu Yun, I would not have entrusted you with the position of sect master. Seeing that the man had left, Gu Xian finally dared to reveal a face full of killing intent, wanting to tear Chu Yun into 1,000 pieces. The affection-forsaken bird soared high above, and Chu Yun watched the ground intently. When he spotted the figure he was looking for, he hurriedly shouted, "Found them!" Chu Yun appeared, and Shi Yan joyfully cried out, "Senior brother Yi!" But Chu Yun's face was serious. "I saved everyone from the beast-taming sect. Why are only the 3 of you here?" Zhou Demu sighed, "Little junior uncle, it is a long story. When the disciples woke up, their minds were still hazy, and they did not know Fei Yuming had betrayed them. There was someone named Chen Shiming who blamed little junior uncle. We intended to defend you. But Chen Shiming recognized junior sister Qin and insisted even more that we were accomplices of the Liu Chuyan sect. The 3 of us left in anger. When we wanted to return to argue, we discovered they had all been captured by the Crimson Ghost sect." Chu Yun sighed. "This is troublesome. There are always stubborn troublemakers within the sect." Zhou Damu cupped his hands respectfully. "Little junior uncle, I have an unreasonable request. Could you save that group of disciples once more, even if they hold a grudge against you?" Chu Yun replied seriously, "Senior brother Zhu, rest assured, I am not heartless enough to abandon them. The entrance to the spirit realm has been sealed. It cannot be entered or exited. The only crack is also occupied by the Crimson Ghost sect. They have even dispatched 2 experts with cultivation above the 10,000 methods realm. I cannot face them alone. Only by joining forces do we have a chance of survival." Xi Yan asked worriedly, "Senior brother Yi, do you have a plan?" Chu Yun smiled. "I think we can use the secret realm." Meanwhile, the group from the beast-taming sect was sitting under a tree. A disciple shouted angrily, "Chen Shiming, you dare to kill fellow disciples." Chen Shiming replied coldly, "Shut up." He turned to the hooded figure beside him and said softly, "Senior brother, could we speak privately?" The other replied flatly, "I do not have time. Speak quickly if you have something to say." Chen Shiming trembled. "Have you heard of Chu Yun?" The other nodded. "Chu Yun. I have heard. I heard it was because of him that the Chen family treasure angered the sect master." Chen Shiming quickly said, "I also find Chu Yun annoying. Give me a chance to live. When Chu Yun comes to rescue us, I will help you take him down." The other thought for a moment and nodded. "If I can offer Chu Yun's head to the sect master, that would not be bad." Another disciple shouted angrily, "Chen Shiming, you are shameless. You want to betray senior brother Yi again." Chen Shiming said coldly, "Chu Yun is nothing but a traitor, abandoned by the Liu Chuyan sect. He has not harmed the interests of the beast-taming sect. Why should I save him?" Chu Yun and Zhou Demu were hiding behind a tree, overhearing everything. Chu Yun muttered to himself, "Chen Shiming, you certainly know how to get things done." After a while, a female disciple with blue hair received a piece of paper. The paper rolled over to her. The paper read, "At midnight tonight, I will lure the Crimson Ghosts towards the secret realm in the west. Take the chance to escape. Chu Yun." The female disciple had just finished reading when the paper was snatched away by Chen Shiming. He gleefully boasted, "Senior brother, look, Chu Yun is here." The hooded man, Ji Desheng, finished reading the letter and immediately ordered, "It is indeed Chu Yun. Go find him quickly. He must be nearby." A moment later, a subordinate returned to report, "Sir Banner Holder, all the brothers sent to scout with soul lamp tracking have had their lamps extinguished." Ji Desheng roared in anger, "Damn it. But it can be confirmed that Chu Yun is nearby. Pass the order down. No one is to leave without my command. As long as the hostages are still in our hands, Chu Yun will surely return." Shiming moved closer to eavesdrop. "Senior brother, you do not need to keep such a close watch on us. Chu Yun is best at sneak attacks. If it comes to a real fight, he is definitely no match for you, senior brother." Fransumin quickly replied, "Senior brother, give me a chance. Everything has gone according to plan." Chu Yun smiled. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good, it seems they will not leave that place for a short time." Trongting Diu asked suspiciously, "What use is entering the secret realm now?" Chu Yun was confident his cautious nature would not easily retreat. He will definitely fall into the trap. Chu Yun's confidence came from the developments. Everything had been arranged. Night fell. Tuduktang's subordinates still insisted on patrolling, maintaining high vigilance. Duck Thang analyzed. The disciples of the beast-taming sect were dejected. Perhaps they had not contacted Chu Yun. The disciples the Red Sun sect had no moles. Could it be that Chu Yun had given up? He was not stupid. He must have another purpose. Suddenly, Duck Thang noticed something unusual. In the sky, a streak of aurora appeared. He was surprised a secret realm appeared at this time. To the west, was Chu Yun's goal this secret realm? Duck Thang ordered his subordinates to go check. Tran Sumain ran along, asking to accompany them to serve. Duck Thang turned around with a sinister smile, took out a pill that frightened Tran Sumain. Take this pill first. On the road, Tran Sumain suggested, the smell of blood is too strong. Can I go out to get some fresh air? Duck Thang said coldly, didn't you want to serve? I give you a chance, carefully scout the path. If you don't die from the pill, don't blame me. Suddenly, Tran Sumain stepped on the arm of a corpse. He screamed in fear. Duck Thang asked if there was danger. The subordinate reported it was just a guardian beast. Duck Thang shouted, you useless piece, stop making noise. If an evil being comes, I will use you as a sacrifice. Tran Sumain quickly apologized. I was wrong, I won't dare again. Duck Thang bent down to look. The sword wounds were still fresh. Perhaps they were killed by Chu Yun. He was furious, damn it. Made by Chu Yun, it turns out the distress paper was fake. His goal was this secret realm. Duck Thang ordered to find him, capture that damn traitor alive. Chu Yun hid far away. Hearing the whole story, he sneered. Coming quickly, but I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Yun jumped out with a panicked look, acting deeply. You Red Sun sect people arrived so quickly. Tran Sumain, how are you standing with them? Duck Thang shouted, the traitor finally appears, see if I kill you or not. Chu Yun turned and ran, running while shouting that the treasure in the secret realm is mine. Don't you dare take it. Chase quickly, ahead is your graveyard. Chu Yun ran for a while, then stopped deep inside the secret realm, where a giant stone statue guarded a tree pot emitting a golden light. Chu Yun deliberately said loudly, look at that strange fruit on it. Could the guardian giant statue be the Lang Peach that can improve cultivation? Tran Sumain was greedy, his eyes cunning. Lang Peach, once I see it, it's mine. Duck Thang shouted, foolish, get back here. Tran Sumain retorted, do you really think I'm a dog? Wait until I improve my cultivation. I won't spare you or Chu Yun. The next second, a snake from the tree trunk shot out and went straight into Tran Sumain's mouth. He suddenly erupted in fury, turning back to threaten. Duck Thang warned, this guy's condition is problematic. Tran Sumain's face changed, his mouth elongated, revealing sharp teeth. Duck Thang ordered, he has mutated, kill this monster quickly. Tran Sumain ignored the attacks, bared his sharp teeth, and pounced towards them. Unfortunate subordinate was bitten, blood splattered. The others took the opportunity to surround Tran Sumain. Chu Yun observed from a high vantage point, thinking to himself, Senior Tran, if you hadn't targeted me, I wouldn't have harmed you. Go die. But what happened below surprised him. Their blood flowed down into the stone formation. The group of Duck Thang only then realized the problem. The entrance was blocked. The ancient tree behind them shook. Three turned to look and could not help but be stunned. Countless monsters identical to Tran Sumain were rushing out. What kind of thing is this? They hurriedly swung their swords to kill the monsters. One of them was bitten on the shoulder by a monster, crying out in pain. Duck Thang quickly drew his weapon, telling the remaining two to come to his side. A fan summoned countless souls to block the group of monsters. The flattering subordinate praised Senior T as formidable. Duck Thang said coldly, it's your turn to be the nutrient for the underworld fan and the evil energy. Chu Yun frowned in calculation. This Dharma artifact is difficult to handle. Relying only on evil energy could not surround him. Suddenly a voice rang out, kid, get out of the way. The owner of the tome is about to awaken. The stone statue transformed into a giant, rising and shattering the ground and water. Who is making noise in my tome? Duck Thang frowned suspiciously. What is happening here? The giant snorted coldly. So it's a human cultivator? They quickly said, Senior, we did not intend to offend. We just wandered in by accident. We will leave immediately. The giant raised his hand. A powerful ray of light shot out, truly gentle. The light shot straight toward Duck Thang. He quickly used his Dharma artifact to release evil energy and shouted, damn it, the formation is up again. The light with its terrifying power easily swept away the evil energy. Duck Thang's face turned pale. Chu Yun was astonished, killing in the blink of an eye. Its power was stronger than the forbidden wine. Even the Dharma artifact could not withstand a single blow. Chu Yun noticed the sword stuck behind the giant's back, muttering, that sword is... The giant turned to look at Chu Yun, his sharp gaze filled with killing intent. Only you remain, the boldest rat daring to trespass. He pointed at Chu Yun, accumulating a violent aura. Obediently go die, this is not good. The aura shot out with terrifying power. Fortunately, Chu Yun managed to dodge. He called Trung Tine Diu anxiously, any way to defeat it. Do not engage, you are not qualified yet. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. If we look at the giant, are we to die here? Ask the ancestor for any strange tricks. The giant looked at Chu Yun like an ant, his tone arrogant. The boldest rat passed the first round, now I will be more serious. He saw Chu Yun slide towards him surprised. Want to risk your life? Finding you interesting, I intended to play more. But since you want to die, I will crush you to pieces. Chu Yun poured all his strength into the Hanian sword, energy surging. He widened his eyes, let out a roar, and charged straight at that giant. He glared in fury, recognizing that as the primordial sword embryo. Could that brat actually be an immaculate sword body? Recalled the scene from back then in terror, blood boiling. Today is the day you die, his rage surged. Back then, the main body was harmed by an immaculate sword body and was thus sealed. No, I must dodge this attack. Chu Yun's arm reached out to the sword wrapped in a layer of pitch-black aura before him. He swiftly raised his hand. He pulled out the sword behind the giant. Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Yun was overjoyed, not expecting it to be this easy. The Demon King dodged the attack, revealing the sword hilt. Suddenly, the sword he had just pulled out erupted with fierce flames. Chu Yun gripped it with difficulty, shouting it was too hot. A voice rang out. "It is right that you released me. Kid, quickly control this energy, or all three of us will die." The Demon King furrowed his brow. From his fingertip, a small, sparkling orb formed. Damn it, is it just a similar aura? To think that on the very first day of my revival, I would meet a genius sword cultivator who also obtained the Sky Prison sword. The Demon King spoke up to remind him, "I will not be careless with this strike." Chu Yun realized he had provoked him. He said, "Since you are a gifted sword cultivator, then extinguish the flames." Outside, Zhou Damu and the others acted according to the plan. The hostages had been rescued. "Senior brother Zhou, thank you. I knew you would not abandon us, because we are fellow disciples." After some fumbling, Xian also managed to unlock the cuffs for the blue-haired girl. She said, "Now is not the time for this. The Crimson Ghost Sect's army could return at any moment. Let us hurry." From a distance, a loud noise echoed, startling Zhou Damu. What is going on? Another earthquake. Not far from them, a dazzling golden pillar of light burst up from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. Heavy Lovebird swooped up from underground carrying Chu Yun. Group, including Zhou Damu, recognized him as Senior Brother Yi. Xian happily waved her hand. "Senior Brother Yi, wait for me." Seeing Chu Yun was safe, Heavy Lovebird descended. Temporarily at ease. Underground, there is still a temporary sealing technique that can suppress a fight. That is good. Chu Yun quickly landed. Xian hurried over with the others and asked worriedly, "Senior Brother Yi, why is your whole body covered in wounds like this?" Chu Yun frowned and recounted, "Senior Brother Tran awakened a troublesome old demon inside the secret realm. His strength is probably higher than the yin-nourishing realm." Yang recalled facing the Demon King earlier. It was truly terrifying. When Chu Yun was in a tight spot, he could only call upon Heavy Lovebird and Plague Ancestor to help in order to escape from the Demon King. The final attack before being carried out of the secret realm by Heavy Lovebird was extremely powerful. It caused an earth-shattering explosion, hence the pillar of light earlier. The Demon King's face was full of killing intent at that time, and he coldly uttered, "Finally finished. If you were to reach the yin-yang realm, dealing with you would be difficult." After the shockwave, Chu Yun remained perfectly safe thanks to the protection of the Quan Zhu and the pagoda. The Demon King was amazed. "I did not expect you to have treasures like that." Chu Yun's eyes widened bloodshot, his rage flaring as he thought of his enemy still swaggering around. "I cannot die here. The great grudge has not yet been avenged. I still have to get revenge for them." A dazzling pillar of energy surrounded Chu Yun, making the Demon King break out in a cold sweat. The Sky Prison sword acknowledges him. There is something strange about his aura. Why does he have a scent of love on him? From Soul Hook Valley's woman. What has happened outside? The more the Demon King thought, the more puzzled he became, his face twisting. "So what if you can withstand one of my strikes? Let me see how long this brat can last." Chu Yun did not hesitate. He grabbed the Sky Prison sword and charged forward using the Void Step. "Even if I am a brat, I will bite off a piece of your flesh." His attack did nothing to the Demon King. Instead, he was sent flying back and mocked. "Kid, you are still far too weak." Chu Yun smiled smugly. "I knew it right now." At that moment, the ground at the Demon King's feet began to crack. He realized Chu Yun's intention. The attack that was knocked away earlier had struck the ground. His feet sank deeper and deeper, until finally the Demon King fell completely into the hole he himself had created. He shouted in frustration, "You dare to toy with me?" Chu Yun replied coldly, "I told you I will not die here." As the Demon King sank deeper, he watched Heavy Lovebird carry Chu Yun away, bitterness in his heart. "Just you wait." Back to the present. After finishing his story, Chu Yun concluded, "I used the collapsing terrain to temporarily seal him in. But his return is only a matter of time." Returning to the main topic, Chu Yun asked, "Senior Brother Zhao, have you rescued everyone?" The blue-haired girl stepped forward happily. "Everyone has been rescued. Senior Brother Yi, thank you for saving us." The girl said, "We had mistakenly trusted Senior Brother Tran before." Chu Yun shook his head. "I do not mind that. I want to know, before you were captured, did you meet any other sects?" The blue-haired girl was surprised. "Senior Brother Yi, why are you asking this?" Chu Yun said seriously, "I need to cooperate with the other sects." The girl wondered, "But they are our competitors." Chu Yun replied, "The current enemy is the Crimson Ghost Sect. If we rely only on the Beast Tamer sect, we cannot stop Nguyen Ting. The blue-haired girl said worriedly. Earlier, I saw the grand senior sister of the wonderful sound sect, Hadi-Tin. She was moving together with disciples from other sects, not from the four great sects, and they were bullying us. Chu-Yun nodded. I thought all the people from the wonderful sound sect died in Soul Hook Valley. But as the grand senior sister, her ability must be considerable. I hope she is willing to cooperate. Having said that, Chu-Yun grabbed onto Heavy Lovebird's claws and flew off, not forgetting to instruct. I am going to find them. If they refuse to cooperate, then there is no need to help them. Senior brother Zhou, take good care of yourselves. Little junior uncle, rest assured I will take good care of them. The scene shifted to where Hadi-Ting was. The grand senior sister of the wonderful sound sect was bound tightly. Disciple of the Crimson Ghost sect casually bit to an apple in front of her. I will give you the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. Submit to the 7 kills gate. Submit to the Crimson Ghost sect, and I will give you a bit of freedom. Hadi-Ting did not submit, and shouted, You who rely on your large numbers, on what basis must we submit? Kill or cut me as you please. That man replied coldly, Let me see if you dare to kill someone backed by the Crimson Ghost sect. As soon as he finished, he kicked Hadi-Ting squarely in the stomach. She groaned in pain, her face turning pale. That man looked at her coldly. Do not think we dare not kill you. The 7 kills gate has plenty of means to torture people. Hadi-Ting shouted angrily, If I can leave the spirit realm, I will immediately report to the elders and have you all killed. The man laughed mockingly. Leave the spirit realm? How ridiculous. Soon the Crimson Ghost sect will sacrifice you. By then you will die, and your sects will not be spared either. Just as he was being arrogant, from the cave entrance, Chu-Yun entered with the Lie King's sword in hand. Then can you tell me how this sacrifice works? The man turned around and questioned coldly, Who is speaking over there? Chu-Yun, covered in wounds, approached with murderous intent in his eyes. The female disciple of the wonderful sound sect quickly recognized him. Hadi-Ting also widened her eyes in shock. He is covered in wounds. What is he doing here? That man from the 7 kills gate said coldly, Are you that Chu-Yun? I did not expect you dare to come here. Are you afraid the Crimson Ghost sect will kill you? So you came here begging for shelter? Chu-Yun called out again, I came here to rescue people. Spare me the nonsense. The man from the 7 kills gate glared at Chu-Yun, a contemptuous tone in his voice. Relying on just yourself. Do not waste time. Make your move. Chu-Yun replied coldly. Taking the opportunity, he gathered power into his fist, laughing viciously. You brought this upon yourself. Hadi-Ting recognized the attack as the 7 kills fist and hurriedly warned, Fellow Daoist, ye be careful. A man from the 7 kills gate charged straight at Chu-Yun. He quickly raised his sword to block. The man laughed loudly. Aha, he is too late. Die. Chu-Yun was completely unharmed, only stepping back a step by inertia, stunning his opponent. He continued to gather power, charging to Chu-Yun's front and shouted, Take another punch of mine. Chu-Yun could not react in time and took a full-powered blow. The strike was too strong and he was sent flying into the cliff wall. Xia Yijing panicked and cried, This is bad. 7 kills sect man was smug and scornful. You are only at the UNC realm. I don't know what Liu Chu-Yun sect is so afraid of. Talent? In my eyes, you are nothing. Chu-Yun's cold voice rang out, startling him. The last punch did not hurt him because he had a layer of armor beneath his clothes. Chu-Yun gripped the Hanyan sword tightly, his voice icy. You were too careless. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, slashing horizontally at the opponent's neck. The sharp blade path only allowed him to let out a groan before he collapsed. Chu-Yun sheathed his sword and turned to them, saying, It's done. I will untee your bonds. Xia Yijing reminded him, He has a resurrection secret technique. I was tricked by it before. Hearing this, Chu-Yun turned back and was startled to see the corpse had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood. The 7 kills sect man clutched his neck and screamed, Where are you people? Come here. But no matter how hoarsely he yelled, no one answered. Then he finally realized. He saw the corpses of his comrades lying all over the place and exclaimed in shock, How can this be? Chu-Yun sneered, Why did you stop? Not shouting anymore? That man immediately changed his demeanor, kneeling and begging, Brother Yi, spare my life. Don't kill me. Chu-Yun asked what value he had and if he knew that the Scarlet Ghost sect were in hiding. He pointed to a distant mountain, speaking urgently. The main force of the Scarlet Ghost sect is stationed at Chu-Yunlu Mountain, at the center of the spirit realm. They are searching for something related to the Zhenhuang Hall that disappeared long ago, and there are several Vanguard Dharma Realm cultivators guarding the place. Chu-Yun thought of the platinum-haired girl, which fit what he knew, so he asked coldly if there was anything else. The man was pale and drenched in sweat. That's all. Brother Yi Huang, spare my life, and I will willingly sacrifice an arm. Chu-Yun did not hesitate, swinging his sword. A sharp blade of sword aura cut across his neck. This time he was truly dead. Resurrection secret technique only protects the heart meridian, and recovery is slow. If the heart meridian is severed completely, let's see how you revive. Suddenly, Chu-Yun felt that the gazes from the beast-taming sect members were full of fear. One of them spoke up, You are too brutal. He surrendered. Why did you still kill him? Chu-Yun said coldly, because he is a piece of trash. When things go wrong, he stabs us in the back. Then why did you save us? Luo Yunchao cried. You killed my fellow disciple before. I don't trust you. Back then I and my senior brother attacked you. Why didn't you just let me die? Junior Kong, calm down, Shi Yijing shouted, then swept her gaze across everyone. All of you, shut your mouths for me. After that shout, the air fell dead silent. No one dared to speak. Ye Ting continued, saying that Chu Yun was from the righteous path, not a demon lord. He was kind enough to come and save them, so why use that tone to reject him? One of them hesitated, but he is a traitor to the Liu Chu Yun sect, and has caused the death of so many people. The soul grudge is a grievance among the four great sects. Even without Chu Yun, the spirit realm suffered countless casualties last year. This grudge between Chu Yun and the Liu Chu Yun sect has nothing to do with the other sects. The girl glared, her tone resolute. I implore all of you to calm down and carefully consider who could be an ally, and who is truly our enemy. Hearing this, Chu Yun stepped forward to thank He Yai Ting. She smiled faintly and replied modestly, this is what I should do. Chu Yun, I have a request. Are you willing to hear it? Speak, He Yiting replied seriously. I hope you can help the Golden Vajra sect. Suddenly, a violent tremor sounded from afar. The Demon King's powerful voice came through. Damned human cultivators. He walked, each step making the ground shake. He had finally escaped the pitch-black abyss. He roared in anger, daring to trick me. Don't let me catch you, or I will devour you alive. The Demon King spread his giant hand to catch a falling leaf, sighing in relief. It's been a long time since I breathed the outside air. Suddenly, he noticed a hole piercing through a distant mountain peak. What happened to Soul Hook Valley? The ore of the flower Calamity Maiden disappeared? Could that brat's demeanor be related to him? A sudden voice startled the Demon King. Blood Demon, congratulations on finally breaking free from the secret realm's seal. The voice came from a girl. The Demon King asked in surprise, who are you? A girl, with 2 red flowers pinned in her hair and wearing a red outfit, spread her hands. Blood Demon, follow me to the Red Ghost Sect. I need your help. On this side, Chu Yun heard He Yi Ting's proposal and asked back in slight surprise. The Golden Vajra Sect. It is a neighboring sect of the Marvelous Sound Sect, and the relationship between the two is not bad. They are currently besieged by people from 10,000 Evil Valley. He Yai Ting added, a good relationship is one thing, but the Golden Vajra Sect has a disciple who deduces celestial secrets. That is why 10,000 Evil Valley and the Red Ghost Sect besiege them without fighting. I do not know the Red Ghost Sect's goal. Chu Yun listened, furrowed his brow in thought. Deduce celestial secrets. Doesn't that sound like a system function? Being able to receive predictive information is truly useful. Could the Red Ghost Sect be keeping him for the Quake Desolate Hall? Having thought it over, Chu Yun quickly agreed. Alright, I will definitely help you rescue the Golden Vajra Sect. Do you know the location of 10,000 Evil Valley? The mountain is not far from here. Huang Yai reports the situation at 10,000 Evil Valley every night. 10,000 Evil Valley. 3 disciple patrolling walked while chatting. Was that letter really sent by someone from the 7 Killing Sect? Yes, he said their senior brother will come tonight to discuss the details. The disciples saw a man's figure ahead and exclaimed in surprise, calling for backup even before we arrive. Qiao Xuan then approached, placing his hand on Huang Yi's shoulder, speaking cheerfully. Junior disciple Huang Yi, you said you wanted to share the credit when we catch Chu Yun, is that right? Suddenly Huang Yi's body collapsed, causing Qiao Xuan to freeze. Chu Yun appeared instantly, pressing the hand flame sword against his neck, making his face turn pale. He let out a cold laugh. Of course it's fake. Are you Chu Yun? After that sentence, only a panicked scream was heard, and then the space returned to an eerie silence. 3 from 10,000 Evil Valley were given a lifetime supply of boxed lunch tickets. Chu Yun sneered coldly. I didn't expect this to be so easy. Wait a moment, I will disguise myself as a disciple of 10,000 Evil Valley to enter. Chu Yun did not know that King Shuang was hiding behind a tree, silently watching everything, being able to rely on the power of the UNC realm to fight against the sky-soaring realm. It seems this person is indeed Chu Yun. Such a brave and resourceful man, I can't even bear to kill him. Suddenly, Chu Yun's elder pei of 10,000 Evil Valley appeared, his tone severe. King Shuang, what is going on? He shouted. Where is my disciple? Where is my precious disciple Qiaoxuan? King Shuang heard this and casually let out a sound. A few people were killed by Chu Yun outside, it's probably him. As for the specifics, I don't remember who died. That corpse is Qiaoxuan. King Shuang, you sacrificed my disciple. King Shuang glanced at the corpses in the distance, curling her lips into a smile. Elder Chu Yun Pei, you can't blame me for this. Your own disciples went to find Chu Yun themselves. Chu Yun has 2 treasures that our Red Ghost Sect desires hidden on him. I was just fishing for a big fish with a long line, Chu Yun. Elder Pei, hearing these words, couldn't contain his rage. I don't care what your Red Ghost Sect wants from him. Qiaoxuan was my beloved disciple, I must avenge him. I cannot accept him dying like this, I can't accept it. it. Elder Chu Yunpei, filled with murderous intent, charged forward. King Shuang remained as indifferent as ever. It's fine, Chu Yun is right there. But remember to leave half his life. If not, the lives of your entire sect will not be guaranteed. Ignoring the warnings, Elder Chu Yunpei still charged forward. Chu Yun also sensed the intense wave of killing intent. There, Elder Chu Yunpei rose his palm. A massive hand with overwhelming pressure struck at him. He froze for 5 seconds. Could this aura belong to the 10,000 Methods realm? Under the terrifying pressure of the 10,000 Methods realm, Chu Yun could not move, only gritting his teeth in anxiety. This is bad, I can't dodge. Instantly, he was hit by the Elder's force, his whole body flung backward, crashing heavily into a large rock. Chu Yunpei did not stop, continuing his attack to avenge his beloved disciple. Sensing the surging killing intent, Chu Yun painfully acknowledged that he could not dodge anymore. In the most dangerous moment, Chu Yun used Void Shift Step, leaping high into the air, fortunately dodging the fatal blow. He landed with difficulty, his face drenched in sweat, urgently calling out, "Heavy emotion bird, Calamity Crow, help me quickly. What is happening? Why does a 1000 Methods realm expert want my life? I can't explain it clearly, but this time seems lighter than the last." Chu Yun gripped the hand flame sword tightly, slashing a sword key of the pure source sword art towards Elder Chu Yunpei. He easily evaded, sneering contemptuously. "Relying on that to ambush me?" Elder Chu Yunpei coldly counterattacked. This strike was even stronger than before, causing Heavy Emotion Bird to warn hurriedly, "Kid, run away. Do I need you to remind me?" Suddenly, Chu Yun felt an intense pain spreading through his body, making him wince. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Chu Yunpei swung a punch straight into Chu Yun's chest, causing him to cough up blood in agony. Along the path of that powerful aura, countless rocks exploded into pieces. Shit. Chu Yun fortunately hid behind a rock, clutching his chest in pain. Could this be the sign of an imminent breakthrough in cultivation? Damn it, why now? This is troublesome. I need to finish this quickly. I think his cultivation is unstable. Maybe he just advanced to the 10,000 Methods realm. Then I can use the Chu Shen Bao to push him back. Elder Chu Yunpei became increasingly ferocious, his murderous aura erupting violently. He unleashed the Raging Dragon Extracting Heart Claw technique, a mighty dragon appearing alongside his arm. "Chu Yun, I will skin you alive, pull your tendons, and crush your bones to dust." Chu Yun was equally fierce. He immediately drew the bowstring taut, concentrating his spiritual power to unleash a major move. "Want my life? Let's see if you have the skill." The arrow shot forth, tearing through the wind, startling Chu Yunpei. What kind of weapon is this, making my heart tremble so? If I am hit, there is definitely no way to survive. However, with this distance, he could not allow himself to show fear in front of these juniors. He stood still, letting the arrow fly towards him, trusting in his defenses. But when the arrow came close, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. In an instant, a massive explosion rang out, shaking the entire mountaintop. Both Chu Yun and the Elder were sent flying backward. Chu Yun hit the cliff wall in pain, while the Elder, though standing firm, was also injured. "Vile brat," he roared. King Shuang finally revealed herself, her gaze cold. "So this is Chu Yun's trump card. I finally know who destroyed Soulhook Valley, but I cannot let you interfere with the Red Ghost Heart's millennial scheme." Having said that, she thrust her weapon towards Chu Yun. The sharp blade was aimed to finish him off on the spot. At that moment, a golden staff appeared, blocking her weapon. Force it to return to its original owner. A monk stepped out and calmly said, "Amitabha benefactor, ye is a noble of our sect. Please show mercy." King Shuang asked suspiciously, "Monk of the Vajra sect, how do you know he is Chu Yun? Could you be the one who deduced the heavenly secrets?" The monk nodded. "It is I." She snorted coldly. "The Vajra sect has lost many monks. You did not appear, but for this brat you dare reveal your identity. I will kill him, and you will not escape either." Suddenly the monk cast a spell. King Shuang slumped to the ground, unable to control her body. She panicked. "At the Yin-Yang realm, could you be the reclusive abbot of the Vajra sect?" The monk did not answer. He simply carried Chu Yun away, leaving behind a message, "Benefactor Kang, tell the one behind this that the Crimson Demon sect's trip to the spirit realm is meaningless. Remember this well." Moments later, Chu Yun weakly opened his eyes, hearing the sound of chanting echoing around him. He panicked and sat up. "What are you people doing?" It turned out that countless monks were sitting in a circle around him, reciting incantations. The monk from before spoke up, "Tranquil and Benefactor Yi, do not worry. They are dispelling your killing intent." Chu Yun asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The monk replied, "I am the abbot of the Vajra sect." Turned out this person was named Jing Kong, his realm unknown. He was a merciful Buddhist who understood the heavenly secrets. In an ancient battle with demon beasts, the Vajra sect abbot and great master Jing Kong had sacrificed themselves. Recently, following the heavenly secrets, Jing Kong hid his true strength, infiltrated the spirit realm, suppressed the ghost king King Shuang, and saved Chu Yun. Chu Yun thought to himself, the Vajra sect abbot must have foreseen the Crimson Demon sect's appearance. Who is King Shuang? She is a ghost king within the Crimson Demon sect, certainly no simple figure. He stood up politely with his palms together, "Greetings, great master Jing Kong." Jing Kong dismissed the monks, then answered his questions. He asked, "When I was unconscious, were there two 10,000 Dharma realm experts trying to kill me?" Jing Kong nodded. That is correct. Chu Yun asked again, how did you save me, great master? Jing Kong humbly said, I was merely a bit stronger. Chu Yun admired, your strength is outstanding, great master. I deeply respect you. But the spirit realm is controlled by the Crimson Demon sect. How did you enter? Jing Kong smiled, Benefactor Yi is clever. I used a secret technique to lower my realm and entered the spirit realm under the guise of a disciple. But because of this, the barrier became looser. Coupled with Benefactor Yi's space-shattering arrow, the Crimson Demon sect can now easily enter various sects. The deaths are all my fault, a grave sin. Chu Yun asked curiously, Great Master, you are so strong. Why were you trapped by 10,000 Evil Valley for days? Is there a reason you could not enter? Jing Kong answered honestly yes. Chu Yun asked, what is it? He immediately replied, it was because of you. The words stunned Chu Yun, leaving him extremely shocked. Jing Kong explained, the retribution of good and evil is like shadow following form, but the effects of 3 lifetimes of karma cycle without loss. My coming to the spirit realm to help you is the cause, and helping you stop the Crimson Demon sect from opening the Zhen Huang Hall is the effect. Cause and effect are linked. This is karma. If the Zhen Huang Hall opens, the hidden dragon continent will fall into suffering. We have a responsibility to prevent this disaster. Moreover, there is still an unresolved karmic link between me and the one who wants to open the Zhen Huang Hall. Chu Yun was astonished. Master Saishan predicted I would come to the spirit realm and foresaw the Zhen Huang Hall incident. Jing Kong pressed his palms together. The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Then he continued, that person, when transferring his remaining cultivation to you, also passed on 1,000 years of killing intent. It helps increase your cultivation but affects your mind. If not restrained, you might become someone like Ping Tian. Remembering Ping Tian's fate, Chu Yun worried, will I become the next person like him? He thought to himself, Ping Tian was violent by nature and ultimately fell into the demonic path. Jing Kong reassured him, Benefactor Yi, do not worry. I have already had my disciples dispel most of the killing intent. From now on, just refine the remaining part, and it will benefit your cultivation. Chu Yun thanked him gratefully. Thank you, great master. May I ask what I can do to help the Vajra sect now? Jing Kong said, Benefactor Yi, this is enough. But I noticed last night that you were about to break through your realm, only to be stopped by Chu Yun Fi. Cultivate here and I will protect you. Chu Yun complied. In the territory of 10,000 Evil Valley, King Shuang leisurely drank tea. Suddenly Chu Yun Fi burst in with his cane, shouting, Chu Yun killed my disciples. King Shuang, you people used my disciples. I will not let anyone off. You must pay with your lives. King Shuang glanced at the old man and said, Elder Chu Yun Fi, I do not care if you are truly mad or feigning madness. But even crazed, you must distinguish your enemies. Otherwise, do not force me to kill you. Chu Yun Fi showed no fear. You dare not kill me. I still have value to be used. Next second, King Shuang grabbed a handful of hair on his head. She leaned close and said, You are right. I did not put you into the 10,000 Dharma realm just to listen to your wailing. Do you still want revenge? Chu Yun Fi nodded. King Shuang told him, Then go kill Chu Yun and that monk. At that moment, Chu Yun was focused on leveling up, with Jing Kong guarding outside. Around him, powerful spiritual energy enveloped him. His brows unconsciously furrowed. Jing Kong approached and patted his shoulder. Benefactor, Yi, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. After defeating the Liu Chu Yun sect, where will you go? In his mind, Ping Tian appeared. He murmured softly, I do not know. Jing Kong said, Karmic retribution has its heavenly mandate. Benefactor, Yi lives for a greater cause. What needs to be done is to prevent disasters for the world. Let go of your personal grievances for now. Do not let hatred bind you. Chu Yun felt calmer and said gratefully, Thank you, great master. His eyes suddenly opened. Afterward, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. A beam of light pierced through the tree canopy and shot straight into the sky. Moments later, he walked out slowly, his cultivation having risen to the first level of the void-hearing realm. He thanked Jing Kong again for helping suppress the killing intent and for his guidance. Jing Kong said, Do not rush to thank me. Be careful of what is behind you. Chu Yun turned around, puzzled. Suddenly, Chu Yun Fi appeared from nowhere, attempting a sneak attack. Chu Yun, I must kill you. He immediately became alert. Not good. Chu Yun exclaimed in worry, danger. He quickly activated the Pure Source Sword technique. Fortunately, Jing Kong used the boundary blocking technique to withstand Chu Yun Fi's palm strike. Jing Kong watched the scene, thinking to himself, perhaps the junior brother who mastered the Pure Source Sword technique has proven he is no less than Chu Yun Fi. Chu Yun Fi, like a madman, glared and shouted, Shameless brat, relying on protective treasures to shield yourself. Do you think I have no way to deal with you? Let me see how long you can hold out. Suddenly, Jing Kong stood in front of Chu Yun. Benefactor Yi, hide behind me. Then he threw a prayer bead. It tightly bound Chu Yun Fi. The old man panicked. What is this? Why can I not use my primal power? Monk, release me now. Jing Kong calmly said, Daoist friend Chu Yun Fi, your mind is not clear. I fear both you and Benefactor Yi will be harmed. After Benefactor Yi leaves, I will release you. Chu Yun, behind him, silently admired. Incredible. One move subdued an elder of a high realm. His gaze swept toward the deep forest, and he asked Benefactor Kang, Can you spare the monk under my command? King Shuang revealed herself. one hand restraining a young monk, her eyes full of mockery. As expected, I cannot hide from you. But let me see, do you wish to protect your sect's disciple or an outsider? Chu Yun hurriedly said, Great Master, it is I who caused you trouble. You do not need to help me. Jing Kong said calmly, Benefactor Kang, a monk does not kill. But in my youth, I was also hot-tempered. 1,000 years ago, I struck Daoist friend Zhu Mei, forcing him into seclusion for 500 years. The two ghost kings were also sent by me into the reflection tower to calm their minds. 400 years ago, Zhu Mei attacked me, failed, and fled. Though I am old and not as strong as before, if you lay a hand on them, I would not mind letting the Crimson Demon sect's grand plan be burned down by season of fire. King Shuang slowly pondered. Ancestor Chu Mi had long planned for the Zhenhuang Hall and could not afford any mistakes. Chu Yun was certainly a hidden threat, but the biggest trouble now was this monk. She had to speak up. The great monk had already defended him. If we attacked, it would be disrespecting Buddhism. But everything has its limits. The great monk cannot protect Chu Yun forever. Alright, Jing Kong replied, as long as 10,000 Evil's Valley and Crimson Ghost Sect release Benefactor Yi, this humble monk will not meddle in other affairs. King Shuang clasped her hands. Agreed. Seeing her leave, Jing Kong turned to Chu Yun and said, Benefactor Yi, this humble monk can only help you this far, forgive me. Chu Yun replied gratefully, Master has done everything possible, how could I blame you? After speaking, he took out a brocade pouch and handed it to him. The King Yuan's sword, art of my junior brother sword Wuming. He has not found the other half. Now I have calculated the location to help him complete it. Here's the map. Look at it after you leave the spirit realm. Chu Yun could not believe it, the other half of the sword art. Master, you have helped me so much. I'm extremely grateful. A moment later, the loving heart bird appeared, carrying him into the sky. Chu Yun said to Jing Kong before leaving, Master, may we meet again if fate allows. He watched on and softly said, Benefactor Yi, go quickly. On the other side, King Shuang and her subordinates saw Chu Yun being taken away by the loving heart bird. A subordinate asked, Master, why not follow, wait until he leaves the range and then act? She asked coldly in return, if the plan fails, you will take responsibility. That man immediately admitted fault. This disciple dares not. King Shuang scolded, then shut your mouth. Half an hour later, the loving heart bird told Chu Yun, Kid, we are here. He looked at the group of people below. Xie Yiding had already gathered with senior sister Qin. At that moment, Xie Yiding was talking with Xi Yan. Suddenly, Chu Yun spoke up, junior sister Qin. Xi Yan happily shouted, senior brother, Yi is back. Deep within Chu Yunlu Mountain, a massive formation operated ceaselessly. Inside, countless disciples with haggard faces sat cross-legged. One person could not help but beg, please spare me. Immediately after, that person fell, life or death unknown. The guard saw this and ordered, the material is dead. Replace him. Blood Demon appeared. He spoke, these slaves are good, high efficiency. Sitting on his shoulder was Zhu Mei, who said softly, these people are disciples of my sect. Now I am also one of the ancestors of Crimson Ghost Sect. Alright, put me down, he obediently complied. He said, letting the young master hide in Crimson Ghost Sect for 500 years is this old man's fault. If not for the seal, I would have protected Zhenhuang Palace back then. Zhu Mei said, just open the Void Heavenly Mansion, find the 3 keys, Zhenhuang Palace will return and reshape the world. On the other side, Chu Yun's group gathered to discuss. Jian asked senior brother Yi, you mean Crimson Ghost Sect plans to use Zhenhuang Palace to regulate the cultivation world? He replied exactly as Master Jing Kong said. Immediately, disciple stood up abruptly, if the ultimate goal is not us, let's run quickly. Someone echoed, right, while they are not paying attention, find a place to hide, endure until the elders come to rescue. Chu Yun coldly poured cold water on them. Useless. Avoiding for a while is not avoiding for a lifetime. If they find the 3rd key, the consequences will be unimaginable. That guy flared up. This is no good, that is no good. Better to join Crimson Ghost Sect for a chance to live. Someone agreed. Right, just join, I agree. He sternly asked them, are you also afraid of death? Seeing his demeanor, the crowd grew wary. What do you want to do? Chu Yun spoke up, Crimson Ghost Sect has been an enemy of the cultivation world for thousands of years. Do you think joining them will bring safety? Moreover, for those with only power and no experience, you are just cannon fodder. That disciple shouted, Chu Yun, stop acting so heroic. We only want to switch sects. Didn't you also go from Liu Chu Yun sect to Beast Taming sect? They surrounded him. Now I know why he is so determined against Crimson Ghost sect. He is blacklisted. Liu Chu Yun's sect does not tolerate traitors. Qinxia could not help but scold, that is not it. She, together with Xia Yiding and Chen Xiaoshu, firmly said, senior brother Yi is not what you say. She explained, I am a disciple of Liu Chu Yun's ancestor. You do not know the truth. The sect leader opposed senior brother Yi, forcing him to leave. Someone still argued, if he was not wrong, why target him? Chen Xiaoshu also interrupted, from beginning to end senior brother Yi has never been wrong. He told them, I am an orphan of the Chen family. Because my father was in great danger, senior brother Yi risked his life to protect me from Crimson Ghost Sect. What was the result? It was met with punishment from Wukong, accusing him of colluding with Crimson Ghost Sect, nearly crippling his cultivation. Someone still insisted on blaming Chu Yun, saying maybe he really colluded, wanted to rely on Liu Chu Yun's sect, so he betrayed. The person next to him shouted, "Right, now I understand why Crimson Ghost sect wants to kill him." Then Xiaoshu was furious, but Xia Yiting timely stopped her. She asked in confusion, "Senior Sister Xia, why are you stopping me? They do not know the danger of Crimson Ghost Sect. Crimson Ghost Sect are killing demons." She calmed her down, no need to waste words, no matter what they want to join. She crossed her arms, "Anyone truly wanting to join step forward. I will not hold you back, I give you 10 seconds. Immediately after, 6 or 7 people stepped out. Xia Yiting asked only a few, "Have you thought it through?" They replied, "Senior Sister Xia, farewell, hope we do not become enemies." She curled her lips slightly, "No need to wait. In this life you will never become my enemy." The next second, they were all killed by her with a single slash. Xia Yiting swung her sword, cutting down those ignorant disciples. They shouted in panic, "Xia Yiting, what are you doing?" "Senior Sister Xia, we are fellow disciples, you cannot kill us." Her gaze was icy. She asked in return, "Righteous fellow disciples, the moment you decided to join Crimson Ghost Sect, you were no longer worthy." The other disciples were horrified. "Senior Sister Xia, how could you kill them? Let them go. Crimson Ghost Sect may not use them. Why act here?" She sneered, "Let them go. Who guarantees that the next time on the battlefield, the sword stabbing you will not be theirs?" She stated clearly, Xia Yiting, speak plainly, no obscure words. I know you fear Crimson Ghost Sect. If you want to flee, leave, find a place to hide. But now Crimson Ghost Sect threatens the cultivation world. Someone must step forward to stop them. Who is willing to join me? After hearing this, countless disciples were convinced. They stood up. "Senior Sister Xia, I volunteer to help." With such righteousness from Senior Sister Xia, if I still hesitate, am I even a man? Count me in too. Chu Yun glanced gently. The elders of Miao Yin sect and the sect once argued, thinking Miao Yin sect was like Liu Chu Yun sect. Now he underestimated them. Xia Yiting truly lives up to being a disciple of the sect. Her strength and courage are outstanding. Suddenly he felt a violent tremor. Zhou Damu's group was stunned. What is happening? An earthquake. He guessed perhaps Crimson Ghost Sect has made a move. Xia Yiting said, "Let's go over there quickly." They saw a huge red vortex appear in the sky. From its center, a pillar of light shone straight down onto the mountain peak. The ring of light spun continuously, creating a strange phenomenon. At the foot of Wanyu Mountain, Crimson Ghost Sect's group was fiercely pursuing Yi Qian. "Hey, little chick, do not run, relying on these wet behind-the-ears disciples to stop the grand plan. Run, let's see how far you can go." Yi Qian scolded back, "I would rather die. If senior brother Xiao was here, he would surely break the formation." Hearing this, he smiled coldly. "Ping Tian, he was long captured by Lord Zhao as a sacrifice." Hearing this, she was stunned. What? The next second, 2 of them. A flash of light streaked past her face, hitting 2 disciples of the Red Ghost Sect. She cried out. Was she saved? Yi Qian quickly clasped her hands to thank whichever cultivator had helped her. "Thank you, fellow cultivator." But when she looked closely, she was surprised. Was it Chu Yun? He spoke up. "There is no time to be surprised. Tell me the situation at Chu Yunlu Mountain." On the mountainside, a Red Ghost Sect member was slaughtering disciples from other sects. "Just a bunch of brats like you think you can ruin the old ancestors' plan. Get lost, die." He unleashed the overturning seal, causing great damage to the other disciples. Those lucky enough to dodge were also horrified. 10,000 Methods Realm. He is at the 10,000 Methods Realm. Could he be an elder of the Red Ghost Sect? How can we possibly stop this person? Where is Shenwu? Did his team run away? Another replied. Shenwu was already killed by the Red Ghost Sect people. That Red Ghost Sect member struck again. Go down to the Yellow Springs and regret it. Before he could make his move, a golden light shot forward. Luckily he dodged in time, but that beam of light pierced the distant mountain, showing its terrifying power. He fell to his knees. This killing move is too strong. If not for my quick reaction, I would be a cripple by now. Could this force be from a yin-yang realm expert? He glanced around and exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, it's Chu Yun. Chu Yun, you and Zhao Damu hold him off together. Brother Zhao, sister Xia, you two go purge the Red Ghost Sect soldiers." Zhao Damu said worriedly, "Little martial uncle, if you can't beat him, don't force it." Xia Yijing also exclaimed, "I will do my best." The man in the gold mask sneered, "Your imperial air realm is intact. So what if you have a divine weapon?" He spoke up, "You and I are 2 realms apart. Naturally, I am no match for you. It won't be easy for you to defeat us. However, people are living beings, but formation arrays are a different story." He immediately drew his bow and aimed at the massive formation in the sky. He felt puzzled in his heart. Strange, why can't he see any sign of Ting Shuang? Could it be that he set up an ambush for me somewhere again? On another side, King Shuang was facing off against Grandmaster Jing Kong. Why did he come to Chu Yunlu Mountain instead of protecting his own little monk? This was completely different from the agreement. Jing Kong spoke up, "Amitabha, of course I came to stop fellow cultivator Chu Mai from continuing her evil deeds." As soon as he finished speaking, the prayer beads in his hand suddenly broke apart. The beads on the string flew in all directions, leaping high and touching the barrier. Seeing this, Ting Shuang angrily shouted, "You old bastard, do you have a way to destroy the spiritual realm barrier?" He replied, "If we don't drag out the time, how could the Red Ghost sect of Yurgusha fall into the trap, wasting all their effort in vain?" On the other side, Chu Yun had already drawn his bowstring under the stunned gaze of the gold mask man. His eyes were full of determination. He sent a telepathic message to ask Zonking Diao, "Based on the data, can he tell that I am just an empty shell with no elemental power?" It replied, "I and the Epoch Ancestor are maintaining your aura. He probably won't realize it. Also, you raised your realm, your amount of elemental power and recovery speed are much faster than before. Wait a moment, you can still fire a second shot with the Divine Bow of Zhu." At this moment, the barrier of the spiritual realm descended. Violent commotion occurred, and a large water rift immediately appeared. The masked man cried out in shock, "This is a spatial rift. Brat, do you dare to face me?" Chu Yun was again looking confused, not understanding anything. He attacked furiously. "I didn't expect you were deliberately stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. Fine, you are looking for your own death." He hurriedly shouted, "Zhongking Diao." It immediately understood, grabbing him and flying up high. He glared with red eyes in fury. "Chu Yun, you have thwarted the plans of the Red Ghost sect time and again. Do you think no one can deal with you?" He muttered, "This madman doesn't know right from wrong. He already wants to fight me to the death." Zhongking Diao reminded him, "Don't talk so much. This is the 10,000 Methods realm. Open fire with full force. Think of a way to survive." He said to himself, "How should I think of a way?" He just checked the man's information through the system. So it turns out his name is Zhao Deng. At the first level of the 10,000 Methods realm, a nether soul bone with the fates of ancient tribe and blade curse. The outcome of the life and death battle with Li Rui on the ancient battlefield. The turning point of the fight with Chu Yun. Both sides suffered losses, later driven back by Elder Duan. Not only that, but his bitter labor was also coveted for a long time by Yu Fangzhu, who waited outside to take it. He wondered, Yu Fangzhu, is he the contact person from the outside world for the Red Ghost sect? If these two people have accumulated resentment, surely Zhao Deng wouldn't want to become a stepping stone for others, right? Zhao Deng gritted his teeth and shouted, "You are good at running, huh? Let's see how long you can hide." He did not spare his spiritual power, continuously swinging his sword to attack. Chu Yun dodged with difficulty. It seemed that to make Zhao Deng back off knowing it was difficult, he first needed to instill fear in him. Zhongking Diao cursed, "Have you gone mad using the divine bow of Zhu with that little strength?" He raised his bow high and replied, "Trust me." He used all his strength to execute the 100 steps piercing yang. Chu Yun drew his bow. The arrow shot out with overwhelming power. Zhao Deng quickly raised his weapon to block, but unexpectedly Chu Yun's arrow pierced straight through his body, smashing heavily into the mountain behind, causing blood to spray. Chu Yun asked, "For someone like me at the Imperial Air Realm, is it worth you using your full strength?" Zhao Deng stood up and coldly replied, "This is a battlefield. If I want to kill you, I care about your strength. The barrier will be broken sooner or later. Don't you want Yu Fangzhou outside to see us both badly wounded? For the fishermen to benefit." Zhao Deng heard this, gritted his teeth and roared, "Yu Fangzhou, how do you know about internal affairs?" But he thought to himself, this kid have a point. If I kill him, I am bound to be severely injured, dropping several levels of cultivation. If Yu Fangzhou sees it, he will report to the sect leader that I am incompetent and cannot handle the situation. "Alright, I have to leave it to Yu Fangzhou to deal with." He shouted, "It was you who ruined my good deeds time and again. I never expected Yu Fangzhou to be a traitor leaking information. It seems I will have to spare your life and take you back to the Red Ghost sect for judgment." At this moment, a voice rang out, "Where do you think you are taking a disciple of the beast-taming sect?" Zhao Deng was startled. He arrived so fast. In just an instant, Guan Wan appeared with a group of disciples from the Liu Chu Yun sect. She yelled, "By my command, kill all the Red Ghost sect. Leave not a single piece of armor behind." Zhao Deng quickly used a secret technique to disappear. Thinking the mission has failed, I must quickly return to help the old ancestor. Chu Yun stepped forward to greet the elders. Duan Huiya spoke up, "Chu Yun, you have been wrong staying in the spiritual realm these past days. Now that the elders have arrived, you should evacuate from the spiritual realm and go rest." Chu Yun shook his head, "I cannot go back." The Si Kuai sect activated the sacrificial grand formation to seize the K to awaken the Chenhuang Hall, causing Duan Vonyai to be extremely terrified. On the other side, the formation had also been activated. Everyone panicked and shouted, "This is bad." A loud voice rang out. It was the heavenly friend of the Si Kui sect. The void heavenly mansion and the strange statue appeared, and the disciples of the Si Kui sect cheered. It had finally reappeared. Itma sighed. That young master named Ping Tian was truly lucky to have awakened the void heavenly mansion. Tuyitmik said that was only the first step. The important thing was to go inside and get the key. King Shuang and Zhao ran over in panic to report ancestor. "The donkey monk Jing Kong has broken the spirit realm barrier. Outside are all righteous cultivators." My blackened face asked, "What?" She saw the righteous faction shouting about killing and angrily said that this old donkey always ruins her good deeds. Pietma said he would stop them, wait for the void heavenly mansion to open, then the young master should hurry inside. Tietmik nodded and told him to be careful. After that, she turned and called King Shuang over for a moment. A moment later, the righteous cultivators saw Tietmik's figure high up. The girl in blood-red clothes was the old ancestor that Jing Kong had mentioned. The cultivator shouted, "Tietmik, you witch, surrender now. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the siege of tens of thousands of law-phase cultivators." Pietma suddenly appeared and laughed loudly, relying on that meager number. "Usually, you guys are not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Chu Yun was brought up by the heavy affection eagle and found it strange why this demon lord was also here. Pietmik coldly ordered Huitma to stop them and not let them ruin the grand plan. Huitma replied, "As you command, young master." He turned to Chu Yun, "Brat, you are here too. Last time I let you escape. This time I will kill you at all costs." He thought to himself, it seems a fierce battle is unavoidable. Meanwhile, Tietmik took the opportunity to enter the void heavenly mansion. She thought there was no danger inside and just went in. But immediately after, she unexpectedly fell into a hidden trap. Tietma looked over angrily and called for the young master. Jingkong appeared before Tietmik and spoke, "Amitabha, fellow Taoist Tietmik, long time no see." Tietmik cursed, "You hypocritical and cunning old donkey. Why do you obstruct my path time and time again?" Jingkong replied, "I have said many times, if you give up on your revival plan, I can persuade everyone to spare your life." Tietmik sneered, "So much talk. Aren't you just coveting Mei Chen Huanghal?" She shouted loudly, her whole body releasing dense killing intent. "Old donkey, do not think I do not know that your internal injuries mean you have only a few years left to live. At worst, we will die together and drag everyone into the grave with me." The elders were horrified and turned to order the disciples to quickly inform the others. Anyone below the 10,000 law phase must leave the spirit realm immediately. Elder Don urged Chu Yun to leave quickly. This matter was not something he could handle. He calmly said that Master Jing Kong surely had a backup plan, which left the elder puzzled. High above, Master Jing Kong advised Tietmik not to be impatient. He calmly asked if she wanted to enter the void heavenly mansion for the Wudung Jade. Why not send a few disciples to scout first? After getting results, there would still be time to compete. Tietmik asked if the old donkey wanted to wash his hands of it, and he then stated his purpose clearly. He looked towards Chu Yun. He wants this benefactor to enter the void heavenly mansion. Perhaps he can find the Wudung Jade. Incidentally, he has the 2 items you want. Tietmik remained silent and agreed to the deal. 2 elders objected. Why specifically designate Diep Chu Yun? No matter what you say, he is only at the void control realm. Chu Yun thought to himself, is the master using me as bait? But this is the only way to enter the void heavenly mansion and stop the Chen Huang Hall from appearing. He firmly said he would go. This was the best way to stop the Sikquay sect's scheme. Elder Dawn wanted to stop him but was interrupted by him. Trust me. Tietmik ordered Zhao Dang to arrange 5 elite disciples to enter the void heavenly mansion. Make sure to bring Ping Tian. Hearing that Ping Tian was also going in, the righteous faction elders questioned why the Sikquay sect was bringing him inside. Tietmik carefully instructed her minion, after entering the void heavenly mansion, find King Shuang first, and then follow her arrangements. One of them, carrying Ping Tian, asked, "What about this guy then?" Tietmik said, "Just drag him in. After that, do as you please. You don't need to worry about him." Elder Dong gave Chu Yun a small box and told him he was the only suitable person from the beast-taming sect. He must be very careful after entering. This is a blood-ginseng pill to replenish spiritual power. He took it and thanked the elder. After that, he immediately set off with several disciples. He flew into the entrance of the void heavenly mansion. When Chu Yun opened his eyes, his head felt a little dizzy. Before him was a towering wall. He silently assessed that this void heavenly mansion only allowed cultivators at the void realm late stage or above to enter. He had borrowed the power of the heavy affection eagle to get in, and was still suffering from the backlash. Chu Yun detected something abnormal. The heavy affection eagle. They had lost contact again. The demonic statues on the city wall suddenly moved, their eyes glowing green as they cried out, "An intruder kill." Chu Yun stood up ready for battle. He swung his sword powerfully and took down 3 or 4 of them in a single stroke. Soon the corpses of the monsters piled up. He marveled that the stone devil statues here were too powerful. Luckily he had found their weakness in the wings to kill them through the deadly gate. But there were 2 entrances to the cave. Which way should he choose after all? Chu Yun opened the status panel, pondered, and was certain the exit was on the right. If he kept cheating like this, who the hell could compete with him? Chu Yun dashed forward. He couldn't keep wasting time on these minor devils. After turning right for a moment, he found the way out. Before his eyes appeared a massive, trembling river. Chu Yun mused, such a vast area. Where could the Wudung Jade be hidden in this ruin? Suddenly a voice said, "I didn't expect you to be so fast. Chu Yun, accept your death." With that, 2 circular blades shot straight towards him. Immediately used Void Ghost Step to dodge. The person before him was King Shuang. He questioned how she got here when the Void Heavenly Mansion had just opened. She replied she had already entered. It was within the old ancestors' expectations that he would indeed come. Gaze was vicious. No one can help you here. Let's see where you can hide. Hand over those 2 items, and I might you live. Otherwise... Chu-Yun turned and fled, taunting. If you have the skill, then chase me. King Shuang immediately released a grand formation. The 3rd leaf-flying dagger pursued him. 1 circular blade turned into 3, shooting towards him at extreme speed. Chu-Yun panicked. The situation was bad. Chu-Yun used Void Ghost Step to dodge skillfully. Blades passed through him, flying straight toward the mountain and splitting the entire peak in 2. Chu-Yun thought he had been hit, and that by this time next year he might be eating bananas on a balcony. How dangerous. He remembered the information that he would not die here, that there was still a chance to deal with her in the Void Heaven Mansion. Chu-Yun immediately unleashed his air sword art to attack her. She dodged lightly, sneering that those petty tricks could not touch her. Saint Consciousness, Chu-Yun's wife, replied that you never know until you try. At the same time, in another direction within the Void Heaven Mansion, King Tian woke up, looked at the corpses everywhere, and did not understand why he was here with the Red Ghost Sect. He leaned against the wall and walked tiredly, still cursing Chu-Yun under his breath, telling him not to let them meet again. He walked into a room, and inside there were countless piles of bones and dried skin. There were also glittering gold and silver treasures. Just then, the sect disciples arrived. They accused him of being a traitor who had sided with the Red Ghost Sect, their faces pale. Ping Tian released a murderous aura, his eyes blazing red. He glared terrifyingly. Who are you calling a traitor? A few hours ago at the Deer Spirit Realm, the sect master who had detained Chu-Yun's sect ordered that since Ping Tian had been kept by the Red Ghost Sect, he must be a traitor, kill on sight. The disciples replied that Ping Tian was too strong, they could not defeat him. The sect master grew angry and produced a contract divine artifact, claiming its activated power would be hard for even the 10,000 Methods realm to resist, and whoever killed Ping Tian would become the next sword bearer. Back in the present, the disciples held the divine artifact, their faces full of fear, shouting at Ping Tian not to be arrogant. He realized that was the Heart of Ruin. His master wanted to take his life. He immediately launched the Heart of Ruin, 2 orange spirit energy beams shooting straight. Only through death could one become the true inheritor. But the attack had no effect on Ping Tian. His veins bulged, and he roared in anger, asking if he was colluding with the Red Ghost Sect. It was Xian Di who was the real suspect in the Chen family fort incident. He charged at the 3 like a demon. A scream was heard. One of them had been killed. His hand grabbed that man's luck energy and pulled it away. He lunged at the other 2 disciples, his face ferocious. Hand over your luck energy, haha. Back to Chu-Yun, he was using the 10,000 arrows unity art, firing countless arrows. But she easily blocked them all. As he unleashed the 100 steps piercing Yang suddenly, she hurriedly dodged to the side, the arrow flying past her hair, her shock and fear unceasing. How could Insight Realm Cultivator use arrows as strong as a Yin-Yang Realm Cultivator continuously? Chu-Yun swallowed a blood essence pill to recover his energy, which made her even more cautious. She yelled, "The Beast Tamer sexted so many resources on you." She exuded a terrifying killing intent and lunged. Chu-Yun could not react in time. She gripped his bow tightly, sneering that without a divine weapon, let her see what he could do. Her other hand held a blade, swinging it at him. Chu-Yun sensed danger. Her speed was too fast. He had to shoot this arrow, or he would die. He struggled to draw the bow, but the distance was too close, making it very difficult. Chu-Yun could only shoot the arrow straight down into the ground. A booming sound, the ground cracked open, magma splashing everywhere. Yet she still did not let go of the bow. Master Chu-Yun then pressed down hard on the ground with another boom. Both of them fell into the underground. Chu-Yun sat up with difficulty. It hurt. She angrily yelled that he wanted to die and steal all her goods. Both of them suddenly sensed something and fell silent. They both looked ahead. Something was shining brilliantly. King Shuang shouted in astonishment, "The Rain Sun Jade." Chu-Yun could not believe it and asked if that floating red object was really the Rain Sun Jade. She replied happily, "Never thought that fighting you would lead me to find the 3rd key. I just need to kill you to gather them all." As she finished speaking, she lunged forward, swinging her blade to attack. But suddenly, it fell straight to the ground. Both of them panicked. Was she weakening? Both of them stepped back. Chu-Yun thought that his body was fine, but his energy was suppressed. He only had the strength for body refining. King Shuang was not much better off. There must be a hidden formation suppressing power. This was his chance to kill her. Suddenly, the sword taken from the blood demon glowed with green spirit energy. He guessed it was a weapon of the Mansion of Rest. King Shuang slipped behind his back, thinking to herself, "I must kill this brat in one strike, even though my power is being suppressed." Chu-Yun held the sword and slashed out a great river tribulation art, pushing her back. King Shuang looked terrified. How could he unleash power at the tempering body realm? And what sword was that I had never seen him use before? While she was distracted, he directly charged forward. "Today is the day of your death." With a single sword slash, one of her arms was severed, her face contorted in pain, unwilling. How could you have so many magical treasures? After all, I am a demon king, yet I am defeated by a nobody. Defeated. He slashed another sword, sending her off to sell salt. Chu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, finally killing that woman who kept hounding him relentlessly. Next, he just needed to obtain the Rain Yang Jade. Just need to be a bit more careful. The treasure is within reach. At that moment, the Rain Yang Jade released a powerful wave of pressure, blasting someone away. Chu Yun struggled to stand up, so there was another layer of barrier. I should carefully check if there are any mechanisms around here. Right then, Ping Tian shot toward the deep cave with lightning speed. His appearance was unusually sinister. He had sensed the strong fortune here, which was why he came. After that, he immediately jumped straight down. That evening in the spirit realm, the situation was still tense, with bloodshed. Sect Master Gu had also arrived at this place. He roared angrily, "Red Ghost Sect, you have no way out. Surrender quickly, and we may spare your lives." Xiumi also had to admire that fake Xiandi. He really knew how to play the part. "If it weren't for us, I have a hold over him. I thought he was going to burn the bridge after crossing it." Demon spoke up. "Perhaps Ping Tian has finished his training. If that is the case, there is no need to hold the defensive line. The next move is up to us." He suddenly flashed away, confusing everyone. Sectmaster Gu immediately stopped him. "Sectmaster of the beast-taming sect, let them go, and we will avoid a bloody battle." He ordered the defeated disciples of the Red Ghost Sect to flee. To prevent the Red Ghost Sect from returning, immediately destroy the formation on Chu Yun Road Mountain. The Void Heavenly Mansion absolutely cannot exist in this world. The beast-taming sect master spoke up. "I disagree. There are still my disciples in the Void Heavenly Mansion. If it is destroyed, how will they come back?" The old fox is being pedantic again. "Do you want to help the Red Ghost Sect? Be an enemy to all the other sects?" He spoke arrogantly. "Xiang Sect Master, I advise you to see the situation clearly. The important thing now is to destroy the Void Heavenly Mansion and cut off the Red Ghost Sect's hopes." But Xiang Sect Master remained firm in wanting to wait for the disciples to come out. He shouted in anger, "You stubborn old man, if that is the case, then do not blame our Liu Chuyun sect for acting. The disciples are ready for battle." Just then, the master arrived to stop them. "Everyone calm down, or I will knock you all out now." Liu Chuyun sect master tried to tell me, "What do you want?" He took out a blue token. "The Void Heavenly Mansion is a wonderland within the secret realm. Inside there are countless spirit pills, herbs, and rare treasures. If we miss this chance, we will have to wait 1,000 years for it to open again. The Red Ghost Sect is skilled in teleportation arts. If we close it too soon, we might fall into their scheme. Moreover, I have already contacted the Shanking Temple. Your elders might be able to come to the spirit realm for a visit." Hearing this, Liu Chuyun's sect master became even more bitter. "Then we have no choice but to wait for a few elders from the Shanking Temple of Liu Chuyun sect to arrive, to avoid any unexpected trouble." He turned away, his face full of undisguised displeasure, thinking secretly, "This damned old man, why does he keep helping the beast-taming sect?" He secretly planned, since he cannot close the Void Heavenly Mansion, then he would find an opportunity to destroy the activation formation itself. At that moment, inside the underground palace of the Void Heavenly Mansion, Ping Tian stood with a sinister and venomous expression before the corpse of King Shuang. So the thick fortune was emanating from this place. Then he opened his mouth and sucked all the blue spiritual power from her body. "The fortune emanating from this statue is certainly enough to help me restore my former strength." He frantically sucked in the fortune, his appearance like a blood-sucking demon. While King Shuang's body gradually withered away, he noticed something ahead and slowly stepped forward. Even though he did not know what it was, his spirit would not stop trembling. He seemed to hear the jade urging him to pick it up and act. At the same time, Chu Yun had obtained an ancient box and quickly dodged the trap mechanism there. Breathed a sigh of relief. Inside was a yellow glowing pill. "Finally got it. According to the instructions on the tablet, this should be the spirit communion pill." But after some time exploring, Chu Yun had gained a certain understanding of this underground palace. The mechanisms track living things. No matter where you snatch the treasure from, once you enter its range, you will be attacked. To avoid triggering the mechanism, one would at least need to restore their cultivation to the sky-soaring realm. But here, cultivation is limited to the tempering body realm, making it even more difficult. Suddenly the ground shook, and he panicked. Could he have triggered some mechanism? Chu Yun realized something was wrong. The tremor came from the Rain Yang Jade. He immediately ran toward it. Then Chu Yun froze. The person standing there was Ping Tian, surrounded by spiritual power. His eyes had turned golden, his fists clenched, manically absorbing the Rain Yang Jade. The powerful tremor forced Chu Yun back, then directly blasted far away by the golden spiritual power. He could not understand how that man could hold the Rain Yang Jade. He explained smugly, "Naturally, it is because of luck. I am the son of luck. Aha. During the time I was unconscious, I had a very long dream. Dreamed of a life without you. In the dream, you were just a useless person, someone who should have been killed by rogue cultivators on the way down the mountain. Then I obtained the hand flame sword, foiled the red ghost sect's plot, and obtained the Lily Jade. Although I could not save anyone from the Chen family, my master greatly praised me, then helped me obtain the blood essence and blood rain. He helped me successfully break through to the 10,000 Laws realm, becoming the foremost among my peers. But because of you, your sudden appearance stole everything I deserved. It caused me suffering everywhere, being humiliated and punished by my master, destroying my Tao heart. Only by erasing you from this world can everything return to normal. As he spoke, his eyes turned pitch black. His appearance made Chu Yun suspicious. So are you a person or a ghost? Ping Tian did not understand. What nonsense are you talking about? The fact that I can stand before you like this means I am a person. Yet when he saw himself through the rain yang jade, his appearance was so terrifying that he screamed in panic. He remembered when he was unconscious. The Red Ghost Sect people said he was dead, but his resentment was so deep, there was still a place for him to be used. Chu Yun stated firmly, "You are dead." The horrifying truth made him roar in disbelief. Who was trying to deceive him? He was the child of fortune, the future great emperor. How could he die here? Wildly swung his sword and charged forward to attack but could not hit his target at all. This guy must have gone mad, but his strength seemed to have run out. Suppressed by the formation and just hit by a heavy blow, he was covered in wounds. He grew even more frenzied, unleashing the flowing cloud sword technique to attack, hundreds of slashes tearing through the cold wind. He charged forward but was dodged by Chu Yun using his ghost step movement technique. He blocked one blow, but the power suppression from the formation made him extremely struggling. Currently under control, he was no match for that man. He had to find a way to escape. Just then, the heavy feel bird transmitted a message that the suppression from the Void Heaven Mansion was weakening. He guessed that the underground palace and the Rain Sun Jade in Ping Tian's hand were related. He only needed to stall him for a while, or he could snatch the Rain Sun Jade from him, then his strength could be restored. But in this situation, escaping was already impossible, let alone stealing the item. The heavy feel bird continued, "Didn't you just get a spiritual communion pill in the underground palace? That thing can raise someone by 1 or 2 minor realms and temporarily activate all the primal force in the body. Taking advantage of the restored strength, you will have a chance to counterattack Ping Tian." Chu Yun secretly praised that the big bird was actually useful, truly his bird. Chu Yun then threw the spiritual communion pill into his mouth, full of confidence. Suddenly his spiritual energy exploded, his eyes turned crimson, and he prepared to stand his ground and fight. Ping Tian realized he had reached the Imperial Sky Realm and was immediately terrified. Chu Yun said with a firm gaze, "At the Primordial Sea Realm you were no match for me, and now even less so." Ping Tian roared in unwillingness. Immediately, a voice told him he was no match for Chu Yun. Then his entire body trembled uncontrollably, screaming in pain. A demon face emerged from his stomach looking utterly repulsive. Chu Yun recognized it as the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon explained that Ping Tian was merely a vessel for the formation. As long as he entered the Void Heaven Mansion, he could enter from the outside world through the formation. He didn't expect the Rain Sun Jade to have been taken already. How interesting. The heavy feel bird urged him to kill him quickly. If he entered the Heaven Mansion, they would be done for. Chu Yun unleashed a powerful sword strike. The Blood Demon immediately took control of Ping Tian's body to block the sword with his hand. He paled in pain, but his body was not listening to him. His body was completely unable to act according to his will. At another corner, Liu Chu Yun, the sect master, was secretly commanding the group of disciples disguised as the Red Ghost Sect. He said they had separated from the main force of the various sects. They should disguise themselves and destroy the central formation of Chu Yun Deer Mountain. After his shout, they quickly acted and left. The formation guard area, a disciple spotted the fake Red Ghost Sect attacking and shouted loudly. He yelled that there were intruders and to stop them quickly. Another man in Red Ghost Sect attire gave the order. He said they must use the heavenly lightning to break the formation. Everyone should assist him. At this moment, the guarding disciples were charging forward to fight back fiercely. Back at the battle, Ping Tian panicked and wanted to expel the Blood Demon from his body, but was powerless. The Blood Demon brazenly said, "You're just a puppet. Once you get me into the Void Heaven Mansion, you'll have outlived your usefulness." Chu Yun calculated silently. The Blood Demon had not fully controlled Ping Tian yet. He had to defeat it quickly. He then charged forward to attack, but in an instant Ping Tian managed to dodge. He charged forward fiercely, roaring, "You want me dead, I'll make you die with me." Chu Yun immediately used Ghost Step to retreat backward. Dodging the attack infuriated Ping Tian. He yelled that he ran fast indeed, but he should try standing still. At this time, the heavy feel bird and the old man had woken up, and his spiritual power had recovered considerably. Chu Yun regained his confidence, gripped his sword tightly with both hands, and focused his spiritual energy. Immediately after, the sword released a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Blood Demon sneered upon seeing this, "The same old trick. Do you think it will still work on me?" Chu Yun slashed down fiercely, colliding with Ping Tian, the shockwave exploding with countless sparks of lightning in the air. Chu Yun retreated, sweating. The attack had no effect. The blood demon laughed loudly. You are too weak. Wait until I leave this decrepit body, then you'll learn how to spell death. Before he finished speaking, his expression began to turn ugly. He looked at Chu Yun, who was accumulating spiritual energy. Not good, this body can't withstand a strike from the Imperial Sky Realm. He immediately tried to flee from Ping Tian's body, causing him to scream in agony. Chu Yun wouldn't let him do that. If that man got out, he'd be impossible to deal with. He immediately called on the heavy field bird and the ape ancestor to transfer power. Chu Yun powerfully slashed down with his sword, and at the same time the formation shattered. Powerful sword strike pierced through Ping Tian's body. He retrieved the Rain Sun Jade, pondering that the building of the Void Heaven Mansion and the Underground Palace were all for this one key. What was so special about it? Suddenly, his entire body began to glow in a strange way. When he opened his eyes, Chu Yun realized he was inside an illusion realm, immediately panicking. In his eyes appeared the image of countless cultivators fighting a giant monster. Just then, the mysterious girl appeared and explained that the future was the reincarnation of the past. Chu Yun immediately recognized her as the person in Peijukin's memory. She told him to leave quickly because this place was about to close, or he would be trapped forever. Chu Yun clasped his hands in thanks to the senior for the guidance. Outside Linxia Mountain, the corpses of Red Ghost Sect disciples lay scattered, but the formation had been half destroyed. Xian worriedly asked if sect leader Jiang thought Chu Yun could not return. While he was extremely furious with the Red Ghost Sect, Liu Chu sect leader opened his stinking mouth again, saying he had told them repeatedly to close the magic formation, and now look at the consequences. He said it was actually redundant, and many had been killed by the Red Ghost Sect. Hearing this, sect leader Jiang grew even more bitter, and told him to shut his mouth and stop barking. He laughed louder, mocking that without Chu Yun, the beast-taming sect should forget about reviving. Just then, someone shouted that Chu Yun had come out, startling everyone into looking up. They saw Chu Yun flying out gracefully, holding the Weiyang Jade in both hands, truly a magnificent sight. Part 1 ends. Thank you all for watching. Remember to like and subscribe.